The Poles do not understand war as a symbol, but as a real fight. Władysław Sikorski, Polish Prime Minister in exile, 1939. The standard historiography of the Second World War starts with the assertion that Adolf Hitler ordered the invasion of Poland in September 1939, but hoped to fight only a localized conflict and avoid a general European war at this point in time. However, Hitler's action did spark a wider conflict because Great Britain and France honoured their security guarantees to Poland and decided to declare war upon Germany after Hitler ignored their demands to cease the invasion. The Anglo-French declaration of war was mostly symbolic, intended to put Hitler on notice that the Western democracies would no longer tolerate his aggressive, land-grabbing behaviour or his broken diplomatic promises. This orthodoxy has been convenient, because it lays the blame for the start of the war solely at Hitler's feet, and it exonerates the Western Allies as having done the best they could to impede the tide of fascist aggression. In this heterodoxy, Poland is regarded as an unfortunate martyr, and broken Allied promises on its behalf are easily forgotten. Unfortunately, the standard heterodoxy has been little more than a version based on wartime propaganda and driven by post-war political necessities to avoid conflict with the Soviet Union. The truth is that after joint consultation, both Germany and the Soviet Union invaded Poland in September 1939, but the Western Allies only chose to acknowledge Hitler's transgression. Furthermore, Allied promises of military support to Poland were never sincere, and their leaders aggravated this dereliction by consistently failing to protect Poland's sovereignty or territorial integrity in later negotiations with the Soviet Union. Rather than a martyr for the Allied cause, Poland was victimized by both its foes and its friends, but then left to pay the bill at Tobruk, Monte Cassino, Mont Ormel, the Falaise Gap, and Arnhem. In signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, on the 23rd of August 1939, both Hitler and Stalin thumbed their noses at the Western Allies, and intended this diplomatic agreement to enable them to annex other people's land. Hitler wanted to destroy Poland so he could avoid a two-front war in the short run, then prevail in a localized European war against the Anglo-French at a later date. In contrast, Stalin sought to incite a general world war, using German militarism as his preferred instrument, in order to see the West irretrievably weakened, thereby setting the stage for subsequent Soviet expansion into an enfeebled Europe. Although Hitler and Stalin did not agree on much, one sentiment they did share was a fervent desire to destroy the Polish state and crush its people's spirit forever. The Polish state, with its appreciation for education and freedom of thought, was anathema to all the totalitarian principles they held dear. Communist post-war rationalizations that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was an unfortunate necessity to buy time for the Soviet Union to prepare its military for an inevitable clash with the Third Reich do not wash, because Stalin was presented with the opportunity to sign an agreement with the Anglo-French, but rejected it out of hand. Had Molotov instead signed a pact with the Anglo-French, Hitler would have been confronted with the prospect of a two-front war, which Germany could not afford in 1939–40. A pact with the Allies could also have gained the Soviet Union a respite to prepare, but at the cost of no land concessions in Eastern Europe. Consequently, my contention is that Hitler and Stalin bear equal responsibility for the outbreak of the Second World War, and that their covert agreement to divide Eastern Europe between themselves was the greatest criminal conspiracy of the 20th century, condemning millions to death or slavery. Nor did it help improve the accuracy of Second World War historiography about Poland that the Western Allies were unaware of the provisions of the secret protocol signed by Molotov and Ribbentrop in August 1939, until a copy was found in captured German archives in 1945. Although there was plenty of circumstantial evidence in 1941 to support the notion of German-Soviet collusion to destroy Poland, the Western Allies refused to seriously consider it, due to fear of upsetting their newfound ally, Joseph Stalin. Even after the war, it was easier for Anglo-American historians to minimize the German-Soviet collusion in invading Poland and thereby avoid affixing any Soviet responsibility for the outbreak of war. Meanwhile, Soviet historians continued to deny the existence of the secret protocol for 50 years, until August 1989. In April 1990, the Russian government also admitted responsibility for the Katyn Forest massacre, and that Stalin had ordered the execution of 20,000 captured Polish prisoners. This admission further highlighted the similar methods used by both the Third Reich and the Soviet Union in exterminating enemies of their regimes. From the Polish point of view, with its citizens being rounded up by both Gestapo and NKVD during 1939 to 41, there was never any doubt that Germany and the Soviet Union were equally guilty in starting a war of aggression with the purpose of destroying the Polish state. Although the Second World War in Europe started with the invasion of Poland, which the Germans designated as Fall Weiß, case white, the actual military campaign had not been well covered in the historiography of the Second World War until recently. Most general histories of the conflict, for example Basil Liddell Hart, John Keegan, Max Hastings, typically provide only a few pages on the 1939 campaign in Poland, often littered with generalizations about the rapid collapse of the Polish army. In contrast, German wartime propaganda claims about the campaign in Poland, intended to bolster the image of an invincible Wehrmacht, continue to infect even major accounts. Historical research into the 1939 Polish campaign has been seriously hindered by several factors. First, ignorance of the Polish language and Polish sources has limited use of materials from that side. Although the Polish Central Military Archives, Centralne Archiwum Wojskowe, or CAW, was evacuated to the West in 1939, its reconstitution in Warsaw during the Soviet period kept it in the shadows until the 1990s. A second important factor impacting the study of Fall Weiß is the incomplete nature of German military records from the campaign. Many of the German division and corps-level diaries from 1939 were damaged or destroyed by Allied bombing during the war. Even many pages in the archives are half-burned, and some division-level Kriegstagebuche, war diaries or KTB, for 1939 are missing entirely. Due to the relative dearth of official documents and the bias towards German accounts, a number of misconceptions about the 1939 Polish campaign have lingered for many decades, despite some efforts to debunk them. The three primary misconceptions about the campaign are: 1. The Luftwaffe succeeded in destroying the Polish Air Force, Lotnictwo Wojskowe, or LW, at the onset of the war, and mostly on the ground. 2. Polish doctrine was foolish, outdated, and too reliant on horsed cavalry, as demonstrated by examples of Polish cavalry charging German tanks. 3. The Polish armed forces were equipped with obsolete equipment and lacked the means to develop modern weapons. Examples of the first misconception occurred when Martin Gilbert claimed in his 1989 history that air attacks destroyed much of the Defenders' Air Force while it was still on the ground. Even Donald Watts' magisterial How War Came made a similar claim. A year later, John Keegan made a similar claim that by the end of the 1st of September, the Polish Air Force had largely ceased to exist, many of its aircraft having been caught on the ground and destroyed by the Luftwaffe. In his monumental History of the Second World War, 1994, Gerhard Weinberg claimed that in the first days of the campaign, the Luftwaffe swept the skies clear of what few modern planes the Polish Air Force could deploy. Anthony Beevor repeated these claims about the destruction of the Polish Air Force in his 2012 history, writing that the Luftwaffe, having eliminated the bulk of the Polish Air Force on the first day, now concentrated on flying close support for the Wehrmacht ground forces. In fact, the Polish Air Force lost only 7% of its operational aircraft on the first day of the war, and remained actively in the fight for a total of 17 days, until the Soviet invasion. The second misconception about Polish doctrine and tactics hinges on myths created by Nazi propaganda about Polish cavalry charging German tanks. Although specialist historians are aware that these claims are false, it has appeared frequently over the years. For example, the American historian Hanson Baldwin wrote in 1976 that the magnificent horsemen of the Pomorze Cavalry Brigade died in droves charging German tanks. The myth is based on a well-documented minor skirmish at Krojanty on the 1st of September 1939, which did not even involve German tanks. Even the renowned British historian Richard J. Evans stated in 2009 that stories of Polish cavalry squadrons quixotically charging German tank units were most probably apocryphal, which made it seem that perhaps the myth was not completely untrue. In addition to the cavalry charge myth, some historians have asserted that even if the cavalry charges did not occur, the Polish military was doctrinally unprepared to deal with modern warfare, particularly tanks and aircraft. The third misconception about the obsolete nature of Polish weaponry is alive and well thanks to lazy scholarship in the West. Weinberg claimed that the Polish military suffered from the absence of modern military equipment, with no prospect of Poland either producing it herself or obtaining it by purchase. He also stated that Poland's industries were not yet up to the production of the planes, tanks, and artillery that would be needed to hold off a German attack. Beaver wrote that the Polish army was severely handicapped by its obsolete weaponry. In fact, the Polish army was not only equipped with significant numbers of state-of-the-art Bofors 37mm anti-tank guns and 40mm anti-aircraft guns, but it was actually exporting them to Great Britain in the summer of 1939. Richard Evans claimed that Poland possessed few tanks and little modern equipment. It possessed a total of only 100 anti-aircraft guns for the whole of the country. But in fact, the Polish armed forces had a total of 358 modern 40mm and 52 75mm anti-aircraft guns at the start of the war. The Polish 7TP light tank was better than the bulk of the lightly armed German tanks, and better armed tanks like the 9TP and 10TP were about to enter serial production in late 1939. Medium tanks and heavier artillery were in development and due to begin entering service in 1940. Indeed, the Polish army had far more gun-armed tanks than the British Expeditionary Force in France possessed at the outset of the war, but no historian has referred to the BEF as equipped with obsolete weaponry. Polish industry built the PZL-37 Whoosh bomber, which was superior to the British Blenheim or German Dornier 17 light bombers. The Polish light machine gun Model 28 was a modified version of the same weapon, the Browning automatic rifle, BAR, that would be carried by American infantry throughout the Second World War. The only area where the Polish military was seriously deficient was in deploying a modern fighter that could counter the Luftwaffe's Bf-109E. But the French and Soviet militaries were in the same situation in 1939. By the standards of the day, the Polish armed forces possessed modern arms, but not in the quantities needed to stop a massive two-front invasion. While Polish technical deficiencies are often mentioned, it is rarely noted that Polish intelligence succeeded in breaking into the German Enigma secure communication system, one of the great technological feats of the war, well before the war began. Poland bequeathed this technological breakthrough to England gratis, without receiving any financial or material support for its own war effort in return. Meanwhile, Wehrmacht operations in Poland are usually depicted as the exemplars of a revolution in military tactics and technology, ignoring the fact the bulk of the German army's artillery was still pulled by horses, as it would be in 1945, and the heavy dependence upon captured Czech equipment. Indeed, the German invasion appears in the history books as a slick operation, predestined to succeed, with Panzerdivisionen, tank divisions, advancing with great speed in converging pincer movements. In reality, 3 days into the campaign, the Oberkommando des Heeres, Army High Command or OKH, decided to tinker with a plan, diverting General der Panzertruppe Heinz Guderian's 19th Army Corps, motorized, away from Warsaw to advance instead towards Brest. The great double pincer meeting at Warsaw, which appears on so many maps, never actually occurred in this manner. In fact, the vaunted Panzer Division, often depicted as unstoppable in 1939–40, suffered several tactical defeats in the short Polish campaign, including Panzer Division Kempf at Mława on the 1st of September and 4th Panzer Division in the suburbs of Warsaw on the 9th of September 1939. The even more disastrous battles at Ruzhki and Kianoja on the 16th of September 1939 are noticeably absent from existing English-language accounts. Whenever the Germans tried to assault fortified lines or urban areas with tanks, the results were predictably poor. Close examination of modern histories indicates that Beaver, Evans, Hastings, Keegan, and Weinberg relied heavily upon German accounts but did not use any Polish-language sources. To date, only a few specialist histories like Stephen Zaloga and Victor Madej, The Polish Campaign, 1939, 1985, and David G. Williamson's Poland Betrayed, 2009, have attempted to provide more balanced accounts of Case White. William Russ's Case White 2017 is an invaluable reference, but is entirely German-centric and has some important omissions. Richard Hargreaves's Blitzkrieg Unleashed, 2010, is based almost entirely on German contemporary accounts and includes a fair amount of wartime propaganda. Consequently, lazy or lopsided scholarship, even from renowned historians, has allowed wartime propaganda and biased stereotypes to shape the existing narrative of the 1939 campaign in Poland into little more than a victory parade for the Wehrmacht. Nothing has done more to distort the nature of the German campaign in Poland than the use of the artificial term blitzkrieg by historians, which has emphasized technology at the expense of doctrine, tactics, organization, and actual battlefield leadership. The Wehrmacht had learned a bit about small unit ground and air tactics with the Legion Condor in Spain in 1936–39, but the forces committed were too small to validate operational level methods. Thus, the Polish campaign was a grand experiment for the Heer, German army, and the Luftwaffe, with many details of organization and methods still in flux. The question of whether tanks were best used as an independent mobile strike force or in close support of infantry formations had not been resolved at the start of the campaign. Even the mechanized divisions were in a transitional state. The Panzerdivisionen had too many tanks but not enough infantry, while the leichte Divisionen, light divisions, quickly proved to be an unsatisfactory formation. For the Luftwaffe, the state of air-ground cooperation fell far short of what was claimed by Nazi propagandists. In modern parlance, the Wehrmacht of September 1939 was a beta version that was still working out technical, operational, and organizational issues. Unlike later German campaigns, the Heer in September 1939 was not a battle-hardened force and was forced to use an assortment of police and border guard regiments as part of the invasion force. The upper ranks of the OKH held justified concerns about front-line morale, which they reported back to Hitler. Indeed, most of the German troops involved in Fall Weiss were not aware that they were going to war until the last moment. Instead, they had been told they would be participating in extended field maneuvers. The Naval Infantry Company assigned to seize the Westerplatte facility in Danzig deployed with practice grenades. Hitler wanted to conduct a full-scale invasion of Poland rather than a limited coup against just Danzig, because he needed to see confirmation that the Wehrmacht was capable of rapidly accomplishing operational objectives before embarking upon a major campaign against the Anglo-French in the West. Once at war, the Poles regarded combat in a completely different light than the rest of their Western Allied partners, which has also contributed to misperceptions. Unlike the British, the Poles did not view war as a symbolic act or a sporting affair, but as an existential life-or-death event for their nation. Unlike the war-weary French, the Poles did not shrink from the idea of close combat, but often fought with great gusto and willingly accepted war as the price of national existence. Furthermore, from the outset the Poles recognized that their enemies sought their utter destruction, and so they fought in a ruthless manner which sometimes appalled their allies. Western historians have struggled with the question of why Poland did not just acquiesce to Hitler's demands and surrender Danzig, because the stubborn Polish national character appears alien to the prevalent avoid war at any cost mentality that became entrenched in the West after the First World War. Unlike Neville Chamberlain, Poles recognized that acquiescence to an aggressor had not worked for the Czechs in 1938, and that Hitler's word was not to be trusted. Whether Poland surrendered Danzig willingly or not, both Germany and the Soviet Union ultimately intended to partition and smash the Polish Republic. Poland's behavior in the face of even overwhelming threats is conditioned by an innate national stubbornness which few outsiders can comprehend. Even when defeated in their homeland in 1939, Poles refused to accept defeat. It has often perplexed foreign historians why Poles would fight and suffer enormous losses even when defeat was certain, such as in the 1944 Warsaw Uprising. But this stubbornness and unwillingness to surrender proved to be at the root of their eventual national salvation. While Hitler and Stalin conquered territory in 1939 and murdered thousands of Poles, they never came close to breaking the Polish spirit. After 50 years of brutal occupation, Poland was able to regain its freedom, while its erstwhile conquerors ended up in the dustbin of history, a testament to the value of perseverance. My intent is to examine Case White in the context of sources from both the German and Polish side, and to expand and update upon the interpretations put forth in Stephen Zaloga's landmark work over 30 years ago. Although I intend to employ a mix of German and Polish sources, I seek to be as impartial as possible. Polish mistakes made in the campaign, or exaggerations made after the fact, will not be given a pass. Likewise, German errors will also be scrutinized. Yet the intent of this book is not just to add more military details about Case White, which is mere exposition of fact. As a neophyte historian in college, I learned from Herodotus and other classical historians that the purpose of historical writing should not just be to catalogue facts, but to develop insightful analysis as to why events had particular outcomes. Nor is it adequate to just explain the why of an event. It is also necessary to establish the so what, why an event was important, and what relevance it possesses for future generations. Not all readers enjoy this approach, and some may wonder why I just don't get on with it and get straight to the rolling of panzers and the scream of Stukas. Yet I believe that putting Case White in proper context means discussing events that occurred well before September 1939, since military power is not created from thin air. Rather, modern military power is the result of years of industrial policies, doctrinal debates, economic prioritization, social preparation, and national heritage. Similarly, the meaning of historical events is often not confined to a specific moment. The Polish military defeat in September 1939 and the subsequent Soviet murder of thousands of captured Polish officers had international repercussions for decades afterward. Indeed, understanding the past is an essential element in evaluating the present. Poland's reactions to Russian aggression in eastern Ukraine in 2014-16 were heavily influenced by its memory of Stalin's land-grabbing tactics of 1939-40, which are but faintly remembered in Western Europe. It is no wonder that Poland is currently embarked upon a costly defence build-up, since its leadership do not intend to be caught militarily unprepared again, or to be dependent upon empty foreign guarantees. Similarly, efforts by the EU to pressure Poland into accepting refugees from the Middle East are unpalatable to most Poles who worry about demographic changes that could weaken their claims to historically Polish-held land. In Eastern Europe, demography is destiny. Continued accusations about alleged widespread collaboration between Polish citizens and the Nazi occupation has also caused strident reactions within Poland. Unlike other countries, Poland has not forgotten that collaboration was widespread in other occupied countries, and that the Waffen-SS was able to recruit 40,000 Belgians, 25,000 Dutch, 20,000 French, 6,000 Danes, and 6,000 Norwegians to serve in their ranks. Furthermore, the Polish armed resistance continued for a decade after the Second World War against the Soviets and without any help from the West. Consequently, the idea of collaboration with any foreign occupier has long been anathema to Poles. In our time, the history of Poland's relationship with its neighbours in 1918 to 1939 will continue to influence decision-making in Eastern Europe, particularly in moments of crisis. Chapter 1. Poland is not lost. The heroic characteristics of the Polish race must not blind us to their errors, which over centuries have led them through measureless suffering. Winston S. Churchill. Rise and Decline of the Polish State, 1241 to 1918. When I finish with Poland, there will not be a papist in the land. Charles X of Sweden, 1655. We ask you, Lord, for world war for the freedom of nations. Adam Mickiewicz, 1832. If history reveals any immutable truths, it is that Poland has no real friends, but it does have plenty of implacable foes. Poland is situated in a bad neighbourhood, historically sandwiched between bullying Germanic powers to the west and a rapacious Russia to the east. Throughout its tortured history, Poland has been invaded and ransacked by some of the greatest armies ever raised, including the Mongols, 1241, the Teutonic Knights, 1228 to 1462, the Swedes, 1621, 1655, 1702, and the Turks, 1672 to 76. Indeed, in a geopolitical sense, the Polish nation was created amidst one of the most war-torn areas of the planet, with threats arising from all corners of the compass. The Mongols burned Kraków in 1241, and the Teutonic Knights slaughtered the Polish population of Gdansk in 1308. Nevertheless, Poles succeeded in building a resilient nation-state that was able to rebuild quickly, even after disastrous defeats. It is important to spend some time making the case, in contrast to later rhetoric from British politicians like David Lloyd George and other unsympathetic spectators, that Poland had a long, established tradition of self-rule, and was not just some half-baked byproduct of the 1918 Treaty of Versailles. During the mid-14th century, King Casimir III, the Great, 1333 to 70, laid a solid foundation for a Polish state by making peace with the Teutonic Knights, and then using the respite to revitalize Poland's military forces and its economy. He also created legal codes that paved the way for a more civil society, adopted an official policy of tolerance towards non-Catholics, and established the Jagiellonian University in Kraków to promote education. Queen Jadwiga, 1384–99, continued to improve Poland's stature and established dynastic ties with Lithuania through marriage. With the threat of further aggression by the Teutonic Knights judged likely, Poland's leadership sought to forge a close alliance with Lithuania. When battle was renewed, Poland and its Lithuanian allies finally broke the power of the Teutonic Knights at the Battle of Tannenberg in 1410. Thereafter, Poland's power and influence in Eastern Europe grew, eventually comprising a total population of more than 7 million, spread across a territory of roughly 1 million square kilometres. Having secured its territory, Poland turned to peaceful pursuits which were profoundly influenced by the Renaissance, 1440 to 1569. Poles developed a keen interest in learning, the arts and science, with the nobility investing considerable money in schools and libraries. The foremost exemplar of Poland's Renaissance was the astronomer Nicolaus Copernicus, 1473 to 1543, whose theories revolutionized mankind's understanding of the solar system. Poland's stature was further boosted by a formal political union with Lithuania in 1569, thereby creating the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. As a result of the union, most of the Ukraine also fell under Polish rule. Thereafter, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth enjoyed its best years in the late 16th century. In 1573, the Sejm, the Polish National Assembly, approved an act granting religious freedom, a first in Europe. However, the Commonwealth political system had an intrinsic weakness which contributed to its decline. The Polish-Lithuanian nobility, szlachta, could freely elect wolna elekcja kings, particularly when no direct heirs were available. Since even non-Poles were eligible to be elected to the throne, this tradition set the stage for embroiling Poland in open-ended dynastic conflicts and power struggles which did not involve true national interests. It also allowed foreign powers to interfere in Poland's leadership selection process by trying to influence the outcome through bribing some members of the nobility. By one of the odd quirks of history, Sigismund, the Crown Prince of Sweden, was elected to the Polish throne in 1587 after the death of his uncle, King Stephen Batory, himself an ethnic Hungarian. 7 years later, Sigismund III also became King of Sweden when his father died, and he allied himself with the Austrian Habsburgs by marriage. However, it proved intolerable for Lutheran Sweden to be ruled by a Catholic monarch during the Counter-Reformation, so Sigismund III was forced to abdicate the Swedish crown. Consequently, Sigismund III embroiled Poland in a series of wars with Sweden in a vain effort to regain that crown. King Gustavus Adolphus, one of the great soldier kings, led a professional army which succeeded in seizing much of Livonia, modern Estonia and Latvia, away from the Commonwealth, before agreeing to a peace treaty in 1629. Meanwhile, Polish-Russian tensions had been brewing over control of the Ukraine and other border areas, which caused Sigismund III to invade Russia in 1609. Although Polish forces briefly occupied Moscow and the Kremlin, the war ended in defeat and Russia was now added to the list of Poland's enemies. While Sigismund III was preoccupied with Russia, Sweden and the Habsburgs, the Turks took the opportunity to invade and occupy part of eastern Ukraine. Despite these multiple threats, Sigismund's son, Władysław IV, 1632–48, managed to fend off a Russian invasion and restore one last brief period of prosperity. Poland's equanimity was shattered by a major Swedish invasion from their Livonian bridgehead in July 1655, a national catastrophe which became known as the Deluge. At the head of a well-trained and professional army, King Charles X managed to overrun most of the Commonwealth in just 3 months, including the capture of both Warsaw and Kraków. Swedish forces burned and looted their way across Poland, inflicting great destruction and loss of life. It is important to note that religion was an important factor in this campaign, with Charles X determined to crush Catholic Poland. Prior to the German-Soviet invasions of 1939, the Deluge was the most traumatic event in Polish history. Having suffered heavy losses in contending with a recent Cossack rebellion in Ukraine, the remnants of the Polish regular army were unsuccessful against the Swedes, but the Polish population responded with a ferocious guerrilla warfare which drained the enemy's will. Popular resistance to foreign invasion was epitomized by the siege of Yasna Gora in December 1655, where a scratch force of Polish civilian volunteers successfully defended the monastery in Czestochowa against a numerically superior Swedish force. Amazingly, the Commonwealth was able to partially recover from the deluge within just 2 decades, and Polish forces under King Jan III Sobieski played a key role in stopping the Turkish advance into Central Europe at the Battle of Vienna, 1683. However, by the early 17th century, the Commonwealth was sliding into a period of decline, caused by foreign interference with the monarchy after Sobieski's death. August II of Saxony, backed by Russia, was elected King of Poland in 1697, but replaced by a Swedish-backed candidate in 1704, then was re-elected to the throne with Peter the Great's support in 1709. During the reign of Augustus II, Russian influence over Poland increased considerably, and Poland's army was reduced to 18,000 troops. When August II died in 1733, a 30,000-man Russian army invaded Poland and installed his son, Augustus III, on the throne, despite French efforts to prevent this. Under nearly 6 decades of inept Saxon rule, by kings who spent more time in Saxony than Poland, Poland's independence began to evaporate. In 1763, Stanisław Poniatowski, with strong financial and military backing by Russia's Catherine II, was elected King of Poland. As king, Poniatowski proved to be a de facto Russian surrogate, and he further reduced Poland's army. After Russia's ambassador bluntly stated that Poland was now in Russia's sphere of influence, the Polish nobility made an effort to stand up to Poniatowski and his Russian backers in 1768. With equivocal French support, the nobles formed the Confederation of the Bar, gathered a militia army around Krakow, and declared war on Russia. Unfortunately, the Russians were able to dispatch one of their most able generals, Alexander Suvorov, who quickly captured Krakow. French assistance to Poland was negligible. It still took the Russians 4 years to suppress the Bar Confederation, after which it was clear that Poland could not be run as a client state. During this conflict, both Prussia's Frederick II and the Austrian Habsburgs moved in to gain their share of the spoils. After signing diplomatic conventions in February 1772, which apportioned spheres of influence, the 3 great empires began seizing chunks of Polish territory. The only resistance to the first partition was from final holdouts of the Bar Confederacy, like Casimir Pulaski at Czestochowa, which were eliminated by August. Afterwards, both the Russians and Prussians began efforts to suppress Polish identity. Frederick II moved 26,000 German colonists into Pomerania, while Catherine II exiled 5,000 Poles to Siberia. Reduced to the monarch of a rump Polish state after the first partition, Poniatowski allowed some efforts to regain Polish independence. In 1788, the Great Sejm voted to create a new 100,000-man army. However, the Sejm only provided enough funding to raise the army to about 37,000 troops. But some quality officers were promoted, including the military engineer Tadeusz Kościuszko. Hoping to gain assistance from Prussia after Frederick II's death, Poland agreed to sign a defensive alliance with Prussia in May 1790. Prussia asked for Gdansk, Danzig, as a condition of the alliance, but was rebuffed. In order to lay the groundwork for internal political reforms, the Great Sejm produced a new constitution in May 1791, which emulated lessons learned from the U.S. Constitution. Among other things, the new constitution eliminated the wolna elekcja in order to prevent foreign interference in Polish elections. Incensed by signs of Polish efforts to escape from its sphere of influence, Russia launched a massive invasion of Poland in May 1792. Although greatly outnumbered, the Polish armies managed to fight a successful delaying campaign back from the eastern regions, but were betrayed by their ostensible Prussian allies, who refused to honor the defensive alliance. Poniatowski cravenly threw in the towel and capitulated to the Russians before any major Polish cities were even besieged. Prussia and Russia now worked together to impose the second partition upon a betrayed Poland in January 1793, with Prussia seizing Gdansk. The occupiers demanded that most of the remaining Polish army be disbanded and its leaders imprisoned. Tadeusz Kościuszko resigned his commission after the king's capitulation and avoided arrest by fleeing to Saxony, where he gathered other Polish émigrés. When a Russian attempt to disband Polish cavalry brigades sparked resistance, Kościuszko returned to Poland in March 1794 to lead a national insurrection. Kosciuszko succeeded in inflicting some tactical defeats on the Russians, and their garrisons in Warsaw and Vilnius were eliminated. Spontaneous riots broke out in many areas, and traitors who had colluded with the Russians were publicly hanged in Warsaw. Furthermore, Kosciuszko sought to create a truly national uprising involving the peasantry by pledging civil reforms to enhance their living conditions. However, the Polish military's situation became critical once Prussian and Russian armies began working together, which led to the rapid loss of Krakow. Kosciuszko himself was defeated in battle and captured by the Russians in October. In November, Russian troops under Suvorov stormed Warsaw and slaughtered thousands of its civilians. After 8 months, the Kosciuszko uprising was crushed, and both Prussia and Russia moved to ensure that there would be no reoccurrences. Poniatowski was forced to abdicate and packed off to virtual house arrest in Russia, where he would die 3 years later. Austria was brought into the conspiracy, and all three powers signed treaties making the Third Partition official in October 1795. With this stroke of a pen, an independent Polish state disappeared from the map of Europe. During the next 123 years of foreign occupation, the only foreigner who supported the revival of a Polish state was Napoleon Bonaparte, who, after defeating Austria and Prussia, created the satellite Duchy of Warsaw in 1807. Although Napoleon was sympathetic to the Poles and desired their military cooperation in his conquests, he failed to endorse a fully independent state, and the Duchy of Warsaw ceased to exist after his own defeat. Nevertheless, the Poles stubbornly refused assimilation into the Russian Empire and launched 2 full-blown rebellions, 1830 and 1863, both of which were brutally crushed. After the January uprising was put down in 1864, the Russians abolished the Polish language in their section of occupied Poland in an effort to suppress Polish identity. Meanwhile, in the Prussian-occupied areas of northwest Poland, the Prussian government enacted numerous laws in efforts to suppress Polish culture and the Catholic Church. These efforts were less than successful, and only increased Polish resentment. The Prussians also encouraged German immigration into formerly Polish territory to manage large farming estates in rural areas and the limited amount of industry in the cities. In contrast, the Austrians had a fairly laissez-faire attitude towards managing their zone in southern Poland, although they were just as willing to use force to suppress anyone advocating Polish independence. Meanwhile, the rest of Europe simply ignored the demise of Poland. A number of Polish intellectuals relocated to Paris during the 19th century, where they were free to discuss the idea of Polish independence, but this did not lead to any immediate, meaningful results. A certain cultural affinity continued to develop between France and Poland during the 19th century, which set the stage for later cooperation, but prior to the First World War, French politicians were more interested in forming alliances with Russia than creating controversy by supporting the idea of a resurrected Polish state. Attitudes towards Poland were even more apathetic in London. During the 2 centuries prior to the final partition of Poland in 1795, only very limited diplomatic and economic contact had occurred between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Great Britain. When Poland was being carved up by its neighbours, neither King George III nor his ministers offered even the slightest diplomatic protest about this outcome. Newspapers in London actually printed caricatures about Russian Cossacks beheading Polish civilians in Warsaw in 1794. Looking through the narrow lens of Anglican parochialism, English politicians would consistently prove as hostile to the idea of Polish independence as they were to the idea of Catholic self-rule in Ireland. Resurrection, 1918 to 26. An independent Polish state should be erected which should include the territories inhabited by indisputably Polish populations, which should be assured a free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. President Woodrow Wilson's 14 Points, 8th of January, 1918. The resurrection of Poland simultaneously occurred on both a military and a political dimension, driven in large part by 2 charismatic revolutionaries. In the military realm, Józef Piłsudski, scion of a wealthy Polish-Lithuanian family, provided the main impetus for the recreation of an independent Polish army. In the political realm, Roman Dmowski, product of a Warsaw blue-collar family, worked to develop a sense of Polish nationalism at home and lay the groundwork for international recognition of a Polish state. However, neither Piłsudski nor Dmowski could have achieved much success unless fate had thrown them an unusually fortunate set of international circumstances. As long as Imperial Germany, Russia, and Austria-Hungary were strong, Poles could not hope to regain their freedom. However, the assassination of Austria's Archduke Franz Ferdinand in June 1914 set in motion a sequence of events that would eventually incapacitate all three of Poland's occupiers. Both Piłsudski and Dmowski spent their youth in the Russian-occupied region of Poland, but later relocated to the Austrian-occupied region in the decade prior to the outbreak of the First World War. From the beginning, Piłsudski followed the path of violence and hoped to lead another armed insurrection against Russian rule. He rejected any idea of cooperation with the Russians, regarding it as tantamount to collaboration. Consequently, young Piłsudski quickly ran afoul of the Russian police and spent 5 years in Siberian exile. After his exile, Piłsudski became involved in socialist politics and joined the Polish Socialist Party, Polska Partia Socjalistyczna, or PPS, while simultaneously engaging in underground revolutionary activities. By 1904, Piłsudski was able to gather some like-minded individuals and formed a paramilitary unit within the PPS. In contrast, Dmowski believed that armed rebellion was doomed to failure and considered some degree of cooperation with the Russians as essential if Poles were ever to achieve any kind of local autonomy. Since the Russians did not look kindly on Poles forming political organizations, Dmowski was forced to found his National Democratic Party, known as Endecja, as a covert organization. When revolution in Russia spread to Poland in 1905, Piłsudski and Dmowski found themselves on opposite sides. Dmowski formed a militia that worked with the Russians to suppress the rebellion, which helped to foster permanent enmity with Piłsudski. Furthermore, Piłsudski's preference for armed rebellion led to a split in the PPS. Following the failed 1905 revolution, Piłsudski relocated to Austrian-controlled Kraków with his remaining Confederates, while Dmowski joined the Russian Duma as a Polish delegate. The Austrians regarded Piłsudski as useful and allowed him to form several small Polish paramilitary organizations, which could be used to conduct sabotage and terrorist-style raids into the Russian-controlled region of Poland. Hauptmann Włodzimierz Zakorski, an ethnic Pole serving in the Austro-Hungarian General Staff, served as primary liaison between the Austrian military and Piłsudski's paramilitaries. Piłsudski had a tendency to resent professional military officers since he lacked their training and his methods seemed more like gangster tactics. In September 1908, Piłsudski led a successful raid near Vilnius, which robbed a Russian mail train of about 200,000 rubles. Piłsudski used the funds to expand his covert organizations. Piłsudski's long-term vision was to create a pool of armed and trained Poles who could be used to eventually fight for Polish independence. However, the Austro-Hungarian army was not keen on subsidizing international train robberies, and thereafter tried to keep Piłsudski on a short leash. Nevertheless, by the time that Gavrilo Princip assassinated the Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand in June 1914, Piłsudski had a solid cadre of Polish insurgents, which he wanted to march into Poland to instigate an anti-Russian rebellion. Without asking permission from the Austrian authorities, Piłsudski launched his own invasion with 400 troops on the 6th of August, and occupied the city of Kielce a week later. As soon as the Austrians discovered this unauthorized military action, they demanded that Piłsudski's troops be incorporated into the Austro-Hungarian army. After 3 weeks of dithering, which he used to gather more recruits, Piłsudski agreed. He began forming the Polish legions, 3 brigade-size units that would fight on the Eastern Front in 1914-16. In order to keep close control on Piłsudski, Hauptmann Zakorski was made chief of staff of the legions. Poles have tended to exaggerate the actual accomplishments of the Polish legions, but there is no doubt that Piłsudski was able to amass a cadre of veteran soldiers who would become the backbone of Poland's armed forces for the next 3 decades. It is also true that the legion officers were a picked lot. They were well-educated men who were also intensely patriotic and loyal to Piłsudski. For example, Kazimierz Sosnkowski, chief of staff of the Legion's 1st Brigade, had been with Piłsudski since his PPS days and was a scholar who could speak 7 languages. Władysław Sikorski, a university-trained engineer with a reserve commission in the Austrian army, played a major role in training the Legion's nascent officer corps. Another rising star in the legions was Edward Rydz-Śmigły. Meanwhile, Dmowski worked within the Russian political system, trying and failing to gain any concessions to Polish autonomy in return for support in the ongoing war. While agreeing to work with the Austrians, Pilsudski saw this as only a temporary measure and continued his own plans to build a military apparatus that could achieve Polish independence by force. Shortly after agreeing to form the legions, he established the covert Polish military organization, Polska Organizacja Wojskowa, or POW, which was intended to conduct subversion and propaganda behind Russian lines in Poland. When the Germans occupied Warsaw in August 1915, the POW came out into the open and formed its 1st Battalion. At this point, Pilsudski hoped to disband the foreign-controlled legions and expand the POW into a Polish army under his command. However, neither Germany nor Austria-Hungary were interested in allowing an independent Polish army, and the POW battalion was integrated into the legions. Although Russia was clearly losing the war by 1916, the Central Powers were also beginning to run out of infantry replacements and decided to seek greater Polish participation by issuing a decree that promised to create a new Kingdom of Poland after the war was won. However, Pilsudski could see that these were empty promises, and that Germany would not allow true Polish independence. After the February Revolution in 1917 and the abdication of the Tsar, the Germans were eager to transfer troops west to fight the Allies. Pilsudski's Polish legions had grown to nearly a corps-sized formation, and Austria-Hungary agreed to transfer these troops to German command. However, Pilsudski refused to serve under German command, as did many of his troops, the so-called oath crisis. So he was jailed and his troops scattered. Zagorski had urged the legionnaires to take the oath, which blackened his name in the eyes of many of Pilsudski's acolytes. Other Poles, including Władysław Sikorski, either joined the German-organized Polnische Wehrmacht, Polish Armed Forces, or the Austrian-organized Auxiliary Corps. Before his arrest, Pilsudski appointed Edward Rydz-Śmigły as the new head of the POW, which went underground again. Meanwhile, Dmowski had recognized that Tsarist Russia was losing the war, and he went to England and France in 1917 to espouse the idea of Polish autonomy. On the 15th of August 1917, in France, Dmowski created a new Polish National Committee aimed at rebuilding a Polish state, which included the famed pianist Ignacy Paderewski. Within a month, the French recognized the committee as the legitimate representatives of Poland and promised to help form a Polish volunteer army in France to support the Allies. The Allied governments released expatriate Poles in their own armed forces and encouraged recruitment overseas, particularly in Canada and the United States. General Józef Haller, one of the brigade commanders in the Polish legions, managed to escape to France in July 1918, and he seemed the perfect leader for the Polish expatriate army being formed. Haller's so-called Blue Army was slowly trained and equipped by the French, but did not see any combat on the Western Front until July 1918. When the armistice was announced in November, Haller had 2 well-equipped divisions under his command, with 3 more divisions and a tank regiment forming. The French were also training Polish pilots in order to form 7 aviation squadrons. Haller's Blue Army was loyal to Dmowski's Polish National Committee in Paris. Dmowski and Paderewski also helped to steer opinions in the Allied camp towards favouring the restoration of a Polish state after the war was concluded. President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points clearly enunciated this aspiration in January 1918, although there was little discussion about Poland's potential borders. While the Allies were defeating Imperial Germany, Pilsudski was cooling his heels in Magdeburg Fortress for 16 months with his deputy Kazimierz Sosnkowski. When revolution in Germany forced Kaiser Wilhelm II to abdicate, the caretaker government released Pilsudski and allowed him to leave by train for Warsaw. Although the Germans attempted to coerce Pilsudski into making various pledges, he refused to make any concessions. The Regency Council, established by the Germans, held residual civilian authority in Warsaw. Recognizing the need for military advice, the council selected Colonel Tadeusz Rozwadowski, an Austrian-trained artilleryman, to organize an independent Polish military force. When Pilsudski arrived in Warsaw on the 10th of November 1918, he was met by only a few members of the POW. Nevertheless, the next day Pilsudski managed to browbeat the council into appointing him as commander-in-chief of the Polish armed forces and to dismiss Rozwadowski. He then began forming a national government, making him a de facto military dictator. Aside from his titles, Pilsudski was only able to cobble together a force of about 3 infantry regiments, 9,000 troops, under his command. In contrast, the Oberost, German army in the east, had over 80,000 troops in Poland, mostly from General Erich von Falkenhayn's 10th Army. But their military discipline was collapsing. Pilsudski met with a local German commander and negotiated an agreement, whereby the German army would leave the area within 10 days in return for no harassment by the Poles. Pilsudski's troops eagerly began disarming the evacuating German troops, acquiring large stocks of weaponry and ammunition. A similar process occurred in southern Poland, where Austrian troops were also disarmed. Thus, when the armistice ended the First World War on the 11th of November 1918, the new Polish Republic found itself with two groups claiming to be the legitimate government of Poland, Dmowski's in Paris and Pilsudski's in Warsaw. 5 days later, Pilsudski announced the recreation of an independent Polish state, to be known as the Second Republic. Surprisingly, Italy was the first country to recognize independent Poland. It is important to note that Pilsudski and Dmowski had radically different visions for the new Poland. The former intended to create a socialist-tinged, secular and multi-ethnic state with expanded territorial buffers to help defend against future German and Russian aggressions. In contrast, Dmowski wanted to build a homogeneous state based upon a Catholic ethnic Polish majority. He regarded the inclusion of minorities, Czechs, Germans, Ukrainians, White Russians, Jews, as a dangerous liability who might provide grounds for Poland's neighbours to seek future border adjustments. These two competing visions were never reconciled in the Second Republic. As Austrian, German and Russian authority evaporated in Eastern Europe, the political situation became extremely fluid. In particular, the German evacuation left a vacuum in the eastern borderlands, which the Poles referred to as Kresy Wschodnie. Ukrainian nationalists seized parts of Lvov and proclaimed a republic, which immediately sparked conflict with local Polish militiamen. In Vilno, Lithuanian nationalists were agitating to claim that city for themselves as well. Czechs and Romanian troops also were mobilizing to seize contested border areas. Meanwhile, the Western Allies, particularly Britain, sought to impose limits upon the new Polish state by proposing the so-called Curzon Line, which would deprive Poland of both Lvov and Vilno. Pilsudski simply ignored this unsolicited proposal and mobilized as many troops as possible to fight for the eastern border regions. However, the Polish Second Republic was in poor shape from the outset, having suffered significant damage to its infrastructure after 4 years of fighting during the First World War. Cities and towns had been looted or burned, industrial production was negligible, the agricultural situation was grim, and about 450,000 Poles had died in the war. Before evacuating, the Germans sabotaged much of the rail network in Poland and destroyed 940 train stations. Poland was even stripped of horses, which made it difficult to form cavalry units. Furthermore, there were no arms industries in Poland because the occupying Germans and Russians had not wanted the risk that they might be seized by Polish rebels. Nevertheless, Pilsudski was able to rally just enough troops to relieve the Ukrainian siege of Lvov, but his forces were still too badly outnumbered by the Ukrainian nationalists to achieve more. Yet Pilsudski and many Polish nationalists, aside from Dmowski's faction, were committed to recovering Kresy for the Second Republic, ensuring further bloodshed. In addition to committing forces to secure Galicia from the Ukrainians, Pilsudski also encouraged an anti-German revolt in Poznan, which began in late December 1918. Thousands of ethnic Poles in the disintegrating German Imperial Army defected to the rebels, providing them a solid core of trained soldiers. But there were still enough residual German troops in Pomerania to contest control of the region for 6 months. The rebels formed a separate Polish military formation known as the Greater Poland Army, Wojska Wielkopolska, which was able to amass nearly 90,000 troops by early 1919. In response, the Germans formed Freikorps and border units, Grenzschutz Ost, to launch vicious counterattacks against the Polish rebels. In Warsaw, Pilsudski faced great difficulty in organizing a reborn Polish army, Wojska Polskie, which was a hodgepodge force from the beginning. The veteran troops had been trained and fought under Austrian, German, and Russian command, so there was no common doctrine. Weapons and equipment came from a variety of sources, and there was a persistent shortage of ammunition. Thousands of patriotic volunteers also flocked to the colours, including many Lithuanians. Nevertheless, Pilsudski only had 110,000 troops under his control at the start of 1919, which was inadequate to deal with multiple border conflicts. It was not until March 1919 that the Polish government was sufficiently organized to introduce conscription. However, only 100,000 rifles and 12,000 machine guns were available, so foreign military aid was essential to build a more effective military force. The year 1919 began badly for the Second Republic. Officers loyal to Dmowski attempted a coup against Pilsudski in Warsaw, but this effort quickly failed. The Czechs took advantage of Pilsudski's preoccupation with Galicia and internal politics to seize the Silesian border town of Cieszyn, which actually had a Polish majority. In the northwest, German forces recaptured some territory lost to the Greater Poland Army. In Galicia, the Ukrainians went on the offensive and nearly retook Lvov, with the outnumbered Poles hanging on by their fingernails. General Tadeusz Rozwadowski, Pilsudski's bête noire, played a major role in the defense of Lvov. Hard pressed, the Polish garrison in Lvov was forced to employ female troops in the front line. The fighting around Lvov was also noteworthy because local Jews sided with the Ukrainians and even formed armed militia units, which would not be forgotten by the Poles. Further north, the Soviet Red Army occupied Minsk and then began tentative probes towards eastern Poland. However, the Red Army was still heavily committed countering a white Russian offensive in southern Ukraine led by Anton Denikin, and could not immediately commit large forces against Poland. Even with this caveat, within 3 months of its recreation, Poland found itself involved in 3 major wars against the Germans, Russians, and Ukrainians, and 2 hostile border disputes with the Czechs and Lithuanians. The only saving grace was that the popular Ignacy Paderewski returned to Danzig via a British cruiser and agreed to become Pilsudski's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, which helped to prevent a Polish civil war between opposing factions. Pilsudski blocked Dmowski's efforts to join the government and instead insisted that he serve as Poland's primary delegate to the Versailles Peace Conference. Dmowski worked assiduously with the French to get Haller's Blue Army transported to Poland and to secure material assistance for Poland's war effort. Indeed, Dmowski's diplomacy quickly provided great benefits for Pilsudski when the first elements of Haller's 65,000-man Blue Army reached Poland in April 1919. Furthermore, French diplomatic pressure on the Ukrainians helped limit their advance while Polish forces were still outnumbered. Haller's army was sent directly to Galicia, where it spearheaded a counter-offensive. Ultimately, Pilsudski's forces emerged victorious, and the Ukrainian-Polish War ended in July 1919 with Lvov in Polish hands. Furthermore, the important oil refinery at Drohobycz, southwest of Lvov, would provide the Polish Second Republic with vital hard currency. Likewise, the Greater Poland Army managed to hold on to Pomerania and the region, including the so-called Polish Corridor, until the Allies awarded the region to Poland in the Treaty of Versailles in June 1919. In early 1919, the Anglo-French made tentative efforts to assist the Polish Second Republic, with both Britain and France sending military missions to Warsaw. The French were sympathetic to Poland and sent 1,500 military personnel to train Pilsudski's army. In addition to the 276 artillery pieces that arrived with Haller's Blue Army, the French also delivered 350 additional 75mm guns and stocks of ammunition in August 1919. However, the British military mission accomplished very little, even according to its head, Brigadier Adrian Carton de Watt. Although Carton de Watt was sympathetic to the Poles, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George was not. Lloyd George was himself ignorant about conditions in Eastern Europe and was influenced by the opinions of 2 close foreign policy advisers, Sir Louis Namur and Edward H. Carr. Namur was born a Polish Jew in southeast Poland, but emigrated to England prior to the Great War and anglicised his name. In 1919, Namur became a member of the British delegation at Versailles, and he quickly adopted a hostile attitude towards Dmowski's nationalism and Poland's border claims. Carr, a Cambridge historian, was also part of the British delegation at Versailles, and he became quite enamoured of the Soviet Union, which also caused him to oppose Polish territorial claims. Even though British military forces were still on Soviet territory and supporting the Whites, Lloyd George sought a way to end that commitment, and he was eager to develop new trade relations with the Soviets. Despite suggestions at Versailles that Poland should gain Upper Silesia and the southern part of East Prussia, Lloyd George and his protégés opposed this, as well as Pilsudski's efforts to acquire Galicia and Wilno, which were dubbed imperialistic. Paderewski's acquiescence to British demands caused great political strife in Poland, which led to his resignation. Although some English politicians, such as Winston Churchill, were still viscerally opposed to the Soviet Union, they were unwilling to offer substantive military assistance to the Poles. Even the attempted delivery of a few dozen surplus aircraft and surplus German rifles led to protests from English trade unions, which delayed shipment of the meagre arms aid that was authorized. German railroad workers worked to impede arms shipments to Poland across their territory, and Czechs also blocked shipments. Consequently, British military aid to Poland in 1919 was negligible. In contrast, Italy provided the Polish government with a monetary loan and delivered a vital shipment of heavy artillery pieces to Danzig in June 1919. Nevertheless, by spending 49% of Poland's national budget on his military, by early 1920 Pilsudski had managed to assemble a nominal force of nearly 200,000 men under arms. He even had an armoured regiment with 120 French-made FT-17 tanks and an air arm with about 200 aircraft. Although there was a shortage of trained pilots, foreign volunteers made up some of the deficiency. Enough American pilots arrived to form a complete squadron known as the Kosciuszko Squadron. In Paris, Dmowski directed the Polish military procurement mission to purchase very large quantities of ex-German weapons as scrap and send them to Poland, although much of this equipment was worn out. Emboldened by his new armament, Pilsudski was determined to resolve the question of Poland's eastern borders by force, whether or not the Anglo-French approved. Denikin's forces had been defeated, and the Red Army was now shifting massive forces to its western border to crush Poland. Pilsudski unwisely chose to strike first, and took personal command of the Ukrainian front, while Władysław Sikorski took command of the Lithuanian-Belarusian front. By forging an alliance with the defeated Ukrainians, Pilsudski managed to capture Kiev on the 7th of May 1920. However, a Soviet counter-offensive in June threatened to crush Pilsudski's overextended forces, and he was forced to withdraw westwards in haste. By early July, the Red Army had seized Vilnius and was pushing towards Warsaw. At this point, the Anglo-French realized that a Bolshevik advance into Central Europe was now a distinct possibility, and authorized an enlarged military mission headed by General Maxime Weygand. Allied military aid trickled in to Poland, but no more credit would be offered to Pilsudski's government to purchase additional equipment. British diplomats impotently demanded that the Red Army stop its advance at the Curzon Line, which was blithely ignored. On the 24th of July 1920, the Red Army crossed the line and captured the city of Białystok, 175 kilometers northwest of Warsaw. Anticipating a rapid military victory over the Poles, the Soviets took steps to establish a puppet government in Białystok, dubbed the Provisional Polish Revolutionary Committee, or Polrevkom. Since Felix Dzierżyński, who was also head of the Cheka secret police, was head of the Polrevkom, there could be little doubt for Pilsudski and his associates what their fate would be if they lost. However, the population of Białystok, which was 75% Jewish, did not relish remaining under Polish jurisdiction, and many were enthusiastic about the prospect of communist rule. Furthermore, a Polish historian, Halik Kochanski, noted, "The Polish-Soviet War had an enormous effect within Poland. It reminded the Poles that the Russians, whether Tsarist or Soviet, brought repression and subjugation." When the Anglo-French failed to provide effective diplomatic or military support, the Poles were left to fend off the Soviet offensive towards Warsaw on their own. Pilsudski lacked the training or experience to plan and coordinate the movement of multiple armies in a mobile campaign, so General Tadeusz Rozwadowski was brought back from Paris to serve as head of the Polish General Staff. As the saying goes, victory has 100 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. So it has been difficult to accurately gauge who planned the Polish counterattack, although it is more likely that it was the product of careful staff work, rather than amateur improvisation. In any case, the Polish army mounted a brilliant counteroffensive which inflicted a catastrophic riposte against the Red Army in the Battle of Warsaw. Sikorski's Fifth Army launched a carefully timed pincer attack into the enemy's flank, spearheaded by tanks, which encircled one Soviet army and threw the rest into chaos. By carefully husbanding their remaining air power, the Poles were able to gain air superiority around Warsaw and use aircraft to bomb and strafe the enemy. The Red Army's best units were shattered and routed. Contrary to popular perception that the Battle of Warsaw was won primarily by Polish cavalry, only about 5% of Pilsudski's combat forces were mounted troops. Instead, the Poles fought a modern battle, winning through use of combined arms tactics that properly meshed air operations with infantry, tanks, artillery, and cavalry. Shortly after the victory at Warsaw, 4 Polish air squadrons repulsed the Soviet 1st Cavalry Army's push towards Lvov by relentless bombing and strafing attacks. As the shattered Red Army retreated in disorder, pursued by the Poles, Lloyd George demanded that Polish forces cease their pursuit at the Curzon line. Pilsudski ignored him. Instead, in the subsequent Treaty of Riga, the Soviet Union was forced to concede much of Kresy to Poland. Victory had not come cheap to Poland, which suffered over 170,000 military casualties in its eastern border conflicts in 1918–20. The Polish Air Force, Lotnictwo Wojskowe, or LW, also played a significant role in the defeat of the Ukrainians and Russians by maintaining air superiority over the main battlefields. Flying a mix of Austrian, French, German, and British aircraft, the LW flew a total of 5,172 combat sorties during 1918–20 and demonstrated a clear superiority over their Soviet opponents. Indeed, the Poles had an easier time finding skilled pilots, often from abroad, than the Bolsheviks, since most of the Tsarist-era Russian pilots opted to join the White forces. Despite the fact that Poland had regained its independence through the efforts of its own soldiers, the Anglo-French allies subsequently fabricated a false narrative that claimed that Poland owed its existence to their efforts at Versailles and their last-minute military aid. While President Wilson's 14 points and Dmowski's diplomacy at Versailles set the stage for international recognition of the reborn Polish state, independence itself was achieved solely through Polish military success. Both Lloyd George and Churchill convinced themselves that Poland owed its independence to their good offices, while ignoring what Polish armies actually achieved in the field in 1919–20. By March 1921, Poland had achieved a tenuous peace, and 2 years later the League of Nations recognized the new Russo-Polish border. While Pilsudski had been focused on the Russian threat, yet another conflict had been developing in Upper Silesia, which possessed a large Polish population. Germany intended to keep this region with its heavy industry and coal mines, despite Polish nationalist agitation. German forces easily crushed one Polish uprising in August 1919 and a second in August 1920, resulting in thousands of casualties. The Polish POW formed paramilitary units in Upper Silesia to counter German repression, and German Freikorps units swarmed into the region, leading to frequent clashes. Once the Russo-Polish War had been resolved, Poland asked the League of Nations for a plebiscite to determine the fate of Upper Silesia. In February 1921, the League decided to send a small Allied peacekeeping force to Upper Silesia to monitor the plebiscite and keep order. Prior to the plebiscite, the German government sent in thousands of citizens from outside the region, which skewed the results in favor of Germany. In response, the Polish politician Wojciech Korfanty organized a successful Third Revolt which seized much of the eastern portion of Upper Silesia and held it against German counterattacks. French peacekeeping forces allegedly did little to stop the Polish attacks, since the French government wanted to weaken post-war Germany as much as possible. However, Britain's leadership was of a different mind and rushed 2 infantry brigades to the region so it could separate the 2 warring sides. Surprisingly, Korfanty's rebels held on to the eastern part of Upper Silesia, and the League eventually recognized this area as legally part of Poland. Yet while Poland gained valuable iron and coal mines in Upper Silesia, they were virtually indefensible, since they were too close to the new border. The Polish Second Republic desperately needed a period of peaceful stability to organize itself, but this proved elusive due to political infighting, an anemic economy, and the persistent concern about another Soviet invasion. Independence had unleashed a cacophony of political voices across the country, each of which demanded some representation in the Sejm and the Senate. Aside from national defense, there were those who thought priority should go to agricultural reforms, while labor groups wanted to focus on driving down unemployment. Poland held its first free legislative elections in November 1922, which resulted in no clear victory for any faction, so the result was a weak coalition government. Significantly, the bloc of national minorities, BMN, representing Germans, Jews, and Ukrainians in Poland, won the second largest majority in the election. Gabriel Narutowicz, a moderate, was elected president. Pilsudski reverted to strictly military duties, becoming chief of the general staff. 2 days after the transfer of power, President Narutowicz was assassinated by a right-wing fanatic. In turn, Stanisław Wojciechowski, an ally of Pilsudski, was elected President of Poland, and Sikorski became Prime Minister. Roman Dmowski led an anti-Pilsudski faction in the Sejm, intent upon limiting his powers, but Pilsudski ensured that Dmowski and his right-wing nationalists were frozen out of the government. Nor did it help the new government that the Polish economy was in terrible shape due to hyperinflation, and that the primary trade partner was a resentful Germany, which started a tariff war with Poland in 1925. Amazingly, Prime Minister Władysław Grabski's government managed to partly stabilize the economy within 2 years by the introduction of a new currency, the złoty, and by stimulating coal production to earn export income. Efforts were also made to develop domestic industrial production, particularly steel and chemicals, and repair national infrastructure, although the bulk of the economy remained focused on agriculture. Unemployment was also very high, up to 12.7% in 1925, which created further social unrest. In Kraków, Polish army troops were called in to crush a strike led by Pilsudski's own PPS. Between 30 and 40 strikers were killed. Due to the threat of another Soviet invasion, Poland was obliged to maintain a very large peacetime army, with over 250,000 troops. Furthermore, Sikorski created the Border Protection Corps, Korpus Ochrony Pogranicze, or KOP, of 6 brigades to protect the eastern borders. While this force was sufficient to deter another Soviet invasion, it also deprived the cash-strapped military of funds for modernization. Seeking allies and aid, the Poles turned to France, which agreed to sign a defensive military alliance with Poland in February 1921. The French pledged mutual military collaboration in case of an attack by a third party, by which they meant Germany, not the USSR. In addition, France provided Poland with a loan of 400 million francs for rearmament, and in return Poland promised to purchase all its arms from France. However, Britain's efforts to prop up Weimar Germany served to undermine Poland's security situation. At an international conference at Locarno, Switzerland, in 1925, Germany, France, Britain, Italy, and Belgium pledged to respect the new borders in Western Europe, but the question of eastern borders was left unresolved. Pilsudski was livid about the Locarno Treaty and stated that it meant that Poland's borders were not regarded as inviolate by the Anglo-French. In reaction to Locarno and the worsening economy, Pilsudski became disenchanted with the democratic experiment in Poland and plotted with former legionnaire officers to overthrow the civilian government. Pilsudski regarded the civilian government as too weak and divided to deal with a myriad of serious problems facing the country. The final straw may have been a rumour that the civilian government was about to cut the army by 1/4 as part of a fiscal austerity plan, which Pilsudski believed would compromise Poland's national security. On the 12th of May 1926, Pilsudski led a military coup against the government of President Wojciechowski. Although he was able to enter Warsaw with about 3,000 troops, the government held its ground in the Belvedere Palace, surrounded by a loyal infantry regiment. A number of loyalist officers, including General Tadeusz Rozwadowski and General Stanisław Halle, urged the president to resist and wait for loyal troops from outside Warsaw to arrive. When the government refused to capitulate, scattered fighting broke out in the capital between loyalist and rebel troops for 2 days. General Rozwadowski ordered General Brigady Włodzimierz Zagorski's aviation group, which remained loyal to the government, to bomb the rebels, which they did. However, Pilsudski was able to rally more troops to his side, including 2 regiments sent by Edward Rydz-Śmigły. In the face of further bloodshed, the legitimate government decided to surrender on the morning of the 15th of May. A total of 821 Polish soldiers and 478 civilians were killed or wounded in Pilsudski's 2-day coup, a rather bloody affair. Pilsudski established an authoritarian regime dubbed the Sanacja, moral renewal, and moved quickly to crush his opponents. Most of the senior officers who supported the legal government were arrested and imprisoned, while prominent ex-legionnaires such as Sikorski and Józef Hader had their military careers terminated. Kazimierz Sosnkowski, once Pilsudski's right-hand man, had not been informed about the coup, and after hearing of it, he attempted suicide. Poland had few general staff-trained officers at this point, but many were cashiered after the coup. General Zagorski simply disappeared after a year in incarceration, possibly liquidated. On the other hand, the officers who had sided with Pilsudski, such as Edward Rydz-Śmigły, were rewarded with positions of greater responsibility in the Sanacja regime. Pilsudski's coup imposed an authoritarian regime upon Poland, which deepened already wide chasms in the body politic and created irreversible fissures in the Polish officer corps between pro-Pilsudski and anti-Pilsudski officers. Later, about 30 senior officers, mostly from the Polish General Staff, were retired early. In essence, Pilsudski's coup was a de facto purge, which sidelined many of Poland's most able military officers in favor of men personally loyal to him. In order to provide the appearance of a civilian government, Pilsudski engineered the election of Ignacy Mościcki, a former chemistry professor, as the new president, so he could focus on foreign affairs and the military. Far from stabilizing Poland, Pilsudski's Sanacja regime was unable to prevent the economy from sliding into a state of near collapse by 1927, which was only rescued by a timely emergency loan from France. Pilsudski decided to allow free parliamentary elections in 1928, but this galvanized the opposition, which included the nascent Communist Party. The Sanacja regime could not gain a majority at the ballot box and was forced to work with other parties, but compromise was not in Pilsudski's lexicon. When the opposition began to gel into a real anti-Sanacja coalition known as the Centrolew, Pilsudski opted for repression against them in the 1930 election cycle. Heavy media censorship was imposed, and opposition candidates harassed and ultimately arrested, including Wojciech Korfanty, who had gained part of Upper Silesia for Poland. Prominent Poles, such as Ignacy Paderewski, condemned the coup and the resulting Sanacja regime. Rather than saving Poland, the Sanacja regime served to destroy any hope for real political cooperation, and the country slid into a republic in name only. This was not the country that Polish patriots had struggled and sacrificed for decades to achieve. Pilsudski's charisma and determination, along with the sacrifices of many of his soldiers, had laid the groundwork for a resurrected Polish state. Unfortunately, like many revolutionaries, Pilsudski was imbued with a pig-headed inability to compromise or work with other strong personalities, which deprived the nation of some of its best talent. His tendency to hold grudges against those who opposed him, or favor those who supported him, meant that the Second Republic was skewed towards the views of one man. Poland needed Dmowski, Korfanty, Sikorski, and Paderewski as much as it needed Pilsudski, but the man at the top of the pyramid decided that only he was essential. Due to Pilsudski's authoritarian inclinations, the Polish Second Republic was undermined by a fractured political system which left it particularly vulnerable to the machinations of its neighbours. Furthermore, Pilsudski's desire to expand Poland's borders led to the creation of friction with all its neighbours, and left large numbers of resentful non-Poles within its borders, thereby providing the casus belli for future conflicts. Chapter 2. Poland prepares for the next round. Manifestly, Germany has a vital interest in seeing the world firmly convinced that Germany's eastern borders, as drawn by the Treaty of Versailles, cannot endure. Since military measures are out of the question, a change in the oppressive current situation will be possible only when the necessity of revising Germany's eastern borders in the interest of universal peace becomes the common property of public opinion in the countries that matter. Now that the question of Germany's eastern borders is becoming increasingly a subject of international discussion, contributing to the creation of such public opinion is doubtless one of the most important tasks of German policy. Gustav Stresemann, German Foreign Minister, 30th of June, 1925. Polish military reorganization, 1923–30. The army is the glue that binds the nation together. Rudz Śmigły. By the time that the League of Nations recognized Poland's new borders in March 1923, the country was an impoverished wreck. The Polish armed forces, Wojsko Polskie, or WP, had begun demobilizing in October 1921, and after its completion it was left with about 292,000 troops, including 17,000 officers. The ground forces were a collection of heterogeneous units equipped with a wide variety of uniforms and equipment, much of which was in poor condition. The primary task of the Polish Ministry of Military Affairs, Ministerstwo Spraw Wojskowych, or MS Wojsk, formed in August 1921, was to reduce the post-war WP to a sustainable size and to impose standardization. Poland was divided into 10 core districts, with mid-level staff assigned to manage the formation and training of units assigned to their regions. Peacetime conscription would be maintained, with new recruits inducted each March and serving a 2-year tour of active duty, followed by a reserve obligation until age 40. It was the task of the Armaments and Equipment Committee, Komitetu do Spraw Uzbrojenia I Sprzętu, or KSUS, to determine weapons requirements. The Polish infantry, for example, was equipped with 24 different types of rifles and carbines, including about 260,000 French-made 8mm label M1886/93, 197,000 German-made 7.92mm Mauser-Gewehr 98, 120,000 Russian-made 7.62mm Mosin Nagants, and 40,000 English-made 7.7mm Lee Enfields. In June 1921, the KSUS decided that the Mauser 7.92 by 57mm cartridge would be the standard ammunition of the Polish infantry, while the remaining non-standard weapons would be assigned to reserve units or sold to other countries. The Mauser-Gewehr 98 was a good weapon, but what clinched the decision was the acquisition of a Mauser production facility, Königlicher Gewehrfabrik, in Danzig, which meant that the Poles could begin making their own rifles. The situation with machine guns was more complex and could not be resolved as quickly. Instead, the KSUS began looking at various foreign-made machine guns in an effort to determine which model could be converted to 7.92mm and built under license in Poland. Similarly, the KSUS made efforts to standardize the artillery branch on French-made models, 75mm, 105mm, and 155mm, while opting to sell off the assortment of Austrian, German, Italian, and Russian pieces abroad. The Polish Ministry of Military Affairs was run by generals, not civilians. Pilsudski placed his close ally, the capable Kazimierz Sosnkowski, as the first head of the ministry. Although Sosnkowski was good at many things, military administration, politics, and diplomacy, he was too distracted to put much effort into actually developing a coherent plan to remodel the WP into a more professional force. Instead, he left detailed planning to subordinate departments, infantry, cavalry, artillery, aviation, which were also consumed with day-to-day administration. The Polish General Staff, Sztab Generalny Wojska Polskiego, or SGWP, was supposed to be responsible for strategic planning, including determining requirements that would shape how the post-war WP was structured. But the leadership of the General Staff was a revolving door, with 7 heads in 1918 to 25. Pilsudski himself was head of the General Staff in 1922 to 23, even though he had no General Staff training. Although the Polish Second Republic was nominally a civilian-run government, once the Constitution of 1921 was implemented, in reality civilians had very little say over military affairs, which is what Pilsudski had intended. Instead, the civilian government was simply supposed to supply funds and then not interfere with military decision-making. The military administration situation would become even more acute after the 1926 coup, when Pilsudski assumed the role of the head of the Ministry of Military Affairs until his death in 1935. When he created the General Staff in 1918, General Rozwadowski also created an intelligence organization, which was eventually designated as the second department of the Polish General Staff, dubbed the Dwójka, or Division II, Oddział II. Division II played an important role in the Russo-Polish War, and was expanded after the war ended and worked closely with the KOP in order to monitor developments along Poland's eastern borders. The General Staff was also concerned that Germany would attempt to violate the Treaty of Versailles and directed Division II to establish an intelligence collection network in Germany as well. The Polish Second Republic put considerable effort into building up its intelligence collection capabilities in the interwar period and managed to recruit some very capable young officers, such as Jerzy Sosnowski. Oddly, given the fact that the Polish Second Republic in 1921 had a demographic mix that included 3.8 million Ukrainians, 1 million Belarusians, and 769,000 Germans, the WP did not create any specialized units for internal security. Indeed, ethnic Poles represented only 69% of the population in the Second Republic, and some minority members had loyalties to foreign regimes. In the Eastern Kresy border section, the Polish Communist Party, Komunistyczna Partia Polski, or KPP, with support from the Comintern in Moscow, was actively recruiting members among labor union personnel. In the western regions, German nationalists, such as the Deutscher Volksverband, German People's Union, were also agitating against Polish rule in Danzig and Upper Silesia. Polish intelligence personnel in Division II did have the mission to collect on subversive activities within Poland, but no security units were created, which would be a significant weakness in 1939. In order to professionalize the Polish army, the French military mission helped to establish officer and NCO training schools in 1922. A higher military school, Wyższa Szkoła Wojenna, or WS-WOJ, with a 2-year course, was established to train junior officers for the general staff. Initially, training was based mostly on French methods, but the appointment of General Brigady Tadeusz Kurzeba to command the school in 1928 marked a distinct change towards a uniquely Polish approach. Kurzeba, an engineer officer and graduate of the Austrian General Staff Academy, was a brilliant military theorist who was quick to appreciate modern technology. However, Pilsudski got personally involved in the establishment of the Center for Higher Military Studies, Centrum Wyższych Studiów Wojskowych, or CWSW, a senior-level course intended to train Polish division-level commanders in operational art. He appointed General Brony Lukian Jeligowski to head the center, even though Jeligowski had gained most of his experience in the Russian Imperial Army and had no special staff training. Pilsudski also ensured that most of the officers selected for the 9-month CWSW course were ex-legionnaires. Based on French recommendations, the Polish Field Army was restructured from 21 square, each with 4 infantry regiments, infantry divisions in 1921, to 30 triangular, each with 3 infantry regiments, infantry divisions in 1923. However, this reorganization meant that few of the active divisions could be maintained near full strength, and an infusion of reservists would be needed to bring most units up to authorized strength in wartime. Later, in 1930, the Polish army reorganized its infantry regiments into 3 categories. Category 3 at close to full strength, Category 2 at about 60% of establishment, and Category 1 at 30 to 50% of establishment. Likewise, peacetime artillery regiments were typically reduced to about 50% of authorized strength. In consequence, few Polish divisions would be fully combat effective until they could be brought up to strength with recalled reservists, which was estimated to require a minimum of 2 weeks after mobilization was begun. The other main combat components of the Polish army consisted of 10 cavalry brigades, 1 tank regiment, and 10 heavy artillery regiments. In 1924, the existing cavalry brigades were formed into 4 cavalry divisions, and 5 independent brigades were created. Expecting another conflict with the Soviet Union, the WP wanted a strong mobile reserve, and cavalry was the only force that could fit this role. Yet aside from a single chemical defense battalion, very few support units were to be retained in the post-war regular army. Instead, most of the combat support units, engineers, signals, quartermaster medical and maintenance units, were shuffled off into the reserves. The decision was based on the assumption that these kinds of specialist units were not necessary in peacetime and could be mobilized if needed from the reserves, thereby saving funds for the combat units. Considerable effort was invested in forming the Border Protection Corps, Korpus Ochrony Pogranicze, or KOP, in 1924-27, which was regarded as vital for the protection of the eastern borders. Altogether, the KOP had 6 brigades with 25,000 troops, most of whom were required to be ethnic Poles. Significant funds were invested in building border camps, watchtowers, and other facilities to meet the needs of the KOP. Initially, the KOP was subordinate to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but it was dependent upon the army for equipment, personnel, and training. During the 1920s, the Ministry of Military Affairs attached great importance to the development of Poland's domestic arms industry, and the Central Board of Military Manufacture, Centralny Zarząd Wytwórni Wojskowych, or CZWW, was established in April 1922 for this purpose. A plethora of small arms workshops had been established during 1918-20, but these had very little capacity, and it was imperative to create a coherent national arms industry that could eventually meet all of the WP's equipment needs. The CZWW funded the creation of an artillery factory at the Starakowice Works, a small arms production facility at the State Rifle Factory in Warsaw, an ammunition factory in Skarżysko, and the Łucznik Arms Factory in Radom, as well as a testing facility in Warsaw. Most of the new facilities were built in the Kielce-Radom-Lublin triangle in an effort to keep them away from vulnerable border areas. The creation of these state-run facilities was a considerable investment, with 58 million zloty, $11.1 million, spent in 1926 alone. While creating the infrastructure for defense manufacturing, the CZWW also sought to secure licenses to build foreign-designed weapons in Poland. The Czech Skoda Works provided a license for their 100mm howitzer to be built at Starakowice, but the French Schneider firm proved resistant and preferred to export its artillery pieces to Poland. The British 81mm mortar was also built under license in Warsaw. However, some foreign vendors proved less than honest in dealing with the Polish government. The Polish army was very interested in acquiring the rights to produce both the Browning automatic rifle, BAR, and the Browning M1917 heavy machine gun, converted to use the 7.92mm round. Under false pretenses, the Belgian company Fabrique Nationale, FN, which was making both weapons itself, offered to sell the license for the BAR to Poland. In fact, FN did not have the right to sell the license to other countries. Negotiations dragged on for 5 years until it became apparent that FN could not fulfill its obligations, which delayed the start of Polish domestic machine gun manufacture until 1930. A license for the BAR was eventually obtained, and the Polish-made version entered service in 1930 as the Model 28, but production of the Browning heavy machine gun was begun in 1931 without a license. In 1927, the CZWW was reorganized, and an effort was made to encourage more privatization within the arms industry in order to reduce the financial burden on the government. Given the limited funds available for defense investments, the Ministry of Military Affairs hoped that arms exports could earn hard currency in order to assist the Polish domestic arms industry. In November 1926, a joint venture known as SEPEWE, Syndikat Eksportu Przemysłu Wojennego, was established to promote Polish arms exports. After a slow start, SEPEWE was able to launch some lucrative arms deals with China and Greece in 1931. Eventually, Poland became a major arms exporter, which would help fund its own military modernization programs. The Polish Air Force, LW, also faced the challenge of standardization in the post-war period. In 1921, the LW had 13 squadrons, with a motley collection of 86 fighters and reconnaissance aircraft. After the foreign volunteer pilots went home, the LW was dreadfully short of trained pilots. The Department of Aeronautics, under the Ministry of Military Affairs, was responsible for organizing the LW, but unfortunately lacked professional leadership in the first years of independence. In an effort to be helpful, the French military mission offered a sapper officer, Colonel François-Léon Lévesque, to head the aviation department in January 1923. Colonel Lévesque had no prior aviation experience and had only been granted a pilot's license a few months prior. He knew nothing about organizing an air force. However, along with Colonel Lévesque, the French also provided a 100 million franc loan to rebuild the LW, so he was acceptable for the time being. At this point, the only military aviation maintenance facility in Poland was the Central Aviation Workshops, Centralne Warsztaty Lotnicze, or CWL, in Warsaw, which had very limited fabrication capabilities. Lévesque developed a ridiculous plan to expand the LW to 50 squadrons and 572 aircraft within just 3 years, which was well beyond Poland's ability, even with French help, to achieve. Furthermore, Lévesque envisioned most of the LW's strength would be based on reconnaissance aircraft in individual squadrons attached to army units. He invested a good portion of the French loan in purchasing the rights to produce the Potez 15 and French-designed engines in Poland, while some of the money went into upgrading the CWL and purchasing machine tools. With French help, the Poles set up a new aviation production facility known as the Podlasie Aircraft Factory, Podlaska Wytwórnia Samolotów, or PWS, in Biała Podlaska, east of Warsaw. By 1925, the CWL was manufacturing the Potez 15 under license. The Potez 15 was an unspectacular aircraft of limited capability, and the LW still had to rely upon the French for fighters and bombers. French industry regarded Poland as an ideal market for military exports, and sold over 250 Breguet 19 light bombers to the LW. Unfortunately, French aircraft exports were based more on the French desire to help their own aviation industry, not meet the LW's actual operational requirements. The purchase of rights to produce the Spad-61C fighter proved to be a financial and technical fiasco, which quickly created a backlash against relying too heavily on the French. Pilsudski's faction was quick to smear the large-scale purchase of French aircraft and alleged corruption, the so-called Francopole scandal, despite lack of any evidence. When General Brigadier Władysław Sikorski took over the Ministry of Military Affairs in February 1924, the reorganization of the Polish military took a more professional turn. Józef Haller, former commander of the Blue Army, also played a vital role as head of the General Staff. The French had provided additional funds to reorganize the Polish army, and Haller and Sikorski wanted to use this money to build the foundation for a modern, professional armed force. Together they developed an ambitious 10-year armament plan, with particular emphasis upon integrating modern weaponry and building up a strong air force. Consequently, Levesque was sent back to France, and Sikorski placed General Brigadier Włodzimierz Zagorski in charge of the aviation department. Zagorski proved an energetic leader and quickly realized that he needed to correct the LW's low standard of training, or the mass of new aircraft on order would not have enough qualified pilots to fly them. At his direction, an officer aviation school was established and began to train large numbers of pilots and observers. By 1925, the school could produce up to 250 pilots a year. Although he knew that the LW was dependent upon French aircraft deliveries for the time being, Zagorski worked to bolster indigenous aircraft design and production. Rather than accept the French concept that aviation should be subordinate to the army, Zagorski envisioned brigade-size units of fighters and bombers which could provide concentrated air power to achieve operationally decisive results. Zagorski also recognized the need to impress Poland's neighbors with the growing potential of Polish air power, and in July 1925 he personally led a flight of 6 aircraft in an aerial exhibition flight from Warsaw to Spain and back. By this time, there were enough trained pilots and new French-built aircraft to outfit 26 squadrons with over 200 aircraft, making the LW the strongest air force in Central Europe. Unfortunately, Pilsudski was an enemy of Zagorski and managed to smear him with allegations of corruption, which resulted in his removal in March 1926. After Pilsudski's coup, General Brigadier Ludomir Rauski was placed in charge of the aviation department. Rauski was another ex-legionnaire with close ties to Pilsudski. Although he was a qualified fighter pilot, Rauski was overly political and lacked the kind of organizational vision required to nurture Polish air power. Pilsudski rejected Zagorski's plans for the LW and cut its budget by 73% in 1926. In October 1926, Pilsudski issued a directive that capped the size of the LW at 28 squadrons, and shortly thereafter the pilot training school was shut down. While Poland's economic difficulties played a significant role in the LW's cutbacks, Pilsudski did not support the idea of a strong, independent air force. Instead, he wanted the LW configured for army cooperation missions with light, cheap aircraft built in Poland. Consequently, Rauski focused most of his efforts in 1927–28 on assisting the development of the domestic aviation industry. In 1928, a new factory, the State Aviation Works, Państwowe Zakłady Lotnicze, or PZL, was established in Warsaw to design and build modern combat aircraft. In order to gain experience in modern all-metal fabrication techniques, PZL engineers used a license to build a small number of French-designed Vibo 70C-1 fighters, then in 1929 set out to develop an all-new fighter for the LW. As part of the new fighter program, Rauski decided to drop reliance on French-designed engines and look for alternatives. The international recognition of Poland's new borders meant that the WP also gained the mission to defend 140 kilometers of Baltic coastline. The small naval forces employed during the Russo-Polish War were based almost entirely on the small craft of the Pinsk and Vistula river flotillas, which were of little use to defending the northern coast. As part of the disbandment of the Imperial German Navy, the Allies transferred 6 small ex-German torpedo boats and 4 minesweepers to Poland in September 1921. The Polish Navy, Marynarka Wojenna, was now placed under the Naval Directorate, Kierownictwo Marynarki Wojennej, or KMW, within the Ministry of Military Affairs, and it was decided to establish an interim base at Danzig, Gdansk. However, since Danzig was a free city and not Polish territory, the Polish Navy was only offered the right to base its fledgling naval force there for 3 years. Consequently, the Polish government decided to develop the small port of Gdynia in order to expand the infrastructure for economic trade and provide a long-term home for the Polish fleet. In order to protect Gdynia, the Naval Ministry also planned to develop a system of coastal defences. Vice-Admiral Kazimierz Poremski, who had extensive naval experience in the Russian Imperial Navy, was made head of the KMW in 1922 and entrusted with organizing the nascent Polish Navy. Poremski hoped to acquire at least a few modern warships, but Poland's rudimentary shipbuilding facilities could not yet build major warships on its own. Instead, the Polish Navy would have to rely upon French-built warships, but sufficient funds were not available until 1926. Eventually, the Poles ordered 2 destroyers from France for 22 million zloty, $2.4 million, but the results were disappointing. It took the French 6 years to complete both vessels, and they suffered from numerous defects. Like Zagorski, Poremski was one of the victims of Piłsudski's coup, and he was relieved of command. Sikorski's removal after the coup was a serious blow to the reorganization and modernization programs in the WP. In order to cement his personal control over all military issues, Piłsudski assumed the role of General Inspector of the Armed Forces, Generalny Inspektor Sił Zbrojnych, or GISZ, which put him over the General Staff. Piłsudski had a paternalistic attitude towards his armed forces, and he sought to make them as strong as possible. But he lacked the higher-level staff training or technical literacy to run both strategic planning, organizational reforms, and modernization programs on his own. Adding to his own limitations, Piłsudski tended to rely too heavily on his ex-legionnaire comrades, particularly those who supported him in the 1926 coup, which created something of an echo chamber at the top of the military pyramid. A modern military simply cannot be built upon the personality of one man. It is a team effort. But unfortunately, Piłsudski rejected this approach. The result was that the WP did achieve a certain level of standardization of equipment and training in the 1920s, but it was still a force that was being reshaped primarily to fight a conflict with conditions similar to the Russo-Polish War. Polish Strategic Planning and Policy, 1922 to 36. Peace is a precious and a desirable thing. Our generation, blooded in wars, certainly deserves peace. But peace, like almost all things of this world, has its price, a high but a measurable one. We in Poland do not know the concept of peace at any price. There is only one thing in the lives of men, nations, and countries that is without price. That thing is honor. Józef Beck, Polish Foreign Minister, 5th of May, 1939. Although Poland had won almost all its border conflicts in 1918-20, it could not afford to rest on its laurels. Both the Polish military and political leadership recognized that neither the Germans nor the Russians were likely to accept their territorial losses, and that they needed to prepare plans to counter future aggressions from either quarter. Unlike Britain or France, Polish leaders could not afford the luxury of a 10-year rule mentality, consigning the possibility of war to a distant future. Nor could the Polish people adopt the tenets of pacifism or anti-militarism, which would only leave the nation vulnerable to foreign aggression. Rather, the Second Polish Republic had to plan its policies on the principle that war was a distinct possibility and could occur with relatively little notice. Given the military disarmament imposed upon Germany after the Treaty of Versailles, Piłsudski and many others reasonably regarded the Soviet Union as the most likely opponent in the near term. Furthermore, the Soviet threat was not just military in nature, but included espionage and subversive activities in the Kresy borderlands. Polish foreign policy was directed to support 4 primary national objectives. 1. Strengthening strategic cooperation with France. 2. Increasing Poland's international trade. 3. Developing closer relations with Hungary and Romania. And 4. Preventing the emergence of any anti-Polish coalitions. The military accord that Poland signed with France on the 19th of February 1921 only provided for military cooperation in the event of a German attack on either signatory, but Piłsudski pressed for a commitment in the event of another Soviet attack on Poland, which was included in a secret protocol. Piłsudski was also annoyed by the economic aspects of the accord, which seemed exploitive. For example, the French demanded that the Poles pay for military hardware with supplies of oil from Drohobych refinery, and reduced their tariffs on French imports. Eager to stimulate their own post-war civilian economy, the French forced Poland to import luxuries, such as jewellery and perfume, instead of essential items like machine tools. Having gained independence of the Germans and Russians, Pilsudski had no intention of allowing Poland to become little more than a French colony. Nor did it help the relationship with France that Maréchal Ferdinand Foch, France's senior soldier, openly attached little value to the Polish alliance. Unfortunately, the dust had barely settled from the Russo-Polish War when Germany and the Soviet Union signed the Treaty of Rapallo in April 1922. The treaty laid the groundwork for normal political and economic relations between these two nations, although it had no immediate military significance, despite media-fed speculation about secret military clauses. Although Germany was interested in covert military cooperation with the Soviet Union in order to avoid the restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles, it would be another 3 years before any substantive military cooperation began. Nevertheless, Rapallo was a poignant reminder that German-Russian cooperation against Poland could emerge with little notice. 4 months after Rapallo, the French and Polish general staffs held joint talks to discuss planning for future military cooperation. While Rapallo had caused the Poles to become nervous about the prospect of a two-front war with both Germany and the Soviet Union, the French were entirely focused on the German threat. In January 1923, the French army occupied the Ruhr due to German cessation of reparations, which further heightened war anxiety. During staff talks in May 1923, Maréchal Foch pushed the Poles to adopt an aggressive strategy. In the event of war with Germany, Foch wanted the Polish army to advance west along the Poznan-Berlin axis, while the French advanced eastwards from the Ruhr. However, Piłsudski had no intention of boldly committing the Polish army to a punitive campaign in central Germany, and instead suggested more realistic scenarios whereby the Poles could potentially occupy Danzig or parts of East Prussia in event of war. From the start, Franco-Polish strategic planners were talking past each other and never built a solid framework which left actual military commitments vague and unrealistic. Furthermore, Piłsudski recognized that the Treaty of Versailles had neutered German military capabilities for the time being, and he insisted that Polish military planning should stay focused on the Soviet Union, and this is where the Polish General Staff invested its resources. The idea of preparing for a potential two-front war was quietly dropped. General Haller, as Chief of Staff, recognized that Poland would need up to a month to mobilize its reserves in event of another war, and developed a shield plan in which the KOP and regular army units would screen the border areas during the mobilization period. Cavalry units were best suited for this role and were given a prominent role in the planning. Their function was delay, not shock action. Once fully mobilized, it was expected that the WP would be in a better position to launch a massive counterstroke to defeat an enemy invasion similar to the 1920 Battle of Warsaw. Although the Poles expected military assistance from the French in the event of a German attack, they did not expect much foreign help in response to an attack only by the Soviet Union. Given that many of the Polish reserves were in central and western Poland, it was essential to defend these regions from the outset of a war. Indeed, the imperatives of the Shield Plan would help shape Polish strategy in 1939. Early territorial losses meant fewer reserves would be mobilized. Under Haller, the General Staff worked concurrently on the outline of two basic mobilization plans, one for the West, Plan Zachód, against Germany, and one for the East, Plan Wschód, against the Soviet Union. Both plans identified likely enemy courses of actions but did not specify Polish responses. In the 1920s, Polish strategic planning did not extend beyond the initial phase of a conflict and left operational details intentionally vague. Instead, the primary planning document in 1926-35 was simply Mobilization Plan S, which focused on mobilizing the reserves as quickly as possible in order to bring the field army up to authorized strength. Like the French, the Poles adopted a two-tiered approach to reserves, with Category A, physically fit age 23 to 40 reserves, used to fill out the active army units and possibly create additional reserve units. Category B recruits were in the same age category, but conditionally fit, that is, only capable of limited service, and unlike the French system, there were no Category B units. Category C and D reserves were older, less fit, and often had little or no prior military training. These personnel would be used for auxiliary duties or as militia. While Poland could theoretically mobilize about 1.5 million troops, it could never equip more than 600 to 800,000 with available equipment stocks. Given the poor communications and transportation infrastructure in Poland in the 1920s, full mobilization was expected to take up to 30 days to complete. Although the Soviet Union was the likely opponent, the General Staff could not discount the possibility that either Czechoslovakia or Lithuania, both hostile to Poland, might cooperate with the Soviets in the event of another conflict. The failure of Poland to invest serious effort into improving relations with either of these neighbouring nations was easily one of the greatest failings in its pre-war diplomacy. On the other hand, the Polish Second Republic invested considerable effort into developing military ties with its one friendly neighbour, Romania. Like the Poles, the Romanians were worried about Soviet aggression, and they signed a 5-year bilateral military alliance in March 1921, renewed in 1926. Although Romania's military resources were even more limited than Poland's, the alliance was regarded as an insurance policy. Remarkably, the Polish-Romania relationship would prove to be critical in 1939, making it the most worthwhile Polish diplomatic investment of the interwar period. In April 1924, a tripartite Polish, French, Romanian military conference was held in Warsaw to discuss strategic cooperation in event of war. The French remained focused on the Germans, the Poles and Romanians on the Russians. As a result, the General Staff developed a new war plan that allowed for the possibility of a two-front war. In that eventuality, the WP would adopt a hold-win-win strategy, with the main effort being made to first defeat the invading Soviets while holding off the Germans, then shifting to reverse any German gains in Pomerania or Upper Silesia. Polish strategy was essentially geared towards playing for time until they could mount a successful counter-offensive, as in August 1920. The General Staff regarded the defence only as a means to economise on forces in less critical sectors and to delay an enemy. A great part of the General Staff's calculations were based upon Poland's theoretical use of interior lines, even though the road and rail infrastructure was inadequate in most of the border areas. The assumptions about Poland's advantage in interior lines might have been true in 1924, but 15 years later they proved false. After Pilsudski's 1926 coup, he signed Generał Dywizji Jan Romer to head a new staff study on potential enemy courses of action in order to flesh out the existing war plans. Romer, a professional artilleryman but without higher staff training, made some astute observations about a potential German invasion. First, he did not believe Germany would be capable of mounting a serious offensive operation until at least 5 to 10 years after beginning rearmament. Second, Romer did not expect the French to lend any substantive military assistance until 60 days after they began mobilizing. Consequently, he expected the Germans to plan on achieving a rapid victory over Poland by means of a double pincer offensive, with the left wing coming from Pomerania, East Prussia, and the right wing from Silesia. Romer's staff study was remarkably prescient, and Pilsudski took it seriously. One of the main practical results of Romer's study was that Pilsudski directed the WP to begin investing serious effort into developing defences to protect the Polish corridor and the port of Gdansk. However, as a result of its experiences in eastern Galicia and the Russo-Polish War, the Polish General Staff did not initially put much thought into border fortifications or the necessity of maintaining a continuous front against an opponent. Unit densities had been low in these conflicts, with armies spread across vast areas. Rather than set-piece combat like the Western Front in 1914 through 18, the Poles expected military operations to be fluid and mobile, but geared towards defending key cities such as Warsaw. Since fortifications had not fared well on the Eastern Front in the First World War, the Poles were not eager to invest in fixed defences when they expected mobile warfare to be the norm. Nor did the General Staff invest much effort in the 1920s on integrating air and naval capabilities into their war plans. In October 1926, Pilsudski issued a directive which stated that the aviation at the time of war shall be used principally for the purpose of reconnaissance and liaison. Consequently, the LW was regarded as merely a supporting branch for the army, which diverged greatly from Zagorski's concept of a more independent and powerful air force. Since the General Staff expected that the Soviets might attempt amphibious landings on the Baltic coast in event of war, the Polish Navy was tasked with developing the capabilities to contest such an operation. Likewise, in event of a Polish-German conflict, the navy would prevent the enemy from sending reinforcements to East Prussia. However, since the army did not intend to commit substantial forces to defend the Polish corridor region, it was highly unlikely that the navy could operate from Gdynia for very long. Air, ground, and sea missions were not coordinated at the top, which meant that each service would fight essentially on its own. When thinking about the next major conflict, the Ministry of Military Affairs did anticipate that an aggressor might use chemical weapons, so considerable emphasis was placed on preparing the WP to fight on a potential chemical battlefield. In 1922, a chemical weapons research institute was established in Warsaw, and 4 years later, a production facility was established at Skarżysko, the WWR plant near Radom. The Poles focused on researching and developing two chemical weapons, the blister agent sulfur mustard, HD, and the choking agent phosgene, CG. By 1931, the WWR plant had stockpiled 104.5 tons of mustard and 106.7 tons of phosgene. In 1932, the Polish army began weaponizing these agents by filling 700 75mm artillery shells with HD and 2,000 155mm shells with CG. Firing tests of chemical weapons were conducted near Zgierz. A year later, Polish chemists synthesized a new weapon, phosgene oxime, TSD. By the mid-1930s, Polish industry had the ability to produce several hundred tons of chemical weapons per month, although actual stockpiles were kept small. The Ministry of Military Affairs decided that these chemical weapons would only be used in retaliation, and only the Supreme Commander could authorize their use. While the Polish General Staff grappled with military strategy, the Polish Foreign Ministry tried to improve regional harmony and trade. However, Piłsudski refused to accept the credentials of the first two Soviet ambassadors, which delayed signature of a trade treaty until 2 years after the Russo-Polish War ended. By 1926–27, Soviet-Polish trade only amounted to about $16.7 million per year, which was 1/10 of the value of Soviet-German trade. When the next Soviet ambassador to Poland was assassinated in Warsaw in June 1927 by a Russian monarchist sympathizer, Stalin nearly broke off diplomatic relations with Poland. Instead, the Soviets increased anti-Polish propaganda, and there was no diplomatic progress for another 7 years. Polish-Soviet relations were locked in a frozen state of mutual, implacable hatred. Relations between Poland and Weimar Germany seemed to start off on a better foot. When Ulrich Rauscher arrived as the first German ambassador in Berlin in 1922, Rauscher pushed for improved relations for the benefit of both countries, which led to an agreement on trade. By 1925, Germany was Poland's top trade partner, accounting for about 80% of its coal exports and 50% of its overall trade. Other significant Polish trade partners were Austria, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, and the Scandinavian countries. Yet, despite Rauscher's affability in Warsaw, the Weimar government refused to officially recognize Poland's borders, and even before the Locarno Treaty was signed, it began to take steps to delegitimize Polish claims to the Polish Corridor and Upper Silesia. Gustav Stresemann, the German foreign minister, wrote a confidential memorandum in June 1925, which stated that the objective of the German government was to use economic and diplomatic coercion to regain its lost territories in the east. Stresemann also talked openly of liquidating the Polish corridor and returning Danzig to Germany. Under the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was supposed to purchase a certain amount of coal and agricultural products from Poland, but Stresemann took steps to initiate a customs war with Poland that sharply reduced Polish imports. The still weak Polish economy was badly hurt, which is what Stresemann intended, and he hoped it would cause the Second Republic to become destabilized and open to economic blackmail. Instead, Piłsudski seized power and ordered Polish exports to find new markets, such as exporting coal to the United Kingdom. He backed further investments in the port of Gdynia to expand trade and to show his resolve to hold on to the Polish corridor. Britain and France did nothing to restrain Stresemann's coercive tactics, which reinforced Piłsudski's belief that neither could be counted upon in a crunch. Stresemann died in 1929, but Weimar Germany continued its trade conflict with Poland until its dissolution, and its relations with Poland were never fully normalized. In August 1930, a German minister, Gottfried Treviranus, gave a speech demanding the revision of the Polish-German border and the return of Pomerania, which outraged the Poles. German rhetoric about revising their eastern borders and continued Soviet hostility led Pilsudski to revisit the idea of border fortifications. Some small machine gun bunkers had already been constructed in border areas to support the requirements of the Shield Plan, but Poland lacked the financial resources to lavish on large fortification projects. An elderly engineer officer, General Brigadier Józef Burchardt, was brought out of retirement and led a staff study that examined the efficacy of creating border fortifications in vulnerable sectors of Poland's border regions. Burchardt's study was completed in 1930, and it recommended that a modest level of local fortifications could be built to assist in the defense of key frontier areas, particularly Upper Silesia. However, Burchardt did not recommend building fortifications in the Polish corridor, which was judged to be indefensible. In 1931, Pilsudski approved most of Burchardt's recommendations, although very little work began until 1933. While Pilsudski authorized the creation of the fortified region of Silesia, Obszar Warowny Śląsk, or OWS, to protect the city of Katowice and the approaches to Kraków, he also made it a priority to fortify the Vilnius sector, which was far less vital. Indeed, very little work was done on Poland's border fortifications prior to 1935. Eventually, 14 million zloty, $2.6 million, was spent building the OWS during 1934 to 39, although the Polish army was unwilling to place great faith in fortified lines that could be easily outflanked. Given negative attitudes in Britain about the Polish annexation of eastern Galicia and Upper Silesia, relations between Poland and Great Britain virtually evaporated after 1921. Brigadier Carleton de Watt, the head of the British military mission in Warsaw, noted that our own mission in Upper Silesia was so pro-German that I kept away from them. Afterwards, Carleton de Watt retired to an estate in eastern Poland, while the rest of his staff went home. Pilsudski regarded the British ruling class as hostile or indifferent to Poland's national interests, and he had not forgotten that British labour unions had tried to block military aid to Poland in 1918 to 20. Nor did Britain develop much in the way of trade relations with Poland until domestic strikes forced the importation of Polish coal. Consequently, diplomatic relations between the two nations were icy until Pilsudski's death. Fortunately, the British government did not obstruct arms sales to Poland in the interwar period, which had a significant effect upon Polish military modernization. The Ministry of Military Affairs was particularly interested in acquiring armoured vehicles and airplane engines from British companies. In 1927, a Poland technical delegation visited Vickers to examine its armoured vehicles, which resulted in the purchase of 10 Carden-Lloyd Mark VI tankettes in 1929 and 50 Vickers Mark E light tanks in 1931. After technical evaluations in Poland, it was decided to redesign and improve both vehicles, then begin licensed production. Another Polish delegation visited Bristol Aviation in 1929 and purchased a license to build the Jupiter 7F radial engine, which was essential for a new Polish-designed fighter. In December 1931, Pilsudski finally convinced the French to withdraw their military mission from Warsaw. From this point onwards, he wanted Poland to adopt a more independent geopolitical course beyond just being a pillar in France's cordon sanitaire against Germany, which might not always agree with the policies determined in Paris and London. In one case, Pilsudski decided to flout the League of Nations' decision to prevent the Polish Navy from visiting the port of Danzig without the approval of its German-dominated Senate. The destroyer Wicher, the Polish Navy's new flagship, was sent to Danzig in June 1932, at the same time as a Royal Navy visit, and Pilsudski directed the ship's commander to use force if any attempt was made to interfere with its unauthorized visit. No violence occurred, but the Wicher affair reinforced English opinion that Poland was a regional bully. The incident also provided the Polish Navy with a rationale to justify more funding for new warships. Pilsudski remained hostile to the Soviet Union, which Stalin reciprocated by directing an unrelenting campaign of anti-Polish propaganda. In 1923, the Soviet Union sent a diplomatic note to Poland, saying that since eastern Galicia had been annexed by violent means, the Soviet Union could not remain indifferent to the fate of its fellow countrymen in the region. This type of démarche served notice that Moscow regarded the Treaty of Riga as just a scrap of paper, and might use the ethnic Belarusian and Ukrainian populations in Kresy as an excuse to invade at any time. On the other hand, by the late 1920s, Stalin was shifting towards a less hostile course, in hope of ending the USSR's international isolation and increasing foreign trade. In 1928, the Soviet Foreign Minister Maxim Litvinov invited Poland, Romania, Finland, and the Baltic states to sign a symbolic protocol renouncing war as a means to settle disputes. Poland signed the Litvinov Protocol, which guaranteed nothing, but opened the door to normalization of relations. After glacial diplomatic progress, Poland finally signed a 3-year non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union in 1932. 2 years later, the treaty was extended to 1945, and Poland was allowed to establish an embassy in Moscow. However, the Soviet-Polish border remained tense, with regular incidents. In mid-1936, Polish fighters shot down a Soviet reconnaissance aircraft that crossed into Polish airspace. Pilsudski did not want to bet Poland's future on treaties with Stalin or the League of Nations, but recognized that flexibility in diplomacy might buy the time that Poland desperately needed to gather its strength. Since his coup, Pilsudski had been promoting the careers of those who supported him in that crisis, particularly one of his ex-legionnaire comrades, Józef Beck. When August Zaleski retired as foreign minister in November 1932, Pilsudski replaced him with Beck. Pilsudski hoped to use Polish diplomacy to drive a wedge between its two natural enemies, which meant adopting a flexible attitude. Beck was tasked with normalizing relations with both Germany and the Soviet Union, and thereby reducing the chance of conflict with either, at least for another decade. Beck's balancing strategy was not well regarded in either Paris or London, where there were concerns about Poland pursuing too independent a line. The real game-changer occurred in January 1933, when Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. Hitler's decision to quit the League of Nations made it clear that he intended to repudiate the Treaty of Versailles, which posed a direct threat to Poland's western borders. In response, Pilsudski ordered the head of the General Staff's Division II, Intelligence, to make an immediate assessment of German capabilities and intentions. However, Hitler was initially more focused on domestic issues, and his priority was improving Germany's economy, which meant ending Stresemann's trade war. Hitler could be quite accommodating and flexible when he had a weak hand. Pilsudski and Beck were not blind to the danger of Hitler's right-wing nationalist ideology, but they also saw him as someone who was not wedded to Germany's Prussian-dominated past. In Mein Kampf, Hitler had stated that previous efforts to Germanize Poles had been a mistake, which suggested possible flexibility on the eastern borders. In fact, Hitler meant that incorporating Poles into the Reich would cause racial pollution, but that was not clear in 1934. However, Hitler could not ignore the fact that Poland possessed the fourth largest army in Europe and was allied with France, which would have made any premature aggressive moves on his part dangerous. Ever the gambler, Hitler opted to normalize relations with Poland and thereby reduce the threat of a Franco-Polish preventative war. In January 1934, without consulting the French, Poland signed a 10-year non-aggression pact with the Third Reich. Follow-on economic agreements were also good news for the Polish economy. If this meant no war with Germany before 1944, the treaty would provide time for Poland to strengthen both its economy and military. Pilsudski's health was fading in 1933–34, and he regularly expressed concerns about to whom he might turn the Polish army over. Apparently he fretted much less about who would run the rest of the country. In the end, he settled upon the stalwart loyalist Edward Rydz-Śmigły as his military successor, despite doubts about his capabilities. On the 12th of May 1935, Pilsudski died, but his Sanacja regime would continue for 4 more years. By this point, Poland had apparently normalized relations with its two hostile neighbors, and it appeared that the balancing strategy might help keep the peace at least until the end of the decade. However, there was also a growing recognition that Germany could become a serious threat in the near future. In April 1936, Rydz-Śmigły, who was now GISZ, directed the General Staff to conduct new studies on both German and Soviet military capabilities in order to assess the relative military balance. The results of these studies were reviewed in July 1936, and they were sobering. Intelligence reports indicated that both Germany and the USSR were building mechanized forces and aircraft in large numbers, which would put the WP at a severe disadvantage in a conflict against either one. General Brigady Tadeusz Kotzeba one of the senior officers involved in this analysis, assessed that in event of war with Germany, Poland's armed forces could only resist for 6 weeks, unless France launched a major offensive in the west. Consequently, Reshaped ordered the creation of a modernization plan to provide the WP with more and better equipment as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the plan was estimated to cost about 574 million zloty, about $110 million, which meant that it would take at least 6 years to complete. According to the plan, there would be partial motorization of some infantry divisions, at least 4 cavalry brigades would be mechanized, improved artillery and air defense would be fielded, and enough ammunition would be stockpiled for 6 months of operations. In addition, the LW would receive new fighters and more bombers. However, Poland's recognition of the threat fell short of its ability to counter the danger. In order to modernize its military to adequately match German and Soviet developments, Poland would have needed at least another 250 to 300 million zloty, about $50 million per year in 1936 to 39. In addition to the modernization plan, Reshaped directed the General Staff to develop new operational contingency plans which could counter aggression against either Poland's eastern or western borders, but not both simultaneously. Based on the staff studies, it was assessed that in the event of a German invasion, the enemy would make their main effort in the north, from Pomerania and East Prussia. Military modernization, 1930 to 39. Silni, Schwarzi, Gotowi. Strong, united, ready. Polish Army pre-war propaganda slogan. By 1930, the WP was reorganized and professionalized. A small but growing defense industrial base had been created in Poland, and strategic planning had identified the most likely adversary courses of action. By mid-1936, the WP was embarking upon a lengthy modernization program in order to transform itself into a modern force that could successfully deter its neighbors from committing armed aggression. It was now a race against time to begin equipping and training the WP to fight a modern war before either Germany or the Soviet Union decided to act against Poland. Unfortunately, the combination of German trade warfare and the global depression had hit Poland's economy very hard, reducing its gross domestic product, GDP, by over 20% in 1930 to 33. When Reshaped approved the modernization plan, the Polish economy was still in poor condition, and the government was only saved from bankruptcy by French loans. Financial limitations greatly delayed the WP's modernization plan, forcing leaders to choose between investing in research on new weapons or manufacture modification of existing designs. The decisions made in 1936 determined what kind of military capabilities Poland would have in the 1939 campaign. In order to employ a rational schema for examining Poland's modernization in the 1930s, I will use the Battlefield Operating Systems, BOS, methodology. The BOS was developed by the US military in the 1990s in order to help military analysts understand the 7 key functions that need to occur on the modern combined arms battlefield. How armies understand and employ the BOS functions determines how they can use and sustain combat power in a campaign. The 7 BOS functions are maneuver, fire support, air defense, mobility/counter-mobility, intelligence, command and control, C2, and combat service support. By carefully integrating the various BOS to work together, armies can achieve combat synergy where the power produced exceeds the sum of its individual components. Indeed, this was the essential element that made the German Panzerdivisionen so successful in 1939 to 41. These formations were not just powerful in tanks and motorized infantry, maneuver, but they also integrated fire support, intelligence, and C2 better than their opponents. Maneuver. Poland's ground maneuver forces in 1930 consisted of 30 infantry divisions, 12 cavalry brigades, and 1 armoured battalion. Like the French army, Polish active infantry divisions were not kept at full strength in peacetime in order to reduce costs. Once mobilization was declared, each infantry division would receive 6,000 or more reservists to bring the formation up to authorized strength. The Polish infantry division had a nominal strength of 16,500 troops and was triangular in structure, with 3 infantry regiments, each with 3 infantry battalions. 2 divisions were organized as mountain infantry. The Polish infantry were almost entirely leg in composition, totally reliant on marching for tactical maneuvering and rail transport for operational movements. Well-trained troops were supposed to be capable of marching 25 to 35 kilometers per day, but reservists often arrived out of condition and could not sustain rapid, long marching in full kit until properly retrained, which could take weeks. Although Poland began licensed production of the Italian-designed Fiat 621L 2.5-ton truck in 1932 and had built nearly 10,000 of them by 1939, very few went to infantry units, which were forced to rely primarily upon horse-drawn carts to move their support weapons, mortars and heavy machine guns. While the Polish army had 270 infantry battalions in its active force and another 90 to 100 in the reserves, by 1939 it only had 4 motorized infantry battalions against 69 for the Germans. In functional terms, the Polish army often had difficulty massing combat power because it did not use corps-size formations, and it had a pronounced tendency to split its available units into operational groups, Grupa Operacyjna, and separate detachments, Oddział Wydzielony. These ad hoc, mission-oriented groupings lacked the cohesiveness, staff, officers, and support assets of a normal corps-size formation. Furthermore, the mindset of the Polish army was offensively oriented, which meant that it regarded the battlefield in more fluid terms, which were ill-suited to defensive missions. The Poles regarded the defense as a temporary situation until they could launch a decisive counterattack, as in 1920. The concepts of continuous fronts and defense in depth that the French army espoused meant little to Polish officers. In practice, this offensive mindset undermined the ability of Polish formations to develop effective tactical defenses in 1939. In 1930, when the Reichsheer was prohibited from having artillery pieces larger than 75 millimeters, the Polish army held a clear edge in firepower. However, as Germany began to rearm and violate the Treaty of Versailles, the Polish superiority in firepower vanished. Although often derided as being equipped with obsolete weaponry, the Polish infantry did receive a considerable amount of new equipment during the 1930s, including the Model 28 automatic rifle, 10,700 built in 1930–39, the Model 30 heavy machine guns, 8,400 built in 1931–39, the 81mm Model 30 Brandt mortar, 905 from 1935–39, the 46mm Model 30 and Model 36 mortars, 3,850 built 1932–38, and the Model 35 anti-tank rifle, 3,500 in 1938–39. In terms of organic firepower, most Polish infantry weapons were comparable to those in contemporary American, British, French, and German units, but the level of issue was generally less. Consequently, by 1939, Polish infantry only had about 70% as much firepower as German units at the battalion level, and only 53% at the regimental level. Overall, a Polish infantry division had about 60% of the firepower of a German infantry division. In some cases, the German superiority was quite pronounced, such as the belt-fed high-cyclic rate MG-34 light machine gun against the magazine-fed Model 28 rifle, although the MG-34 was still in short supply in September 1939. In an effort to catch up, the Polish infantry were expected to begin receiving additional new equipment during the winter of 1939–40, including a new semi-automatic rifle, the Model 38M, a submachine gun, and a 20mm cannon. In particular, the ground-mounted 20mm Model 38 cannon offered an excellent light anti-tank capability. The Model 38M semi-automatic rifle, just entering production in July 1939, would have significantly increased the firepower of the Polish infantry. The Polish army placed great faith in its cavalry, both for its mobility in border areas and for the traditional elan of its troopers. Given the lack of roads and marshy terrain in eastern Poland, cavalry units were ideally suited for screening, delay, and rearguard operations. In theory, a cavalry brigade could move up to 40 kilometers or more in a day, which was an attractive feature to an army that had few motorized units. However, maintaining cavalry units was very expensive. The annual cost of feeding and caring for just the horses in a cavalry brigade with 4 regiments was about 1 million zloty, $192,000. Like the infantry, Polish cavalry brigades were modernized in the 1930s with new weaponry, including 37mm anti-tank guns. However, given that a cavalry brigade had 6,000 to 7,000 men and over 5,000 horses, it had only marginally more firepower than a 3,200-man infantry regiment. Lacking mortars and artillery at the regimental level, Polish cavalry units lacked the organic firepower needed on the modern battlefield. In order to partially redress this imbalance, by the mid-1930s, Polish cavalry brigades received an armoured group equipped with 13 TKS tankettes and 8 armoured cars. 7 of 11 cavalry brigades were also provided with an infantry battalion, further increasing their organic firepower, but at the cost of reduced mobility. As the French army began to partially mechanize their own cavalry divisions in the mid-1930s, the Polish army decided to begin testing the integration of armoured vehicles into an existing cavalry unit. The General Staff conducted a study in November 1936 which recommended a 3,800-man brigade equipped with a battalion of tanks, 1 of motorized infantry, a machine gun battalion, a sapper battalion, and an anti-tank battalion. In February 1937, the 10th Cavalry Brigade was selected for motorization. The actual composition of the 10th Cavalry Brigade was considerably less than the recommended structure. It was given a company of obsolete Vickers E light tanks and 2 companies of TKS tankettes, along with 2 motorized infantry battalions, a motorized engineer unit, a motorized anti-tank battery, and a 40mm anti-aircraft battery. Aside from the lack of modern armoured vehicles, the artillery support provided to the 10th Cavalry Brigade, just 8 guns, was completely inadequate. Nevertheless, the 10th Motorized Cavalry Brigade, 10BK, was a step in the right direction of modernizing Poland's cavalry arm, and it was virtually the only true combined arms formation in the Polish Army of 1939. In June 1939, the Ministry of Military Affairs decided to create an additional motorized cavalry formation, designated as the Warsaw Armoured Motorized Brigade. This second formation was similar in organization to the 10BK, but was only partially equipped at the start of the war. It was expected that both mechanized brigades would be equipped with new vehicles as they became available, although the cost was estimated to be about 20 million zloty, $3.8 million, to outfit each brigade. In sum, the Polish army had developed the correct organizational formula to upgrade its cavalry into effective combined arms units by 1939, but it did not commit adequate resources to expand these experimental brigades into an operationally significant division-size force. Since the arrival of the 1st Tank Regiment with Haller's Blue Army in 1919, the Polish army had maintained a small tank corps. Once the French FT-17 tank became obsolete, the Ministry of Military Affairs purchased suitable new vehicles in Britain, which were developed into the TK3 and TKS tankettes in 1931–34, followed by the 7TP light tank in 1935. The tankettes were formed into armoured reconnaissance groups for the cavalry brigades or as independent reconnaissance companies. A small number of the TKS were equipped with a new 20mm cannon, which would demonstrate their effectiveness against German armour in the 1939 campaign. The 7TP tanks were formed into 2 light tank battalions, which were intended to be used as army-level reserves for counterattacks. By the standards of 1939, the 7TP was an effective vehicle that was well-armed and mobile. Under the 1936 expansion plan, the Polish army hoped to field up to 8 tank battalions, but the domestic production of the 7TP was too low to reach this goal. Although the Polish army would employ over 500 armoured vehicles in the 1939 campaign, at no point would it be able to mass more than 2 to 3 tank companies on one battlefield. In sum, the Polish army's efforts at modernization had succeeded in providing its maneuver forces with weapons that were qualitatively comparable to those employed by the enemy. Polish tactical doctrine was offensively oriented, with an emphasis on short, sharp counterattacks to be delivered against overextended opponents. However, Polish units were not equipped on the same scale as their enemies, which meant their units generally had much less tactical firepower. Furthermore, the lack of adequate tactical mobility, except in 2 experimental brigades, left the Polish army ill-suited for maneuver warfare under the conditions of 1939. Fire support. The Polish army's artillery train consisted primarily of French-made 105mm and 155mm howitzers from the Great War. These weapons were intended for positional warfare and had a maximum range of 12 kilometers. Like the French army, the Poles still relied too heavily on the venerable 75mm gun. In 1939, the Polish had 1,374 75mm guns, with a reserve of 2.25 million rounds. The best available artillery piece was the Skoda 100mm howitzer, model 1914/19, which was built under license at the Starakowice works. Polish divisional artillery consisted of a light artillery regiment equipped with 24 75mm guns and 12 100mm howitzers, plus a heavy artillery squadron, battalion, with 3 105mm and 3 155mm howitzers. In contrast, the typical German divisional artillery consisted of 4 battalions, equipped with a total of 36 10.5cm guns and 12 15cm howitzers. Thus, Polish divisional artillery was significantly smaller both in terms of numbers and weight of shell compared to German divisional artillery. During manoeuvres in the mid-1920s, the Polish army identified an urgent requirement to develop and field new long-range artillery to replace its obsolescent French howitzers. In 1928, the Armaments and Equipment Committee, KSUS, settled on 155mm as the best caliber for a new weapon. But the only foreign-made weapon that met the requirement was the Czech-made 149.1mm Skoda K-series howitzers. This was an excellent weapon, and KSUS placed an order for 60 howitzers at a cost of nearly $137,000 per howitzer, plus a production license, but the order was later cancelled because of insufficient funds. Indeed, the exorbitant prices charged by the Czechs for modern military equipment soured the Poles on seeking further technological assistance from Skoda. Instead, the Polish army decided to purchase more obsolescent 155mm howitzers from Schneider. It was not until mid-1936 that Poland could begin to develop its own 155mm howitzer. Tests were conducted in 1938, and in early 1939 the 155mm Model 40 howitzer was approved for production. When the Germans invaded, only 2 prototype howitzers were in existence, with serial production set to begin in the winter. Consequently, the Polish army was left with fire support assets that were leftovers from the Great War. As already noted, Polish infantry units only had about 60% of the firepower available to German maneuver units. Furthermore, when the Wehrmacht began introducing several new families of artillery pieces, 10.5cm 1 FH-18, 10cm SK-18 and 15cm SFH-18 in the mid-1930s, they achieved a clear qualitative advantage as well. The new German howitzers had better range and better rates of fire, and were more mobile than their Polish counterparts. The Polish army also had 8 heavy artillery regiments, which were usually attached to field armies. These regiments had a mix of 105mm, 120mm, 155mm, and 220mm pieces. Aside from obsolescence, Polish artillery support was hindered by inadequate mobility and inadequate communications to support maneuver units. An effort was made to deploy several hundred artillery tractors in the mid-1930s to increase the mobility of some guns, but most artillery pieces in 1939 would still be horse-drawn. Perhaps the best fire support asset available to the Polish army was its 10 armoured trains, which were armed with a mix of 100mm and 75mm guns, as well as numerous machine guns and a platoon of tankettes. While the armoured trains were vulnerable to air attack, they did provide field armies with some mobile firepower that could be effective under the right circumstances. The one area of fire support where the Poles made significant progress in the 1930s was in terms of anti-tank defence. In the early 1930s, the WP conducted anti-tank tests at the Thorn Proving Ground with a 75mm Model 1897 field gun. Experiments determined that artillery could engage tanks up to 1,000 metres, but the optimal range was 400 to 500 metres. Although funding was problematic, in 1935 the KSUS was finally able to place an order for 300 Bofors 3.7mm anti-tank guns and a production licence. 2 factories were set up in Poland, and serial production began in 1936. Under the 1936 modernisation plan, the Ministry of Military Affairs intended to provide each infantry division with up to 48 37mm anti-tank guns, and 18 for each cavalry brigade. Standardised as the 37mm anti-tank gun Model 36, the Bofors-designed weapon was a state-of-the-art weapon, which would inflict considerable losses on German panzers in 1939. However, due to shortages of materials and funds, only 1,200 37mm anti-tank guns were in service by September 1939 instead of the 3,038 intended. The Polish army also continued to experiment with a 75mm field gun and discovered that by improving the sights and traversing rods, they could significantly improve its performance against a moving tank. However, it was not until late July 1939 that the Ministry of Military Affairs initiated a crash program to modify 800 75mm guns to improve their performance in the anti-tank role. Only a small number of weapons were updated prior to the outbreak of war. Nor could the Polish army expect much close air support from the LW. Each field army was assigned one squadron of 10 PZL-23B Karash scout bombers. The Karash was a decent aircraft for its day, being able to deliver 4 100-kilogram bombs, but there were too few available to provide more than a small number of daily sorties. Furthermore, inadequate communications between ground and air units made it difficult to coordinate air support against fleeting targets. The LW's bomber brigade, Brigada Bombowa, with its 50 PZL-23B and 36 PZL-37B Wish bombers, was intended to provide the main aerial punch, but its mission was battlefield interdiction, not close air support. Air defense. Although enemy air attacks had not been a serious problem in the Russo-Polish War, the Polish army was keenly aware of the aerial threat in a future conflict, and made it a priority to strengthen its capabilities in this regard. In addition to purchasing the 37mm anti-tank gun from Bofors, the KSUS also negotiated a deal to purchase 40 of the new 40mm anti-aircraft guns in 1935. Podpułkownik Felix Kamiński led the program to get the new anti-aircraft weaponry into service by establishing an air defense training center near Warsaw, which evolved into the 1st Anti-Aircraft Regiment. In 1937, licensed production of the Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft gun began at the Starkowice works, which had the capability to build up to 35 guns per month. Several problems appeared along the way, notably difficulty with manufacturing the sensitive fuses, but the weapon was in serial production by 1938. The Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft gun was the best low-altitude air defense weapon available throughout the Second World War, and Poland had acquired the ability to mass-produce it. Each Polish Bofors gun was towed by a C2P tractor, providing excellent mobility. However, the Bofors 40mm was a very expensive weapon, and only 414 were built by 1939 instead of the 840 planned. The Polish army hoped to provide each infantry division with a battery of 6 40mm guns and 4 for each cavalry brigade, but this was not achieved before the outbreak of war. The 1st Anti-Aircraft Regiment kept 40 40mm anti-aircraft guns to defend Warsaw, and others were deployed to defend airfields and other urban areas, leaving the field armies with a tissue-thin amount of air defense. In addition, the Ministry of Military Affairs also wanted a larger weapon for medium-altitude air defense and funded the development of a new 75mm anti-aircraft gun, which entered service in mid-1937 as the 75mm Model 36. The Ministry of Military Affairs wanted to deploy 70 air defense batteries with a total of 280 75mm guns, but production lagged and did not really get going until late 1938. Even then, only 52 75mm anti-aircraft guns would be completed by September 1939. Each Polish field army was provided with 1 or 2 squadrons of fighters, either the PZL P-7A or PZL P-11C, for local air defense. While 10 to 20 fighters was not much, it was considered adequate to deal with enemy reconnaissance aircraft and inflict some losses on enemy ground support missions. Against an enemy like the Soviet Air Force, Wojenno-Wozdushnye Sile or VVS, this might have been somewhat effective, but against the better armed and equipped Luftwaffe, it was a disaster. Consequently, Polish field armies were left exposed to enemy air attacks from the onset of the campaign. Mobility/counter-mobility. Of the 30 active Polish infantry divisions, 28 were provided with an organic sapper battalion. In addition, there were 7 army-level motorized sapper battalions. Like most Polish support units, the sapper units were often only kept at cadre strength in peacetime and relied heavily upon reservists to fill their ranks. Polish division-level sapper units were hindered by lack of mobility and lack of equipment. Only 10 of 28 division-level battalions were outfitted to the Type II standard. The Army-level sapper battalions were partly motorized. In defensive or retrograde operations, Polish sappers were capable of assisting with counter-mobility by destroying bridges and cratering roads, but apparently most emphasis was on mobility support, for example, tactical bridging of water obstacles. In truth, Polish war planning neglected to incorporate counter-mobility operations into their scheme of defence, leaving it up to local commanders to choose how to employ their sappers. Oftentimes, they were simply used as extra infantrymen. French tactical experiments in the early 1930s indicated that obstacles covered by anti-tank guns and artillery could stop armoured attacks. Anti-tank mines were regarded as an economical means to create anti-tank barriers, but for reasons not clear, they were not manufactured in quantity. Poland developed the anti-tank mine Model 1937, which was capable of disabling any German tank, but only about 1,500 were built by 1939, barely enough to protect a single division-wide sector. Intelligence. Polish tactical intelligence capabilities were rather limited. Each infantry division had a 216-man bicycle company and a 258-man light cavalry squadron, equipped with just one radio for reconnaissance purposes. Each infantry regiment also had a mounted scout company. Given the lack of radios and limitations of horse-mounted scouts, Polish divisions were only capable of localized reconnaissance efforts, barely a few kilometers beyond their main lines of resistance. Each army had 2 squadrons of biplane reconnaissance aircraft, which had very poor survivability in contested airspace. At the operational level, the LW could use bombers to conduct reconnaissance missions with some chance of success, but coordination between ground and air units had not been rehearsed pre-war to any great degree. Consequently, Polish field armies had poor situational awareness about enemy operational level movements, which made them vulnerable to surprise attacks. At the strategic level, the 2nd Department of the Polish General Staff, Dwójka, had enjoyed considerable success against the Germans in the interwar period. Jerzy Sosnowski had succeeded in establishing a spy network in Berlin in 1926, and for the next 7 years he was able to acquire a number of classified Reichswehr planning documents. Among other things, the documents indicated that the Reichswehr had begun drafting offensive plans against Poland in the late 1920s, and that the Nazi regime was continuing this planning effort. Sosnowski was finally arrested by the Gestapo in early 1934, but later exchanged back to Poland for 3 incarcerated German citizens. Unfortunately, the 2nd Department put little stock in Sosnowski's intelligence coup, regarding him as a potential double agent. In terms of signals intelligence, the 2nd Department's Cipher Bureau, Bureau Shifrov, was second to none, and it spent considerable effort attacking the encryption methods used by the German Enigma code machine. Thanks to cooperation with the French Deuxième Bureau, military intelligence, a team of 3 Polish mathematicians was able to break into Enigma in December 1932. During the mid-1930s, the Polish Cipher Bureau was able to learn a great deal about German military preparations because the security settings on early Enigma models were relatively low, but these were enhanced as war became more imminent. As late as 1938, the Poles claimed that they were decrypting up to 75% of intercepted Enigma traffic, although this is likely an exaggeration given the limited technical resources available. However, by early 1939, Polish codebreakers were only reading Enigma traffic on rare occasions. Nevertheless, the Polish penetration of Enigma gave the Polish General Staff a unique and invaluable source of information about overall German plans and the kind of forces they could employ against Poland. Command and Control, C2. In the mid-1920s, the Polish army purchased about 100 RK-A/G and 400 RK-D radios from France for a total of 6.75 million zloty, $1.3 million. The RK-A/G was used for higher-level communications between armies, while the RK-D was used for division-level communications. Both these radio systems were very heavy, up to 1,100 kilograms for the RK-A/G, and not well suited to mobile operations. Units below division level usually relied on field telephones via wire for communications. During the early 1930s, Polish industry became capable of making its own military radios, and the ROD Model 33 portable radio was introduced in 1933 to work with the division-level RKD stations during mobile operations. As part of the 1936 modernization program, military communications received considerable funding to produce a new generation of tactical radios, beginning with the N2 radio. The Polish army hoped to deploy the N2 radio down to battalion-level units, and 10,000 were ordered, but only 1,400 were delivered by the outbreak of war. Nevertheless, the N2 was an advanced design for its day, and the Germans liked it so much that they adopted it for their own use and kept it in production. The N1 radio, intended for division-level communications, entered production in June 1939, but only 65 of 500 ordered were delivered by the outbreak of war. In terms of tactical communications, the Polish army had invested heavily in a new generation of field telephones such as the AP-36, which was a good quality device of modern design. About 20,000 AP-36 field telephones were delivered before the German invasion. However, wire communications were better suited to a war of position, and the Polish army lacked sufficient tactical radios to sustain adequate C2 in the mobile campaign it was forced to fight. Furthermore, both the Army and LW were still overly reliant on easily disrupted civilian telephone networks. The Polish Commander-in-Chief and the General Staff received the new medium-frequency W1 radio for operational-level communications just before the start of the war. The W1 could either be used as a fixed system in Warsaw or transported by 6 Fiat 621 trucks to alternate headquarters. Although the W2 required 5 hours or more to set up, it could provide radio-telephone communications up to 500 kilometers or telegraph up to 1,500 kilometers. In addition to breaking into Enigma, the Polish Cipher Bureau also built its own cipher machine, known as the Latsida, but it was still experimental in 1939. While the Polish army did possess some modern tactical radios, its operational level C2 was woefully inadequate compared to the Wehrmacht's, for 2 reasons. First, the Polish army did not employ corps headquarters to coordinate divisions as the Germans did. Instead, the Poles relied upon mission-oriented operational groups, which lacked the staff found in a German Armeekorps. While the operational group structure had been adequate for the Russo-Polish War in 1919, it proved a failure in the 1939 campaign. A second factor that undermined Polish C2 was the lack of pre-war communications training and a lack of interest by senior officers in radio exercises. For example, Pułkownik Tadeusz Komorowski, who would later lead the 1944 Warsaw Uprising, acknowledged that he had never even used a radio until late in the war. Unlike the Wehrmacht division and corps leaders, who were thoroughly familiar with commanding units by radio thanks to pre-war exercises, the Polish mid-level commanders were generally not accustomed to using radios much. Combat Service Support, CSS. In order to function on campaign, an army needs regular resupply of fuel, ammunition, and food, as well as medical care for its casualties. Due to financial constraints, almost all the Polish army's service support personnel were reservists, available only after mobilization. Furthermore, virtually all of the combat service support elements relied upon horse-drawn transport, possessing very few motor vehicles. Each infantry division had a field hospital, plus commissary and quartermaster units, totaling about 1,500 troops and 1,440 horses. The Polish CSS units had limited mobility and would quickly fall behind in any retrograde retreat movements. At army level, there were a few motorized logistic units, but not enough to fill the gap in capabilities at lower levels. On active campaigning, Polish units were repeatedly plagued by fuel and ammunition shortages due to the inadequacies of their CSS services and rapid loss of fixed logistic depots such as the massive one at Dęblin. Given that Poland produced over 10,000 Fiat 621L 2.5-ton trucks in 1935–39, but neither the combat nor support units had any substantial amount of motorization, it is difficult to comprehend what the majority of these vehicles were doing during the 1939 campaign. Aside from the various material defects of the Polish army, the General Staff was also worried about simply having enough troops to create a solid defense. Even when fully mobilized, the regular army and reserves would be thinly spread across Poland. In order to add further numbers to the field army, in late 1936 the Ministry of Military Affairs authorized the creation of a national defense, Obrona Narodowa, or ON, consisting of 50,000 troops in 82 battalions. The battalions would be formed from volunteers and surplus reservists, some of whom would be trained. Once mobilized, the ON battalions would be formed into brigade-size units and attached to reinforce regular divisions. In general, the ON troops were equipped with fewer and older weapons which, combined with their limited training, made these units extremely fragile. When the German invasion did come, in September 1939, it caught the Polish army in a period of transition before it could be fully re-equipped with modern weapons and equipment. However, it is clear that Polish industry was producing a number of state-of-the-art weapons, including the 7TP tank, the Bofors 37mm anti-tank gun and 40mm anti-aircraft gun, and the N2 radio, which were the equivalent of contemporary German weapons. Nevertheless, not enough modern equipment had yet reached the field armies to enable Polish units to withstand superior German numbers and firepower. Constraints upon modernization. Although Poland's economy recovered and grew after 1936, the government's financial resources remained completely inadequate to support rapid military modernization. During 1935 to 37, Polish defense spending averaged about 730 million zloty per year, $140 million, about 10% of the GDP, and this was only increased to 830 million zloty, $160 million, after the Munich crisis. Even amid this tiny budget, only about 8 to 10% could be allocated towards procurement of new equipment. The rest went to cover upkeep of existing forces and infrastructure. Consequently, the Ministry of Military Affairs was forced to look for alternative sources of funding to finance its modernization programs, namely foreign loans, arms sales, and popular subscriptions. While these alternative sources did provide enough funds to jump-start modernization programs, they were insufficient to advance the timetable of the 1936 modernization plan. France was the obvious source for military loans, but after Pilsudski ousted the French military mission in Warsaw in 1931, there was less enthusiasm in Paris for investing scarce financial resources in Poland. However, Hitler's reoccupation of the Rhineland in March 1936 caused France to recognize that conflict with Germany was now possible, and in that eventuality, France would need allies. In August, Marshal Maurice Gamelin, the French military commander-in-chief, visited Warsaw for discussions with Marszałek Rudz-Śmigły. Although little was agreed upon, France agreed to provide more funds for Polish military modernization. In return, the Poles agreed to share intelligence about Germany with the French. In September 1936, under the terms of the Rambouillet Accord, France granted Poland a loan of 2.6 billion francs over 5 years, to be delivered in annual allotments of 500 million francs, about 160 million zloty, or $31 million each. The infusion of French funding came at a critical moment, and enabled the Ministry of Military Affairs to initiate serial production of the Bofors 37mm anti-tank gun and 40mm anti-aircraft gun. In theory, the French Rambouillet loans should have helped accelerate the 1936 modernization program, but in reality the effects were diluted by two factors. First, the French required most of the funds to be spent on French-built weapons, in order to help the French domestic arms industry. Second, the Polish government was forced to spend a good portion of the funds on industrial development and infrastructure, for example new rail lines and power plants to serve Polish arms factories. When the KSUS sought to purchase modern French-built aircraft and tanks, the French were less than forthcoming, citing that their own defense needs had priority. More than 2 years would pass before the French agreed to sell Poland any modern weapons. Poland managed to secure some commercial loans from the United States in the late 1920s and mid-1930s, but these were too small and at very steep terms, so the benefit was negligible. Indeed, Poland was running a serious trade imbalance with the United States, which made it unable to secure further financial loans. Likewise, Poland could not secure any substantial loans from Great Britain. Even though Poland had the sixth largest economy in Europe in 1939, with a GDP product of approximately 24 billion zloty, $4.63 billion, there was little or British interest in investing money in Poland. Unable to secure adequate foreign funding to support its rearmament plans, Poland turned to arms sales to close the gap. After Pilsudski's 1926 coup, the Polish government created SEPEWE, Syndikat Eksportu Przemysłu Wojennego, an arms export company designed to sell Polish weapons abroad. Initially, SEPEWE focused on trading small stockpiles of surplus, non-standard weapons to other Eastern European countries. The first substantial sale occurred in 1928, with 4,950 Lee Enfield rifles sold to Estonia. By the early 1930s, Poland was selling 15 to 30 million zloty, $2.5 to $5 million per year of surplus weapons to nationalist China, Greece, and various Latin American regimes. When the Spanish Civil War broke out, SEPEWE was able to greatly increase its arms sales up to 120 million zloty, $23 million, in 1937, equivalent to 1/6 of the national defense budget. Altogether, Poland exported over 300 million zloty, $55 million worth of arms in the 1930s, 63% of which went to Spain and the Balkans. Although SEPEWE proved to be a money-maker, it was addictive, and when the stockpiles of old weapons ran out, Poland began to start selling its latest weapons abroad. In 1936, PZL began selling the PZL P-24, an export version of the PZL P-11C, to Romania and Turkey. In 1938, PZL signed a deal to sell 50 PZL P-43 light bombers to Bulgaria, the last of which were delivered in August 1939. The new Bofors 37mm anti-tank guns and 40mm anti-aircraft guns were hot export items, and SEPEWE readily agreed to export them to Britain, France, the Netherlands, Peru, Romania, and Turkey. Most of these weapons were never delivered, but France did receive 20,000 40mm rounds, and Britain received 260 37mm guns, with 150,000 rounds, and 58 40mm guns before the outbreak of war. Even Poland's most modern aircraft, the PZL P-37C bomber, was offered for export to Bulgaria, Romania, and Yugoslavia. While SEPEWE brought in valuable funds, it also ended up diverting valuable military hardware away from the WP at a critical moment. Although some Polish officers, particularly in the LW, opposed these arms exports, they were overruled because cash-strapped Poland needed the revenue. Another alternative source of revenue for the Polish military was encouraging patriotic donations from the public. The Polish Navy, languishing for lack of funds, encouraged the formation of the Maritime Defence Fund, Funduszu Obrony Morskiej, or FOM, in 1933. During 1934–39, the FOM was able to raise 10.5 million zloty, $2 million, which went for the construction of new warships. In 1936, the National Defence Fund, Fundusz Obrony Narodowej, or FON, was established to provide additional funding for both the Army and the LW. The FON was a major success, providing tens of millions in extra funding. The FON was also able to attract contributions from Polish expatriates in the United States and elsewhere. In early 1939, the Polish government began to sell specialized defense bonds, such as the Anti-Aircraft Defense Fund, Fundusz Obrony Przeciwlotniczej, or FOP, to boost particular weapons programs. Overall, the Polish public responded well to these fundraising schemes, even though it was still peacetime. Altogether, arms sales and public donations eventually helped to redress the worst shortfalls in the Polish defense budget, but it is not clear that all these non-budgeted funds were channeled where they were needed most. Indeed, considerable amounts of funds were still siphoned off to support industrial development projects, rather than support the military's modernization plans. The biggest industrial project was the Central Industrial Region, Centralny Okręg Przemysłowy, or COP, which was intended to further enhance domestic armaments production as well as to alleviate high unemployment. The basic concept was that the COP would be built in the area south of Sandomierz, between the San and Vistula rivers, because this area was furthest from the German and Soviet borders. In the event of war, the Ministry of Military Affairs believed that the COP could be protected, at least from ground attack. During 1937–39, about 1.9 billion zloty, $365 million, was devoted to the COP project, although virtually none of the new factories were operational by September 1939. While the COP was a sound, long-term strategic investment, in the short run it deprived the WP of valuable financial and material resources in the lead-up to war. Poland also needed more than just funds. It needed raw materials to build weapons in its own factories. Indeed, lack of raw materials proved to be a critical roadblock for increasing domestic arms production. By 1937, mineral resources were in high demand by Britain, France, and Germany for their own rearmament programs, which caused spikes in prices. Poland had great difficulty purchasing enough raw materials for its own needs, and production at key armaments factories was less than half of capacity. In April 1938, the Ministry of Military Affairs finally recognized the constraints imposed by resource shortages upon its modernization program and directed the formation of a company known as TISSA, Towarzystwo Importu Surowców Spółka Akcyjna, to import raw materials critical for the Polish armaments industry. The government provided TISSA with 2.5 million zloty, $480,000 in capital, and directed it to build up a 3-month war reserve of critical materials, particularly aluminium, copper, and magnesium. Over the next 14 months, TISSA was able to import over 20,000 tons of critical raw materials. However, Poland failed to import enough resources to ensure maximum production of its best weapons. By 1938, the Ministry of Military Affairs also recognized that there was a growing technological gap between Poland and Germany, particularly in the fields of aviation and tanks. Generalbrigadier Józef L. Zając, commander of the LW, recognized that the German Bf-109D and Bf-109E models, which became available in 1938, clearly outclassed not only the existing PZL P-11C fighter, but even its replacement, the PZL-50. The LW had begun development of the PZL-50 fighter in 1937, but in testing it could not even reach 480 km per hour, which meant that it could not counter high-speed interceptors like the Bf-109D/E. As regional tensions mounted in late 1938, Zając pointed out the urgency of fielding new fighters and recommended purchasing foreign-built fighters to match the Bf-109. There were only 4 available foreign-built fighters with speeds above 480 km per hour: the American-built Curtiss P-36, the British Hurricane and Spitfire fighters, and the French MS-406 fighter. Even though the P-36 was a good design and available for export, the Poles were not interested because the aircraft was expensive and deliveries from the United States would take too long. Neither Britain nor France was interested in selling copies of their best fighter to Poland until war was imminent. Finally, on the 27th of July 1939, the French agreed to sell 10 MS-406 fighters to Poland, to be followed by 40 more in October and 70 more during the winter of 1939-40. The French also agreed to sell Poland the D-520 fighter when it became available in 1940. However, the French had encountered serious problems with the development of the MS-406 and did not enter serial production until early in 1939, so few were available. The LW sent a small test group to Paris to examine French fighters, which ended tragically when the test pilot Kapitan Andrzej Włodarkiewicz was killed flying an MS-406, which failed to come out of a dive. It was not until the 29th of August 1939 that the first batch of 20 MS-406 fighters was sent by sea to the port of Constanta in Romania. By the time the ship arrived, Poland had been invaded, and the Romanians refused to allow the aircraft to be unloaded. The French MS-406 fighters were instead sold to Turkey. Britain proved even less willing to provide modern fighters to Poland, despite the security guarantee that Chamberlain announced on the 30th of March 1939. While Britain had sold 20 Hurricanes to Belgium and promptly delivered them in the summer of 1939, there was no eagerness to provide the Hurricane to Poland. After much discussion, the British government finally agreed to provide a single squadron of Hurricanes and 1 Spitfire for the Poles to examine. There was no discussion of further British aircraft deliveries. At literally the last minute, on the 30th of August, the British vessel SS Lasalle left Great Britain with 14 Hurricanes, 1 Spitfire, and 7 ferry battles aboard. By the time that the Lasalle reached the Mediterranean en route to Constanta, Poland was already invaded, and the ship was redirected to Istanbul. Most of the equipment aboard was later sold to Turkey. Poland had even less success in seeking foreign-made tanks to bolster its army. In 1938, the French offered 2 R-35 tanks for trials which the Polish army found inadequate in terms of firepower and mobility. Instead, the Poles preferred to purchase the more modern Samur S-35 medium tank, but the French were unwilling to sell it. Instead, in April 1939, the French offered 100 R-35 tanks to Poland. The Polish army didn't want the R-35s, but at this point there was no alternative, so they agreed to the sale. In early June 1939, the first batch of 50 R-35 and 3 H-35 tanks was delivered by sea to Poland at a cost of 54.8 million francs, about 8.1 million zloty, or $1.5 million. The tanks arrived with a bare minimum support package and it would take weeks to train Polish tankers on the new vehicles. Unfortunately, the first Polish battalion of R-35 tanks was not yet operational by the 1st of September 1939. Thus, Polish efforts to acquire Anglo-French military technology proved far too little and too late to affect the 1939 campaign. Aside from difficulties in gaining access to foreign financial loans and technology, the Poles had made some serious mistakes on their own, which constrained the modernization of the WP. Although Piłsudski had been opposed to spending on the Polish Navy, the Naval Directorate, KMW, gradually managed to gain some support for a naval expansion program. In August 1933, the Ministry of Military Affairs agreed to provide 6.5 million zloty, $1.25 million, for new warship construction, which got the ball rolling. In 1935, the KMW ordered 2 destroyers to be built in Britain, and in 1936, 2 submarines were ordered from the Netherlands. Altogether, these 4 warships would cost about 45 million zloty, $8.6 million, enough to fund the establishment of 4 more tank battalions. In addition to purchasing more warships, in 1935 the KMW began sinking considerable funds into creating the Hel fortified area on the Hel Peninsula. A battery of 4 modern 152mm coastal defense guns was installed on the peninsula, and extensive underground works built, along with a seaplane base. While the Hel fortified area would prove to be a tough nut to crack for the Germans, it was not linked to the defense of Greater Poland. Altogether, the Ministry of Military Affairs spent about 60 million zloty, $11.5 million, on the Hel fortified area in 1935–39. Given the lack of survivability of the Polish Navy in the face of enemy air superiority, the expenditure of more than 100 million zloty, $19.2 million, on these projects appears to have been a luxury that the Second Republic could not afford. Unable to purchase or produce enough modern weaponry due to constraints beyond its control, the WP was unable to complete its 1936 modernization goals prior to the outbreak of war in September 1939. Chapter 3. The Threat Emerges. Hitler's frantic rearmament alters the balance of power. The extent of the military development of our resources cannot be too large, nor its pace too swift. Hitler, August 1936. As a result of the Treaty of Versailles, in 1921 Weimar Germany's post-war Reichswehr was reduced to a 100,000-man establishment with a total force structure of just 7 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions. Most heavy weaponry, including all tanks and armoured cars, was scrapped, and the Reichswehr was left with just 288 artillery pieces, 204 77mm and 84 105mm guns. The Allies deliberately stripped the Reichswehr of its tactical firepower, limiting it to a total of fewer than 2,000 machine guns and 252 mortars. Furthermore, an 11,240-man Reichswehr infantry division in 1921 was 25% smaller than a 1918 division. Since the treaty also prohibited Germany from possessing or developing military aircraft, Reichswehr ground troops would have no air support. The Allies also forced the disbandment of the Großer Generalstab, Great General Staff, thereby depriving the Reichswehr of its operational planning staff, and placed strict limits on German industry to inhibit its ability to develop new weapons. Altogether, the Treaty of Versailles stripped Reichswehr of its offensive capabilities and reduced Germany to the status of a third-rate military power. Furthermore, Germany was convulsed with economic and political chaos in 1920–23, which shoved Reichswehr needs to the bottom of priorities. Although many Germans remained angry about the loss of territory and population to Poland, the Reichswehr lacked the strength to threaten Poland and only had a single infantry division deployed in East Prussia. Despite all the Versailles-imposed limitations, the Germans did have some advantages for rebuilding their military power. Unlike the difficulties faced by the larger Polish army, the German army, Reichsheer, was a homogeneous force in terms of language, training, and traditions. From the beginning, General Hans von Seeckt, commander of the Reichswehr in 1920–26, structured his force to be a training laboratory and test bed. Sicht ensured that the Reichsheer had a hand-picked officer corps which contained many general staff trained officers and a solid core of professional non-commissioned officers, NCOs. Since he could not have quantity, Sicht ensured that he at least had a high-quality professional army, which could be used as the bedrock for future expansion. Sicht set about rebuilding German ground combat power by intensively studying the lessons of the First World War, which led to the conclusion that offensive action through mobile warfare was the key to success on the battlefield. Analysis also indicated that the Western Allies had used aircraft and tanks to restore mobility to warfare on the Western Front in 1918, and Germany would need such capabilities in a future conflict. Sicht connived to create a hidden staff within the army bureaucracy, including a small air staff to study aviation technology. Initially, funds were quite limited. During 1925–32, German defense spending was less than 2% of gross national product, GNP, around 700 million Reichsmarks. Yet even this small figure was still 20% more than Poland was spending on defense. Germany's domestic armaments industrial base was also in a good position to support rearmament, despite temporary limitations imposed by Allied inspections and post-war austerity. Unlike Poland, German industry still possessed the knowledge base and skills to conduct research and development on advanced weaponry. Germany's critical infrastructure, transport, electrical power generation and mining, was also intact. After the Treaty of Rapallo normalized Soviet-German relations in 1922, Sicht organized a covert group known as Sondergruppe R to conduct military technical collaboration with the Soviet Union. Sondergruppe R was able to lay the preparations for establishing secret testing facilities in the Soviet Union out of sight of Allied inspectors. The Reichswehr's first covert military mission to the USSR arrived in February 1923. In 1924, the Reichswehr began providing flight instructors to help train Soviet pilots, and with the help of German industrialists, the Reichswehr was able to covertly purchase 50 Fokker D-13 fighters from Holland and ship them to Lipetsk in the USSR in mid-1925. By April 1926, the Reichswehr was able to open the Kampffliegerschule Lipetsk Flying School, and begin a fighter training course and ground attack experiments using the D-13s. The role of the Lipetsk facility was critical in shaping future German doctrines for the use of fighters and close air support aircraft. Over the course of the next 7 years, 130 German fighter pilots and 80 air observers were trained at Lipetsk. In summer 1929, the Panzerschule Kama Tank School, was opened with Oberst Oswald Lutz as its head, and Germany began testing experimental tanks in the Soviet Union. A number of German officers attended training in the Soviet Union, including Heinz Guderian, allowing them to keep abreast of modern technological developments. In addition to covert testing in the Soviet Union, German companies used foreign subsidiary companies to conduct research and design work that could not be conducted on German soil. For example, Rheinmetall Borsig purchased a controlling interest in the Swiss ammunition firm Solothurn AG in 1929, and Krupp made a similar effort to acquire part of the Swedish Bofors company. Krupp referred to its illicit arms production as Schwarze Produktion, black production. Junkers, one of the premier German aircraft design firms, operated a factory in Moscow during 1922–25 in cooperation with the Soviet Tupolev Design Bureau. Through these foreign companies, German engineers were able to conduct important design work on new weapons. As a result, several new weapons were developed during 1928–30, including the 7.5 cm 1 IG-18 infantry gun, the 88 cm Flak 18 anti-aircraft gun, the 3.7 cm PAK anti-tank gun, and the MG-13 light machine gun. In addition, the Reichswehr made a considerable investment in developing tactical communications. Sicht and his successors were particularly adamant about laying the groundwork for a new air force, although there were serious political and technical hurdles. The Allies had placed heavy restrictions on the German aviation industry, particularly in regard to developing new engines that would be suitable for military aircraft. However, the vigilance of Allied inspections waned after 1925, and engine development began to emerge from the shadows. Indeed, the Allied leadership was completely oblivious, even when indicators of secret German rearmament became public. For example, in December 1926, information about the Junkers secret aircraft plant in Moscow and German-Soviet military cooperation was leaked, but there was no reaction in London or Paris. In the face of this kind of apathy, BMW introduced the 500 horsepower BMW 6 aero engine, which was used on early military prototypes. By 1928 to 29, German firms were also able to obtain licenses to produce two foreign radial engines, the 750 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Hornet and the 480 horsepower Bristol Jupiter 6. Eventually, the British sold supercharger technology to German companies, which enabled German engineers to stay abreast of the latest technological developments. During the period 1926 to 32, the Reichswehr spent 170 million Reichsmarks, about $40 million, on aviation programs. Assisted by infusions of Anglo-American technology, Daimler-Benz and Junkers took the lead in developing new piston engines, but they would not be ready until 1932. The Reichswehr's intensive study of the First World War and its appreciation for modern technology led it towards a new operational-level doctrine, which emphasized maneuver warfare conducted by the close cooperation of motorized ground forces and close air support. The inculcation of Stoßtruppen infiltration tactics from 1918 into the doctrinal mix led to a less linear mindset about operational maneuver. During the late 1920s, experiments conducted with motorized infantry and tactical radios proved promising. By 1929, the Reichswehr also began to put serious effort into developing tanks and the doctrine of how to best employ them. In 1930, General Kurt von Hammerstein-Eckert became the new head of the Reichswehr, and he made serious plans to expand the army in violation of the Versailles limits, including the creation of motorized units. In 1932, Generalmajor Oswald Lutz was put in charge of the new army motorization program, and he established a requirement to build a tracked armored vehicle for training purposes. Contracts were signed with Krupp, and by July 1932 a prototype that would evolve into the Panzer I tank was ready. Lutz envisioned the Panzer I only as a training tank, to be followed by more capable 15-ton medium tanks in due course. The evolving German doctrine was formalized in a new field manual named Truppenführung, Troop Leadership, which was issued by Generalleutnant Ludwig Beck's Truppenamt, Troop Office, in 1933. The new manual stressed initiative, offensive action, maneuver, and combined arms warfare. In particular, the Truppenführung emphasized the importance of using tanks in the offensive with the full support of tactical aviation, artillery, motorized infantry and engineers, plus anti-tank troops. However, the resource-poor Reichswehr could only dream about motorized warfare. When Hitler came to power in 1934, the Reichswehr only had a total of 5,667 motor vehicles. Weimar Germany was a politically divided nation, and not everyone supported rearmament. The Reichswehr had to be careful to conceal its covert programs from socialist and communist politicians in Berlin who would move to oppose funding and alert the media. Hammerstein-Eckert was among those ardently opposed to the emerging Nazi Party, but it did not stop him from laying the groundwork for transforming the Reichswehr into a much more combat-capable force. In June 1932, Kurt von Schleicher, formerly of Sondergruppe R, became the new defense minister, and Germany began moving towards open rearmament. Schleicher authorized the Umbau Plan, a program to expand the army to 21 divisions, although the active army would only increase to 147,000 troops, and reserves would make up the difference. Thus it is important to note that years before Adolf Hitler came to power, the Reichswehr was aggressively pursuing the development of offensive weaponry in violation of the Versailles restrictions and developing an operational doctrine clearly intended to pursue revanchist objectives. While the military and political leadership in the Weimar Republic era was careful to avoid displaying aggressive intent towards the Anglo-French, this restraint did not apply to Poland. Siecht openly regarded Poland as an enemy, and in a September 1922 memo he wrote that its existence was intolerable and incompatible with the survival of Germany. It must disappear, and it will disappear through its own internal weakness and through Russia, with our assistance. Meanwhile, the Weimar Republic was slowly disintegrating, and the threat of Bolshevism caused many Germans to hunger for stability and national revival. Adolf Hitler's National Socialist Party, NSDAP, or Nazis, offered both, at a price. On the 26th of January 1932, Fritz Thyssen, one of Germany's leading industrialists, invited Hitler to speak at the Industry Club in Düsseldorf. Hitler delivered one of his best speeches, outlining his basic vision for reviving Germany by creating a strong, centralized government which filled its followers with an unrestrained, aggressive spirit, Kampfsinn, and possessed the will to do whatever was necessary to protect German interests. Although he did not include any provocative remarks about Germany's neighbours, he made it clear that he sought Lebensraum, living space, and that the new Germany should be intolerant against anyone who will not acknowledge its vital interests. Hitler's Dusseldorf speech provided a glimpse into his vision, which was clearly revanchist and expansionist. 1 year later, with the financial assistance of a number of German industrialists, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. He immediately made it clear that rearmament was a priority. 4 months later, Hitler's closest ally, Hermann Göring, oversaw the creation of the Reichsluftfahrtministerium, Air Ministry or RLM, ostensibly to supervise commercial aviation, but in reality to pave the way for an independent air force and to jump-start the German aviation industry. Göring directed the RLM, headed by Erhard Milch, to invest large sums in the aviation industry, which in the course of a single year quadrupled the workforce. In June 1933, Hitler's cabinet approved an allocation of 35 billion Reichsmarks for rearmament over the next 8 years, which meant increasing defence spending to nearly 10% of GNP. Under this plan, the first phase of rearmament would see the RLM build an air force equipped with 2,000 aircraft by 1935, and the army expand to 300,000 men in 21 divisions by 1937. In the second phase, Germany would develop an offensive strike capability to be ready by 1941. After President Hindenburg's death in August 1934, Hitler gained total control over Germany and began eliminating those who opposed his vision. Even with increased funding, it took time for German industry to begin tooling up for Hitler's rearmament program. In 1934, Germany built just 54 Panzer I tanks and 190 combat aircraft, 109 fighters, 61 bombers, and 20 dive bombers, all of which were inferior to the equipment possessed by other major powers. Indeed, the Rado 65 biplane fighters were significantly slower than the current Polish PZL P-7A fighter. The first clandestine bomber unit, dubbed the Hanseatische Fliegerschule, Hanseatic Flying School, was equipped with 24 Ju-52 3M transports, which had been converted to carry a small bomb load. Hitler decided to keep the new tanks and aircraft, both violations of the Versailles Treaty, out of sight until they were available in quantity. Another reason to initially keep the rearmament program semi-covert was that German industry still needed infusions of foreign technology to close the technological gap. The RLM purchased 2 US-built F-11C Goshawk dive bombers in 1933 for a total of $23,000, while Junkers managed to purchase 10 state-of-the-art Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines for £20,514. The Rolls-Royce engines would be used to power the prototypes of both the Ju-87 dive bomber and the Bf-109 fighter. The government of Ramsay MacDonald was fully aware of the export of aero engines to Germany because it allowed export licenses to be granted, but insisted on believing the German explanation that the engines would only be used for civilian purposes. Yet the existence of a covert Luftwaffe was already out of the bag, as reported by British media outlets such as The Times in December 1932. On the 9th of March 1935, Hitler publicly revealed the existence of the heretofore secret Luftwaffe. Although Göring boasted that he had 2,500 aircraft, in fact he only had 1,800, and most were trainers or reconnaissance machines. The Luftwaffe's actual combat strength totaled 674 combat aircraft, consisting of 3 squadrons of biplane fighters, AR-65 and HE-51, and 5 squadrons of bombers, Do-11 and Ju-52. 6 days later, Hitler announced the reintroduction of conscription and his intent to increase the army to 36 divisions with 500,000 men. In May, the Reichswehr was renamed the Wehrmacht. By October 1935, Hitler dropped all pretense and announced the formation of 3 Panzerdivisionen. In fact, the Heer had only 300 Panzer I tanks available at this point, and each division was supposed to have 500 light tanks. The first 3 Panzerdivisionen were not completely equipped until late 1938. Furthermore, the Panzerdivisionen would have no gun-armed tanks until early 1938 either. Indeed, the Wehrmacht of 1935 was a cardboard force, partly equipped with second-rate equipment. However, Hitler had succeeded in violating the Versailles restrictions without any serious repercussions from the Anglo-French, and in August 1936 he revealed the next phase, a 4-year plan, in which he stated that the extent of the military development of our resources cannot be too large, nor its pace too swift. From this point on, Germany embarked upon an all-out effort to achieve military supremacy in Central Europe. Although Hitler had opened the floodgates for defense spending, German rearmament efforts were slowed by a host of lingering technical problems in developing new weapons and the limited capacity of German industry to build these weapons in quantity. Even more problematic was the shortage of raw materials and skilled labor. Germany imported most of its chromite, copper, iron ore, manganese, rubber, and tungsten from the Anglo-French, which had to be paid for in foreign currencies. However, Germany was very short on foreign currency reserves in the mid-1930s and was not able to import the amounts of critical raw materials required. By defaulting on Germany's foreign debt, Hitler could not borrow from foreign lenders. Consequently, even major weapons programs had to be scaled back to reflect available resources. By February 1937, a severe shortage of steel forced German industry to ration this key resource, thereby delaying the goals of Hitler's 4-year plan. German armament priorities were heavily influenced by the offensive operational doctrine developed by the Reichswehr, which laid great stress upon maneuver and shock action. The Panzer I was an adequate design for 1934, when there were few other foreign gun-armed tanks in existence. Yet while useful for infantry support and as a training vehicle, the 5-ton Panzer I was obviously too slow and underarmed to comprise the spear tip of the kind of maneuver warfare envisioned by Seydt. Likewise, the HE-51 biplane fighter was already inferior to a new generation of foreign monoplane fighters such as the French D-500 and Soviet I-16 Rata. Without a modern fighter to ensure air superiority over critical sectors, the Luftwaffe's bombers and ground attack aircraft could suffer heavy losses, and the Army's panzers would not get the vital air support they needed to ensure decisive results. Thus it was the concurrent quest for better tanks and a modern air superiority fighter that shaped the outcome of Hitler's rearmament plans. Based upon lessons learned at Panzerschule Kammer in the Soviet Union, Generalmajor Oswald Lutz, inspector for motor transport troops, believed that the new Panzertruppen, tank troops, should be based on 2 distinct types of medium tanks: a tank equipped with a high-velocity 3.7 centimeter cannon to engage enemy armoured vehicles, and a tank equipped with a low-velocity 7.5 centimeter howitzer to engage buildings and fortifications. On the 11th of January 1934, the Heereswaffenamt WA Proof 6 Army Weapons Department Panzer Office issued a requirement for 2 new medium tanks based upon Lutz's recommendations. These 2 tanks would evolve into the Panzer III armed with a 3.7 centimeter gun and the Panzer IV armed with a 7.5 centimeter howitzer. Both tanks would be powered by the 250 horsepower Maybach HL-108 TR gasoline engine. As envisioned by Lutz and his Chief of Staff Heinz Guderian, the future German Panzerabteilung, tank battalion, would be based on these 2 tanks, with a ratio of 3 Panzer III to each Panzer IV. By the end of 1934, Daimler-Benz and Rheinmetall-Borsig had been awarded the contract to develop the Panzer III, while Krupp was awarded the contract to develop the Panzer IV. Although it was a top priority, the German medium tank program underwent a long-drawn-out development process in 1935 to 36, and the first pre-production models were not available until 1937. Krupp had some earlier experience building tank prototypes for Panzerschule Kammer and opted for a conservative design which proved less problematic. The initial Panzer IV Ausf A model proved basically sound, and Krupp began building the Panzer IV Ausf B model in May 1938 with a more powerful engine and better frontal armour protection. By September 1938, the basic production model, the Panzer IV Ausf C, was just beginning low-rate production. A year later, a total of 211 Panzer IV tanks were in service. In contrast, the Panzer III tank program, which was supposed to be the Wehrmacht's main battle tank, was something of a fiasco. Daimler-Benz experienced great difficulty perfecting the tank's suspension, shifting from coiled springs to leaf springs to torsion bars. The first four models of the Panzer III had considerably different suspensions, ranging from 5 to 8 road wheels, and were only built in token quantities. After much technical fumbling, Daimler-Benz finally had a basic production model, the Panzer III Ausf E, ready for low-rate production by December 1938. On top of its sluggish development process, Daimler-Benz also experienced great difficulty ramping up Panzer III production. So Henschel and MAN were brought in to share the effort. Nevertheless, by September 1939, a total of only 98 Panzer III tanks had been built, of which 50 were the Ausf E model. At the outset of the war, the critical Panzer III program was over a year behind schedule. Thus, the Panzerdivisionen of 1939 would not have battalions comprised entirely of medium tanks, as Lutz and Guderian had envisioned in 1933. Rather, the small number of medium tanks had to be sprinkled across the entire Panzertruppe, diluting their impact. Furthermore, Germany embarked upon a major European war before either of its best medium tanks had begun serial production, which meant that the Wehrmacht would receive only 30 to 60 new medium tanks per month for the rest of 1939. At that rate, it would take at least another 2 years to completely re-equip the existing German Panzerdivisionen with medium tanks. Fortunately for the Wehrmacht, the Heereswaffenamt, Army Weapons Department, took out an insurance policy by issuing a requirement for an improved light tank to supplement the Panzer I. In 1935, Daimler-Benz and MAN began developing the Panzer II, armed with a 2-centimeter cannon to give it a limited anti-tank capability. Daimler-Benz encountered similar suspension problems with designing the Panzer II, but finally succeeded in developing a production-ready model by July 1937. The main appeal of the 8.9-ton Panzer II was that it could be built in quantity: 200 in 1937, then 600 in 1938, and 250 in the first part of 1939. Without the Panzer II, Germany's Panzerwaffe tank force in 1939 would have been a large force of underarmed tankettes with just a handful of medium tanks. Another fortuitous break came with the occupation of Czechoslovakia in March 1939. In addition to capturing over 200 LT Model 35 tanks intact, the Germans acquired the production line for the new LT Model 38 tank. Both Czech tanks would prove to be useful substitutes for the missing German medium tanks in the campaign of 1939–41. Had the Czechs possessed the metal to sabotage their tanks and the Skoda facility, it would have done more damage to the German war effort than all the RAF bombing of 1940–41. While the Heer struggled to build a combat-capable panzer force, the Luftwaffe sought to field the next generation of combat aircraft in order to intimidate Germany's potential foes. Even before the HE-51 biplane fighter entered production, the technical department, say Amt, of the Reich Air Ministry, RLM, issued the Rüstungsflugzeug 3, Armed Aircraft 3, requirement in March 1933, calling for a new single-seat monoplane fighter with a top speed of at least 250 miles per hour, 400 kilometers per hour, at 20,000 feet, 6,096 meters. The RLM also wanted the new fighter equipped with a 2-centimeter cannon, if feasible. In fact, the RLM requirement was rather conservative, since Poland and France would both soon have fighters capable of achieving 400 kilometers per hour. Given the relative inexperience of the German aviation industry and the technological challenges of building an all-metal monoplane fighter, the RLM moved cautiously and did not decide to award small development contracts to Arado, Bayerische Flugzeugwerke, BFW, Heinkel and Focke-Wulf until early 1934. The RLM wanted a German-designed engine on the new fighter, but since the Junkers Jumo 210 was not yet ready, the prototypes would have to use the British-designed 695-horsepower Rolls-Royce Kestrel 5 engine. Heinkel was the inside favourite to win the fighter competition from the start. Erhard Milch, the head of the RLM, had a personal grudge against BFW's chief designer, Willy Messerschmitt, and tried to prevent BFW from being awarded any large Luftwaffe contracts. Furthermore, Messerschmitt had no experience designing combat aircraft, unlike Arado and Heinkel. However, BFW managed to attract Arado's top engineer, Walter Rettel, just prior to the development contacts, which provided Messerschmitt with the insight to design a high-speed fighter. Another serendipitous break occurred when Messerschmitt was allowed to design a high-speed sports aircraft for the fledgling Luftwaffe, which was designated the Bf-108A and adopted as a trainer. In August to September 1934, 4 Bf-108As were sent to participate in an aerial competition, the Challenge International de Tourisme in Warsaw. 3 of the Bf-108As were flown by veteran military pilots, including Hauptmann Theo Osterkamp, 32 victories in the First World War, and Werner Junk, one of the instructors at Lipetsk. Although the Poles won the 3-week-long competition, the Bf-108As performed brilliantly, particularly in terms of speed. Consequently, the lessons learned from the Bf-108 heavily influenced the fighter prototype designed by Messerschmitt and Rettel, which would become the Bf-109. Messerschmitt also adopted a riskier design approach by adding leading-edge slats, designed in Britain in 1918, on the wings, allowing for higher angles of attack. By May 1935, BFW had built the first prototype, the Bf-109 V1, equipped with a Kestrel 5 engine. 4 months later, the Bf-109 V1 prototype was delivered to Luftwaffe Test Center Rechlin, along with its competitors, Heinkel's HE-112, Rado's AR-80, and Focke-Wulf's FW-159. Both the AR-80 and FW-159 prototypes were found unsatisfactory in trials during October 1935, which left only the Bf-109 and the HE-112 in serious contention. Both BFW and Heinkel built additional prototypes, all of which would be equipped with a new Junkers Jumo 210 engine. In February 1936, Luftwaffe test pilots began a fly-off competition to directly compare the newest prototypes, the Bf-109 V2 against the HE-112 V2. Unexpectedly, the Bf-109 V2 demonstrated a clear superiority in terms of speed and maneuverability, but Milch's RLM balked. Tests continued, but 2 months later, the HE-112 V2 was destroyed when it failed to come out of a spin. Still, the RLM was reluctant to award the production contract outright to BFW, and instead ordered more prototypes from each and recommended that Heinkel make adjustments to put the HE-112 on a better footing against the Bf-109. However, each Bf-109 prototype proved better than the last, while redesigning the HE-112 was not producing much improvement. It was not until famed aviator Ernst Udet, in charge of research and development for the Luftwaffe, and Göring himself recognized the Bf-109's superior qualities that Milch's resistance was overcome. Nevertheless, Milch managed to delay awarding the production contract to BFW, with no official fanfare, until October 1936, and the initial contract called for BFW to build only 144 fighters. Having won the contract, BFW encountered significant delays in ramping up production and built only 21 fighters in the first 6 months. A new production facility, Messerschmitt GmbH, was built in Regensberg, which began low-rate production of the Bf-109B model in early 1937. In April 1937, the RLM finally awarded a contract for over 1,300 Bf-109 fighters to be built within the next 17 months, although fewer than 300 were built in all of 1937. The RLM helped to jump-start Bf-109 production at several other plants, including the Erla Maschinenwerk GmbH, Leipzig, and the Gerhard Fiesler Werke in Kassel. During 1938, a total of 834 Bf-109s were built, including 500 of the new D model. During the initial production phase, Messerschmitt received another serendipitous boost when Hitler decided to intervene in the Spanish Civil War, sending an expeditionary force known as Legion Condor. In August 1936, Jagdgruppe 88, equipped with HE-51 fighters, arrived in Spain to support the nationalists. At first, the HE-51s performed well against older Republican fighters, but when the Soviet Union decided to intervene in the conflict and sent I-15 and I-16 fighters to Spain, the HE-51s were at a disadvantage. The Luftwaffe took the bold step of sending 12 Bf-109B fighters to Spain in March 1937 and to entirely re-equip Jagdgruppe 88 as soon as more Bf-109s rolled off the production line. Given that the Bf-109 was just starting low-rate production and was not yet a mature design, sending them off to combat was a very risky decision. However, the risk paid off handsomely. The Bf-109B proved superior to the Soviet fighters and enabled Legion Condor to achieve air superiority over critical sectors. Furthermore, the experience gained in actual combat allowed BFW to mature the Bf-109 more quickly than would normally occur in peacetime. In December 1938, an improved model equipped with a Daimler-Benz DB601 engine, the Bf-109E, was entering serial production. The Bf-109E was significantly superior to virtually all Anglo-French fighters in existence, except the British Spitfire, few of which were available. By early 1939, the Luftwaffe had re-equipped all of its first-line fighter units with the Bf-109, and all would have the improved E model by the end of the year. The ability of German industry to develop, deploy and refine the Bf-109 fighter into a mature design that could be built in quantity was a great success, and it was a game-changer for the balance of power in Europe. In just 2 years, the Luftwaffe's fighter arm transformed itself from a force equipped with a few hundred biplanes to an aerial juggernaut equipped with over 1,000 of the best air superiority fighter in Europe. Furthermore, German industry proved capable of building the new fighter in quantity, which meant reserves could be created and combat losses replaced. In addition to fighters, the Luftwaffe also developed and deployed a new generation of level bombers and ground attack aircraft that provided real offensive punch. The Reichswehr had secretly funded Dornier's development of several bomber prototypes in the early 1930s, but when limited numbers of the Do-11 entered service in 1932, they proved unsatisfactory. Instead, the nascent Luftwaffe pressed the humble Ju-52 transport into service as a bomber in its first few years. Once Hitler opened the spigot for funding to the Luftwaffe, Dornier began developing the twin-engined Do-17 bomber, while Heinkel developed the He-111. Both new bombers began entering service in 1936–37, and by September 1939 the Luftwaffe had 1,250 of these modern bombers. By the summer of 1939, Dornier had the improved Do-17Z in serial production, and Heinkel had the He-111H in serial production. Altogether, Germany was building about 150 medium bombers per month. Both were decent, but not great designs, which would serve the Luftwaffe well in its opening campaigns. Junkers had also begun its own bomber program, but the Ju-86 proved a disappointment, and instead the company shifted to development of a new fast bomber, which would become the Ju-88A. The Ju-88A would in fact become one of the best medium bombers in the 1940–42 time frame. But in 1939 it had just entered low-rate production, and only a single experimental unit had been formed. Having been conceived and guided by army officers, the Luftwaffe put considerable effort into developing tactical support aircraft. Ernst Udet, in charge of technology development for the RLM, pushed the dive bomber concept after witnessing demonstrations of this tactic in the United States in 1931. In February 1934, the RLM issued a requirement for a dive bomber, which resulted in the Heinkel He-50 in 1935, followed by Henschel's HS-123 in 1936. Both of these aircraft were biplanes, but the HS-123 was clearly superior. In 1937, the Junker Ju-87 dive bomber entered service, and the RLM decided that this would be the Luftwaffe's primary dive bomber, although small numbers of the HS-123 remained in service as well. During 1938–39, the Luftwaffe conducted a number of tactical training exercises with the Heer, particularly Panzer units, in order to refine their close support capabilities. Under ideal visibility conditions, the Ju-87 Stuka could deliver 50% of its bombs within 25 meters of an intended aim point. That is, its circular error probability, or CEP, was 25, compared to 250 meters for a level bomber. It was this unique precision strike capability that made the Luftwaffe fall in love with the Stuka. In the space of just 5 years, Hitler was able to revive German military power in an expansion program that was unprecedented in its scale and frenetic pace. In 1934, the Reichswehr had fewer tanks and aircraft than Poland, but 5 years later the Wehrmacht had achieved a decisive superiority in tanks and aircraft. Starting from the base 100,000-man Reichsheer with 10 divisions, the Heer was expanded sevenfold to a 750,000-man force with 45 divisions by the time of the Munich crisis in September 1938. In virtually every major category, by 1939 the Germans had achieved numerical superiority, although the quality of their weapons still lagged in some areas. It is also important to note that the Luftwaffe had completely re-equipped its frontline units with modern fighters, bombers and dive bombers, which were in serial production, and improved models were in development. In contrast, the Heer was struggling to get modern tanks and equipment into its field units, but production was lagging and improved models would not be available for some time. Nor did rapid expansion come without costs. Even by 1937, German industry could not build enough motor transport to motorize more than about 10 to 12% of the Heer. Thus, most of the new German divisions still relied upon horses to pull their artillery and supplies. Indeed, the Wehrmacht was never able to break its dependence upon the horse, which meant that only the handful of motorized units could conduct rapid maneuver warfare. Nor could industry supply enough modern infantry weapons, tactical radios, and a myriad of other pieces of equipment for the army. Germany had been forced to begin rationing steel in February 1937, and army programs were only getting 72% of the steel needed to reach the goals of Hitler's rearmament plan. While the Heer's major re-equipment programs, artillery, anti-tank guns, and small arms, were in serial production by 1938, there would only be sufficient quantities available for the active divisions. Many of the Wehrmacht's best weapons were just entering service in 1939, such as the MG-34 light machine gun, which was only adopted on the 24th of January 1939. German reserve and Landwehr militia units would just have to make do with obsolete weapons like the MG-08 machine gun and 10.5 cm FH-16 howitzer, or captured foreign weapons. Consequently, the limitations of the German rearmament program led to the bifurcation of the Wehrmacht into a small number of highly capable divisions, such as the Panzer and motorized infantry, and a larger number of less capable formations better suited for secondary tasks. In addition to material deficiencies in the field army, shortages of raw materials hindered Germany's ability to prepare for protracted warfare. While the incorporation of Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938-39 temporarily eased the German shortages of foreign exchange and raw materials, the long-term outlook in terms of iron ore, copper, petroleum, and rubber was inauspicious. At the outset of the Polish campaign, Germany had stockpiled enough raw materials to continue modest levels of military production for 6 months. Ammunition production was particularly hard hit by the shortage of steel, and the Wehrmacht would go to war in September 1939 with only enough ammunition for about 1 month of heavy combat. Essentially, Germany was already forced to begin curtailing some of its rearmament programs before the war even started, and it could not sustain adequate armament production unless some deus ex machina appeared. It was this economic weakness which drove Hitler to seek an accommodation with Stalin prior to embarking upon Fall Weiss. The Wehrmacht builds a combined arms team. Man schlägt jemanden mit der Faust und nicht mit gespreizten Fingern. Hit them with your fist, not with your fingers spread. Heinz Guderian. It is not enough to build aircraft, artillery, and tanks in order to develop effective combat capability. One must know how to use them together in concert. Given the rapid changes in technology since 1918, all the major powers struggled to integrate new weapons, while operational-level doctrine would remain in flux until the test of combat could validate the choices made in structuring and training units. Although the Reichswehr had extensively studied the lessons of the First World War and conducted realistic tactical experiments, it still had little practical experience to validate its maneuver warfare doctrine. The Wehrmacht did gain some valuable combat experience in Spain, particularly in air-to-air combat and close air support, but it was very small scale. For example, the Legion Condor's infamous bombing of Guernica in April 1937 involved fewer than 30 aircraft. During 1936-38, a total of 26 Legion Condor pilots achieved ace status, and these men returned to Germany and helped to refine Luftwaffe fighter tactics with the introduction of the Vierfingerschwarm, Finger 4 formation. German bomber and Ju-87 Stuka crews were also able to refine their tactics in Spain. In another operation in April 1937, Legion Condor conducted a mass attack on Republican positions near Bilbao. 60 tons of bombs were dropped in 2 minutes, which caused enemy resistance to break. Altogether, the Luftwaffe component of the Legion Condor suffered about 131 killed in action or missing in Spain. In Spain, Luftwaffe leaders learned how to handle a small, mixed expeditionary force in a situation where there was essentially no German ground force to support, so they could conduct a virtually independent air campaign. The Spanish nationalist forces that the Luftwaffe supported conducted a war of position, where the front changed very little on a daily basis. Under these circumstances, the Luftwaffe's experience in Spain yielded few operational-level lessons, and had limited direct relevance to the Wehrmacht's maneuver warfare doctrine. The Luftwaffe had formed its first large-scale air unit in 1935, the 1st Flieger Division, but most of the newly formed Staffeln squadrons were assigned to single-type Gruppen groups of 30 or 40 aircraft, then eventually to Geschwader wings of 90 to 120 aircraft. Initially, these building blocks were assigned to various regional air districts, Luftgau, which provided administrative and logistical support. During the mid-1930s, there was considerable difference of opinion on how best to organize an air force for war. The French opted to provide some fighter and reconnaissance squadrons to directly support individual field armies, but the bulk of their air power was reserved for use by Air Force Zone commanders. In May 1936, Britain's Royal Air Force divided itself into Bomber Command for strategic air attacks and Fighter Command for the air defence of Great Britain, which essentially divided British air power into two boxes that could not coordinate with each other. Like the French, the Polish LW assigned some air units directly to support the army, but concentrated their best aircraft into a fighter brigade and a bomber brigade to conduct operational-level missions. The Luftwaffe was influenced by the Reichswehr's thinking on the necessity of ground support, but the leadership recognized the need to accomplish other missions such as air superiority and battlefield interdiction. Rather than building up tribal communities of pure fighter and pure bomber units, the Luftwaffe sought to unite all aerial capabilities under a single commander, although the path to this goal was not a straight line. In early 1938, the Luftwaffe proceeded to the next level by forming large-scale air groups, which was followed by the creation of 4 air fleets, Luftflotten, in February 1939. The creation of these Luftflotten, during the initial stage of planning for Fall Weiss, was an important indicator of German intentions that was missed by Allied intelligence. Each Luftflotten consisted of 2 Fliegerdivisionen with mixed composition of bombers, ground attack and reconnaissance aircraft, along with attached flak artillery, signal and maintenance units. The Luftflotte was intended to be a self-contained aerial combat force with up to 1,000 aircraft to provide operational-level effects in support of campaign objectives. The only serious defect was the manner in which the fighter force, Jagdwaffe, was not properly integrated into Luftflotten. Instead, the individual Jagdgruppen, fighter groups, might report either to Luftgau-Kommandos, air district tactical commands, or a Jagdfliegerführer, a fighter commander with semi-independent status, in 1939. A large part of the reason for this disconnect was that the Jagdgruppen were averse to being directly integrated into the Luftflotten because they didn't want to be dragged into constantly escorting daylight bomber missions, which they saw as a distraction from their air superiority mission. It was not until after the 1940 French campaign that Luftflotte commanders would own their own fighter units and the air fleets become truly aerial combined arms formations. The Heer's experience in Spain was even less useful for refining its operational art because the Legion Condor's ground element under the command of Oberstleutnant Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma, who would later command Panzer Regiment III in the Polish campaign, consisted of just 267 men when it arrived in Spain on the 7th of October 1936. Gruppe Thoma deployed with 41 Panzer I tanks and 24 3.7 cm PAK anti-tank guns, but its primary mission was to train and advise Spanish troops, not to be directly involved in combat. Of the 646 German ground troops who served in Spain in 1936–39, only 7 were killed in action. Limited numbers of German advisors did directly participate in ground combat in Spain, but the tanks were used in small groups, often without benefit of supporting arms. Thoma's troops did learn that the Panzer I was inferior to Soviet-made tanks and highly vulnerable to anti-tank guns, which put greater pressure on the Heereswaffenamt to accelerate the Panzer III and Panzer IV programs. Consequently, the Spanish experience was of negligible value for organizing or training the large-scale panzer units that were forming in Germany. The primary technological question facing armies in the early 1930s was what kind of tanks should be built, which derived from the range of missions envisioned for mechanized units. There were 4 basic views regarding the best use of tanks: pure tank units, primarily for shock effect, breakthrough on the battlefield; infantry tanks to support infantry units in the attack; mechanized cavalry, using tanks in the traditional cavalry roles, such as reconnaissance, screening and pursuit; and mobile combined arms, creating well-rounded combat teams for maneuver warfare, particularly exploitation or deep operations. The Anglo-French and the Soviets primarily embraced the infantry support and cavalry roles for their tanks, but they also experimented with the other two roles as well. In the Reichswehr, Generalmajor Oswald Lutz and his Chief of Staff Oberst Heinz Guderian argued vehemently for the mobile combined arms role and insisted that all tanks should be massed into division-size all-arms formations. However, this idea, considered radical in 1934, ran into resistance from more conservative officers. General der Artillerie Ludwig Beck, Chief of the Army General Staff, was opposed to the Panzer Division concept and favoured creating independent army-level Heerestruppen, regimental or brigade-size tank units, which could be attached to reinforce individual army corps. The Heerestruppen were tank pure units that could fulfill either the breakthrough or infantry support roles. Oberst Erich von Manstein, Beck's Chief of Staff, even wrote a memorandum recommending that each infantry division should receive its own armour support, which became the genesis of the Sturmartillerie, assault artillery concept. Beck, an artillery officer, ensured that the Sturmartillerie would not be under the control of Lutz's Panzertruppen. Although Hitler supported the creation of Panzerdivisionen, Beck ensured that the Wehrmacht expansion plans included the creation of several independent Panzerbrigaden as well as Sturmartillerie units. On top of this, the cavalry branch entered the equation and pressed for some of its units to be motorized in order to keep division-size units within the force structure and to provide command slots for senior cavalry officers. Thus, in June 1936, the OKH authorized the creation of 3 leichte Divisionen, each of which would get its own Panzerabteilung to perform typical cavalry missions, such as reconnaissance, screening, and pursuit. As a result of these competing agendas, there were 3 different types of German mechanized units in 1936–39, each configured for different purposes. While the Heerestruppen and leichte Divisionen were not resource-intensive formations, which was one of the reasons that the OKH championed them, Lutz opted for overstaffed Panzerdivisionen, which meant that only 3 could be created prior to 1938. The original Panzer Division structure was unnecessarily complex, with a Panzer Brigade headquarters controlling 2 Panzerregimenter, which in turn controlled 2 or 3 Panzerabteilungen. The result was too many mid-level leaders trying to issue orders over too many radio command nets. In the 1935 Panzer Division, a single light tank company was authorized 30 tanks, far too many for effective tactical control by one officer, and battalions had 115 tanks. Lutz and Guderian envisioned the Panzerdivisionen as massing enough tanks at the main point, or Schwerpunkt, to achieve decisive results, but attempting to flood the battlefield with a dense swarm of tanks was actually counterproductive, since a force of this size was difficult to maneuver or conceal. Providing logistical support to 400 tanks and 2,000 other vehicles operating along a single axis of advance would also prove a serious challenge. As it would turn out, the Panzer Brigades of 1939–40 were not the most effective units within the Panzer Division, but rather the far more mobile Kreuzschützenbataillon, motorcycle infantry, and Aufklärungsabteilung, motorized reconnaissance battalion. Both of these units were used in the spearhead role, seeking out gaps in the enemy lines and reporting the information back to the Panzer and motorized infantry commanders. The 959-man Kreuzschützenbataillon was a very mobile unit capable of moving 100 kilometers or more in a day, and equipped with enough weaponry to seize and hold key objectives. Likewise, the 753-man Aufklärungsabteilung, motorized, was very mobile, and its 24 armoured cars added further combat power to divisional vanguard units. The Heer did experiment with the idea of creating larger, more capable reconnaissance units for mechanized corps, akin to the US concept of an armoured reconnaissance regiment, but lacked the resources to implement this idea. It is important to recognize that infantry also formed the vital bedrock of the German combined arms team. Infantry was not only intended to defend ground captured by the fast-moving panzer units, but to be capable of seizing secondary objectives on its own. Starting with the Reichsheer's 7 original infantry divisions, the Heer expanded to 35 active divisions, which were designated as first formations. Outfitting these 35 divisions required enormous effort, since they required a total of 620,000 troops, 170,000 horses, and 35,000 motor vehicles to bring them up to strength. Even after Hitler dramatically increased the size of the Wehrmacht, each first formation division still comprised 18% reservists and 4% Landwehr. Nevertheless, these 35 divisions were gradually brought up to strength and nearly fully equipped, making them the cream of the Heer's ground combat forces. However, this left very few resources for wartime expansion of the Wehrmacht. The second formation divisions, raised in 1939, would comprise 94% reservists and Landwehr, with only a leavening of active duty soldiers. Furthermore, the second formation divisions often lacked vital equipment, such as mortars, and were often equipped with foreign or obsolete substitutes. During the course of the Second World War, the Heer would raise a total of 31 waves of divisions, each wave less well equipped than its predecessors. The hidden weakness within Germany's combined arms team was that its capabilities rested upon a core of elite divisions and their personnel, which were vulnerable to attrition. In 1937, the Oberkommando des Heeres, Army High Command, or OKH, decided to motorize 4 of its first formation infantry divisions, 2, 13, 20, and 29, in order to provide a force of mobile infantry which could follow the panzers and hold key terrain. Each of these divisions was equipped with 3 times the amount of motor transport assigned to a standard infantry division. In total, it took over 10,000 motor vehicles to outfit these 4 motorized infantry divisions, almost 1/3 of the Wehrmacht's total motor pool at the time. However, the question of how the Panzerdivisionen would work with the motorized divisions was not fully worked out prior to Fall Weiss. Guderian opted to include 2 of the motorized infantry divisions, with the 3rd Panzer Division in his 19th Army Corps motorized, but the other 2 were placed in the 14th Army Corps motorized without armor support. The OKH did not form any more division-size mechanized units until after the 1938 Munich crisis, when 2 new Panzerdivisionen, 4 and 5, and 4 leichte Divisionen, 1 through 4, were stood up. In addition, the Heerstruppen were increased to 2 independent Panzerbrigaden and 2 independent battalions. At this point, over 40% of the German armour was not assigned to Panzerdivisionen. Even before the leichte Divisionen had been fully formed, it was apparent that these formations were too large for reconnaissance missions, but lacked the combat power to conduct breakthrough operations. It was not long before even the OKH recognized that this was far from an optimal force structure, and Generaloberst Walter von Brauchitsch, Commander-in-Chief of the Heer, Oberbefehlshaber des Heeres, issued guidance in November 1938 that the leichte Divisionen would be converted to Panzerdivisionen, and some of the Heerestruppen units formed into new divisions by late 1939, thereby yielding a total force of 9 Panzerdivisionen. A few tank pure Heerestruppen units would be retained for infantry support. Thus, when the Wehrmacht invaded Poland in 1939, it went to war with 3 different types of mechanized units, and aside from a few panzer zealots like Guderian, it had not fully decided how to use them in a campaign. In particular, conservative officers like Generaloberst Gerd von Rundstedt still believed it was desirable to keep the Panzerdivisionen closely leashed to their accompanying infantry, rather than chasing off like a pack of hounds after their prey. By 1939, the Wehrmacht had created the rudiments of combined arms teams in the 4 Luftflotten and 5 Panzerdivisionen, but they had yet to work together. The bedrock of the team was the first formation infantry divisions, which intended to use tactics that were only slightly different from 1918 methods. Pre-war tactical experiments helped with refining basic air-ground communications procedures, but the Luftwaffe still had no practical experience in handling close air support from Panzerdivisionen or other German ground units. Consequently, the Luftwaffe preferred to strike targets well beyond the front line in order to avoid fratricide. Likewise, German commanders had only maneuvered mechanized forces in training exercises, not on battlefields. Conducting logistic support on a mobile battlefield with an uncooperative enemy was still a large unknown. Given the revolutionary combined arms nature of the new German operational level doctrine, theory and exercises could only go so far in revealing the strength and limitations of this new form of warfare. An actual field campaign would be required to validate the effectiveness of this team. Stalin's Great Leap Forwards. Hitler's generals, raised on the dogma of Clausewitz and Moltke, could not understand that war is won in the factories. Stalin, 1949. The Red Army that advanced upon Warsaw in August 1920 consisted primarily of infantry and cavalry, with only a handful of armoured cars and light artillery and minimal air support. During the First World War, the Russian economy had been unable to provide its soldiers with adequate weapons, ammunition, or even boots. After the First World War and the subsequent Russian Civil War, the Soviet Union's economy was even more devastated, and the new regime appeared to be an international pariah, with little hope of attracting foreign assistance. Lenin's new economic policy of 1921 attempted to attract foreign capital, but largely failed to improve the Soviet economy. Although the Soviet Red Army remained a persistent potential threat to Poland, its limited capabilities in the 1920s did not encourage Lenin or Stalin to seek a rematch. Stalin had a great anathema for the Poles, but also recognized that their fierce nationalism would make them a difficult nut to crack. Once he came to power in 1924, he preferred to focus on domestic policy and put off dealing with Poland until more favorable circumstances arose. Thus, the Soviet Union's economic and military weakness provided Poland with a temporary respite. Stalin had great plans for the Soviet Union, and he was determined to enhance Soviet economic and then military power by any means necessary. Despite the ideological divide between the communist and non-communist worlds, Stalin recognized that foreign technological assistance was a vital prerequisite for turning the Soviet Union into a great power. In 1929, Stalin initiated the first five-year plan, with emphasis upon heavy industry and forced agricultural collectivization. Foreign corporations and individual technicians were invited into the Soviet Union to help develop key manufacturing industries. Most of the foreigners were American, but there were British, French, German, and Swiss technicians as well. Given the bleak economic environment of the Depression-era early 1930s, the lure of new business in the Soviet Union was appealing to many Western firms. Stalin made business offers even more appealing by providing payments in gold. Over 1.5 billion rubles in gold was made available to jump-start foreign technical assistance programs. The Soviets were particularly interested in American-style assembly line and mass production techniques, and paid U.S. engineers to design, construct, and outfit similar assembly plants in the Soviet Union to produce trucks, agricultural tractors, and steel. The Frein Engineering Company of Chicago was one of the first to get in on the Soviet gravy train and agreed to build a large steel plant in Central Asia. The Ford Motor Company was also a major player, agreeing in May 1929 to establish a truck assembly line in Gorky. The U.S. government made no efforts to block these ventures. By 1930, the Soviet Union had signed 104 contracts, 81 of which were with American or German companies. 2 years later, there were 1,700 American and 1,600 German industrial technicians working in the Soviet Union, and in the same year, the Soviets purchased 90% of all machinery exported from Britain. Frein's engineers built a great industrial center in the Ural-Kuznetsk region, later renamed the Stalin plant, of course, which began producing iron, steel, aluminium, and zinc within a few years. Frein also provided Soviet engineers with a design for a blast furnace, which was replicated in 14 Soviet steel plants. 2 other American companies, the Arthur G. McKee and Company of Cleveland, Ohio, and General Electric, were brought in to design and build a giant steel plant at Magnitogorsk, which became partly operational in 1933. American engineers also modernized the Soviet coal, iron ore, and petroleum industries in the early 1930s, introducing modern techniques and equipment which greatly enhanced output. Other foreign engineers worked to expand the production of machine tools and other industrial projects which would soon be used to help rearm the Red Army. American and German engineers helped to build the Stalingrad tractor plant, as well as similar plants in Kharkov and Chelyabinsk, which would later be converted to produce tanks. The Soviets assiduously copied every piece of foreign technological hardware they got their hands on, often making simplified versions that were easier to produce. Standardization allowed for the kind of rapid industrial expansion that Stalin desired. Once the foreign engineers completed their projects, they departed and Soviet engineers took over. Thanks to the infusion of foreign technology, Soviet heavy industry made rapid progress. Between 1929 and 1937, Soviet coal output increased 360%, steel production over 400%, and electricity output by 700%. Even before the industrialization process was in full swing, the Revolutionary Military Council, RVS, chaired by Kliment Voroshilov, began setting priorities for military modernization. Military aviation and mechanization were both high priorities, followed by artillery. The pathetic collection of Russian aircraft had been virtually impotent in the Russo-Polish War, and the period of 1920 to 24 was one of chaos and disorganization for Soviet aviation. Virtually all of the 300-odd aircraft still in service in the early 1920s were foreign-built, since many aviation engineers had emigrated abroad. In 1925, the Red Army's Air Force was renamed the VVS, Vojenno-Vozdushnie Sily, and the RVS began sorting out the aviation sector by reforming design bureaus such as Polikarpov and Tupolev. The Soviet Union's first indigenous fighter, the I-2, entered service with a copy of the 400-horsepower American Liberty L-12 engine. The aircraft was not a success, and only 211 were built. Soviet industry had particular trouble manufacturing aircraft engines, and had to settle for producing limited numbers of copies of American, British, French, and German engines for some time. By the late 1920s, Soviet industry was beginning to produce large numbers of fighters and reconnaissance aircraft, although quality control was poor and the VVS was handicapped by limited numbers of qualified pilots. However, the first 5-year plan had a major impact upon the Soviet aviation sector, which began to produce better aircraft designs, such as the I-5 fighter in 1930. The I-5 was powered by a copy of the British-designed Jupiter engine. 2 years later, the Tupolev Design Bureau unveiled its TB-3 heavy bomber, powered by German engines, which could carry 2,000 kilograms of bombs up to 1,600 kilometers. Tupolev was also able to produce this large bomber in quantity. The VVS received over 600 TB-3 bombers in 1932 to 34, leading to the creation of a long-range aviation branch within the VVS. Soviet aviation technology increased as well, as more foreign technology was purchased or purloined, including a license for the new American-designed Wright Cyclone 9 engine, the same engine which would later be used on the B-17 bomber. In 1934, Polikarpov mated the Wright Cyclone engine with his latest fighter, leading to the excellent I-16, one of the best fighters of the mid-1930s. By 1935, Soviet industry was manufacturing modern aircraft in quantity, and the VVS was already the largest air force in the world. Yakov I. Alksnis, the dynamic leader of the VVS, pushed to organize his various aviation regiments into larger combat formations, and in 1936 he formed 3 air armies, comprised of mixed fighter, bomber, and reconnaissance units. The VVS had also developed an airborne force, beginning with 1 brigade in 1932 and followed by 2 more in 1936. Soviet paratroopers practiced jumping from TB-3 bombers and later Li-2 transports, a copy of the American DC-3. By early 1937, the VVS had roughly 8,000 aircraft in service, and within less than a decade it had evolved into a potent force, capable of conducting a wider variety of missions than any other air force on Earth. Voroshilov also set modernization priorities for the ground forces, beginning with tanks. The only tanks that the Red Army possessed in the mid-1920s were a small number of captured French Renault FT tanks, about 70 British-built Mark V, and 12 Whippet tanks, few of which were operational. Soviet engineers at the Bolshevik plant number 232 in Leningrad succeeded in reverse engineering the French Renault FT and built a copy known as the T-18, or MS-1, which entered low-rate production in 1928. However, the T-18 performed poorly in field tests and was clearly based on obsolescent technology. The Red Army wanted new weapons, not copies of old weapons. Unfortunately, Soviet engineers lacked the ability to design new tanks from scratch. In 1929, the RVS authorized a group of Soviet engineers to travel abroad and inspect foreign tank developments, then purchase any that could be built in the Soviet Union. The commission was headed by Andrei I. Khalepsky, who was head of the Red Army's Office of Mechanization and Motorization, UMM, which was responsible for drafting technical requirements for tanks. One team from the Soviet Tank Commission visited the United States and was impressed with the mobility of the privately designed Christie tank, M1928. 2 samples and a production license were purchased for $160,000 in April 1930. Khalepsky's team arrived in England, and he decided to purchase 16 copies of the Vickers 6-ton light tank and 26 of the Carden-Lloyd Mark VI tankette, for a total amount of £205,000, $975,000. By early 1931, the American and British armoured vehicles had arrived in the Soviet Union, and After minor modifications were made, Soviet factories began producing upgraded copies of them. The Vickers 6-ton required the least modification and was built at the Bolshevik plant in Leningrad as the T-26 light tank, with about 100 completed before the end of 1931. The Bolshevik plant modified the Carden-Lloyd Mark VI tankette and began serial production of the T-27 tankette, with 393 built in 1931. The Soviets encountered greater difficulty with the Christie tanks, which arrived in the USSR without turrets, so only a handful of pre-production models were built at the KHPZ plant in Kharkov in 1931. Eventually, KHPZ was able to develop the BT-2 cavalry tank from Christie's incomplete design, and this tank entered limited production in 1932. Initially, all of these armoured vehicles were only armed with machine guns, but the Soviets purchased samples of the German 3.7 cm PAK anti-tank gun, which was redesigned and entered Soviet service as the 45 mm Model 1932 gun. A tank version was quickly developed, and by early 1933, the latest versions of the T-26 and BT-5 were equipped with a new gun. The Red Army's tank force grew rapidly, from a single mechanized brigade in 1930 to 4 by 1932. At that point, the RVS directed that these brigades would be formed into 2 mechanized corps, each with 430 tanks, plus attached motorized infantry, reconnaissance, sappers, and artillery, the first large-scale mechanized combined arms units in the world. In 1933, 5 more independent mechanized brigades were created, and 2 more mechanized corps in 1934. By 1935, the Red Army had the largest armoured forces in the world, with over 2,500 tanks. Meanwhile, Chalebsky's Office of Mechanization and Motorization had already issued requirements for a new generation of medium and heavy tanks, which would far surpass these early models. Not only was the Red Army building tanks in large numbers by the mid-1930s, but its leadership was on the cusp of developing a radical new doctrine for mobile warfare dubbed Glubokyi Boy, deep battle. Vladimir K. Tryandafilov and Mikhail Tukhachevsky both wrote about deep battle and coordinating tanks and air support to break through an enemy's defences. Although Tryandafilov died in 1931, a brilliant military theorist at the Front's military academy, Georgy Isserson, expanded upon deep battle and developed a more sophisticated version known as Glubokaya Operatsya, deep operations. Isserson envisioned using tanks and aircraft not only to breach an enemy's front, but to send mechanized forces through and exploit to depths of up to 200 kilometers. Tukhachevsky accepted Isserson's theories, and they were adopted as official doctrine in 1935. During the summer of 1936, the Red Army tested the doctrine with a complete mechanized corps, and even threw in paratroops to see how they could support deep operations. The results of the tests were promising, and the Red Army's Field Service Regulations for 1936, PU 36, fully incorporated mechanized warfare and deep operations into campaign planning. Thus, by the end of 1936, the Red Army had managed to assemble a large, mechanized force and to create a revolutionary doctrine on how to use them to achieve decisive operational results, which was a grave development for Poland's security. Just as Stalin's 5-year plans succeeded in creating the largest mechanized and aviation forces on Earth, reaching an apex in early 1937, Stalin became insanely paranoid that military modernization could undermine his authority by creating a professional military class. Clever military men like Tukhachevsky, Isserson, Chalebsky, and Alksnis were useful, but worried Stalin, since he doubted their loyalty to him. Instead, he preferred less capable but subservient subordinates such as Voroshilov and Lavrentiy Beria, head of the NKVD. Voroshilov, a technical imbecile, claimed that mechanization was a scheme to undermine the Communist Party's control over the Red Army. He also accused Tukhachevsky of wrecking, alleging that the mechanized corps were intended to spearhead an internal military coup as part of a right-wing Trotskyist military conspiracy. In May 1937, Stalin moved ruthlessly to root out the alleged traitors in the Red Army, beginning with Tukhachevsky, who was arrested along with 8 other senior generals. After a brief trial, Tukhachevsky and the other generals were shot. Stalin's purge quickly spread across the Red Army leadership and spilled over into the armaments industry. Chalebsky and Alksnis were both shot in 1938. Isserson one of the fathers of deep operations doctrine, was sent to a forced labor camp for 10 years. Senior engineers working in the aviation and tank design bureaus were also arrested, some shot, others imprisoned. Voroshilov and other reactionary elements in the Red Army ensured that the mechanized corps were broken up and the individual brigades dispersed in the infantry support role. He also ensured the Pu-36 and deep operations were buried, although they were not forgotten. The result of Stalin's purges of the military and armaments industry in 1937–38 was that the Red Army was left with plenty of modern equipment, but most of the remaining military leaders lacked the competence to use them properly. This organizational decline was not apparent to external observers until after the invasion of Poland, when the subsequent Russo-Finnish War in 1939–40 exposed the utter incompetence of the Red Army's senior leadership. Nevertheless, Stalin's 5-year plans had laid the basis for mass production of modern military hardware, ensuring that the Red Army would be well equipped and prepared to fight a protracted war, even against Germany. Yet, like the Third Reich, the Soviet Union could not have made such rapid progress without substantial technical assistance from the Western democracies. Chapter 4. Countdown to War. Hitler's territorial ambitions. It is the last territorial claim which I have to make in Europe. Hitler referring to the Sudetenland, 26th of September 1938. Throughout his political career, Hitler was remarkably consistent about his strategic objectives. He wanted to make Germany economically and militarily strong so it could throw off the Versailles Treaty restrictions, then punish those who he blamed for laying Germany low in 1918. The French and the Jews, then create a super-German nation extending well into Eastern Europe, Lebensraum. Any states that sided with France against Germany, Belgium, Czechoslovakia and Poland, would be dealt with accordingly. On the path to greatness, Hitler intended to reincorporate all ethnic Germans back into the Reich, including those in his native Austria and in other countries, Alsace, Czechoslovakia, Lithuania and Poland. Prior to coming to power, Hitler made it clear in a landmark speech at the Industry Club in Dusseldorf in January 1932 that he did not intend to rely upon capitalism or trade to rebuild Germany. In my view, it is putting the cart before the horse to believe today that Germany's position of power can be recovered using business methods alone, instead of realizing that a position of power constitutes the prerequisite for an improvement in the economic situation as well. A prosperous economy cannot subsist if it is not backed by the protection of a prosperous, powerful state, that there would have been no Carthaginian economy without a Carthaginian fleet, and no Carthaginian trade without the Carthaginian army. Although Hitler employed deception, opportunism, and tactical flexibility, like most politicians, he did not waver from his essential objectives once he came to power in 1933. For example, on the first page of his book, Mein Kampf, he stated that German Austria must be restored to the great German motherland, and this became one of the early pillars of his foreign policy. For the most part, British and French politicians did not take Hitler seriously, and initially didn't bother to read Mein Kampf. One of the few who did, Horace Rumbold, British ambassador in Berlin, wrote a synopsis of Mein Kampf and sent it by dispatch to the Foreign Ministry and the Cabinet. Rumbold warned that Hitler intended to restore Germany by force of arms, and any talk of peace was mere deception to conceal his true intention, which was war. Although alarmed by Rumbold's dispatch, Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald and his cabinet adopted a wait-and-see attitude about Hitler's intentions. Hitler helped to allay some apprehensions by making loud speeches about his peaceful intentions. In May 1933, he addressed the Reichstag, stating that our boundless love for our loyalty to our own national traditions makes us respect the national claims of others and makes us desire to live with them in peace and friendship. Whether or not one believed that Mein Kampf or his Reichstag speeches were indicative of Hitler's true intentions, his actions soon demonstrated his contempt for international law. Using the refusal of the Anglo-French delegations at the World Disarmament Conference to allow Germany to acquire weapons denied by the Versailles Treaty, Hitler terminated Germany's membership in the League of Nations on the 14th of October 1933. There was no significant international response. Soon thereafter, in June 1934, Hitler further demonstrated his contempt for legal norms by ordering the mass execution of those he regarded as enemies of the regime, including senior members of the SA paramilitary organization and former Chancellor Kurt von Schleicher. In their haste to gun down Schleicher, the assassins from the Sicherheitsdienst Security Service, or SD, also gunned down his wife, further demonstrating the indiscriminate nature of Nazi violence. Another victim of the purge was Erich Klausner, a German politician and head of Catholic Action, who had openly criticized the repressive tactics of the regime. A few senior members of the Reichswehr criticized the murders, but for the most part the generals bit their lips and opted to kneel before Hitler's broken cross. While international opinion was still stunned by the brutal nature of the Nazi domestic purge, Hitler decided to support a violent coup by members of the Austrian Nazi Party, DNSAP, which attempted to overthrow the Austrian government on the night of the 25th of July 1934. Although the rebels managed to storm the chancellery and assassinate Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss, the Austrian army remained loyal and quickly crushed the coup, with a total of over 200 persons killed. This time, international reaction was immediate and harsh. Benito Mussolini, who regarded Austria as part of his own sphere of influence, moved 75,000 Italian troops towards the Brenner Pass and threatened military action if Germany moved into Austria. Yugoslavia also announced its intent to mobilize its army if Austria's territorial integrity was violated. Faced with resolute force, Hitler was forced to back down, one of the few times this occurred, and disavow support for the coup because he lacked the military or economic strength to push his agenda further. However, the Austrian Nazis, who sought refuge in Germany, continued a terrorist-style campaign against the Austrian government, which kept the pot boiling. Indeed, Hitler was forced to face the reality that the Third Reich in mid-1934 was on the brink of economic collapse due to its shortage of foreign currency reserves and its difficulty in securing foreign loans. In 1930, Germany had 2.8 billion Reichsmarks in gold and foreign currency reserves, but this had fallen to only 165 million Reichsmarks by 1934, only 6 months after becoming Chancellor. Hitler had announced a de facto default on its long-term debts, mostly to the United States, which made it more difficult for Germany to secure credit. Without the ability to purchase raw materials overseas, particularly from the British Empire, Hitler's rearmament plans would be stillborn. Despite Hitler's support for violence both at home and abroad, Britain's Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald was more concerned that Germany might default on its short-term debts to British investors and thereby cause considerable economic damage in England. Neville Chamberlain, Chancellor of the Exchequer, argued in favour of offering inducements for Hitler to keep Germany as a reliable trade partner, rather than trying to isolate Germany and thereby drive Hitler towards more rash acts. Later, this was called economic appeasement. Consequently, Britain signed 2 trade agreements with Germany between July and November 1934, including a loan for £750,000, which Chamberlain concealed from the British public, and other provisions which aided Germany in purchasing raw materials from within the British Empire. Additional short-term financial credits from Britain would be extended until 1939. In short, Chamberlain ended up easing Germany out of its financial straitjacket and helped to jump-start the first phase of Hitler's rearmament plan. For the next 2 years, Hitler shifted to a less aggressive tone in his foreign policy, while the Wehrmacht gathered its strength and Germany finessed short-term loans from other countries, such as the Netherlands and Switzerland. Meanwhile, the Anglo-French shifted their attention to Mussolini, who had his heart set on acquiring Ethiopia for his empire. After Italy invaded Ethiopia in October 1935, in open violation of the covenants it had signed to join the League of Nations, the League imposed limited economic sanctions on Italy in November. However, neither Britain nor France were willing to impose tougher sanctions, including an oil embargo, over what they regarded as a colonial issue. Instead, British and French diplomats laboured to develop a diplomatic solution to Mussolini's aggression by offering to award Italy large chunks of Ethiopia in return for peace, the so-called Hoare-Laval plan. Not only did this diplomatic effort fail completely, since Mussolini continued his aggression, but the League of Nations was revealed to be ineffectual, and Britain and France unreliable in protecting the interests of smaller states. Italy even dared to use outlawed chemical weapons in Ethiopia, but when the League was made aware of this violation of international law, it did nothing but deplore the act. Once Italy achieved a partial military victory, the limited economic sanctions were removed in July 1936, having achieved nothing. Hitler paid close attention to the Abyssinia crisis and concluded that the Anglo-French were unwilling to risk more than symbolic gestures against a serious aggressor. After the Anglo-French failure to stop Mussolini from conquering Ethiopia, Hitler decided it was time to start rolling back the Versailles and Locarno treaties in regard to Germany's borders. Hitler timed his move when the British and French were most at odds as a result of the Abyssinia crisis. He also decided to use the ratification of the Franco-Soviet Treaty of Mutual Assistance on the 27th of February 1936 as a justification, claiming that it was an attempt to create a military alliance against Germany. Within a week of the treaty's ratification, Hitler made his move. Now that he had a few hundred Panzer I tanks and several squadrons of HE-51 biplane fighters, Hitler was more willing to take risks than 2 years earlier. On the 7th of March 1936, he sent 3 German infantry battalions into the Rhineland, in direct violation of both the Versailles and Locarno treaties. The French government was overwrought about Hitler's action, but was restrained both by its own military unpreparedness and by its diplomatic inability to gather support from other nations to oppose Hitler. General Maurice Gamelin, the French commander-in-chief, sent 50,000 troops towards the border with Germany as a covering force, but claimed that the French army could not conduct a punitive operation without full mobilization, which the politicians were loath to authorize. Nor would Britain lend any military or diplomatic support to force Hitler to vacate the Rhineland. Some members of the French cabinet favored economic sanctions against Germany, but neither Britain nor the League of Nations would support this recommendation. Poland's foreign minister, Józef Beck, informed the French ambassador in Warsaw that Poland would honor its treaty obligations and attack Germany if France went to war with Germany. The Polish offer was ignored. Instead, the French political leadership decided to bring the issue to the League of Nations, which had just failed to do anything useful to stop Mussolini. As a result of Anglo-French inaction, Hitler scored a cheap foreign policy victory. Furthermore, Hitler learned that the Anglo-French political leaders were divided and often working at cross purposes, so effective responses were not likely in the future. He also reckoned that after this display of impotence, Stalin would think twice about depending upon French promises. Indeed, the lack of Allied response in the Rhineland crisis of 1936, as well as the Abyssinia crisis, helped shape Hitler's attitude towards the Danzig crisis in 1939. The German occupation had several implications for Poland. First, Hitler ordered the creation of the West Wall fortifications to protect Germany's border against French attack. Once complete, the West Wall would allow Hitler to concentrate more forces in the east, with the knowledge that his western border was secure. Second, the Ruhr industries could be fully integrated into the rearmament program, which accelerated the pace of weapons development and production. Finally, Poland witnessed the French military's inability to respond to a direct crisis in a timely or resolute manner, a very bad harbinger for French guarantees. After his bloodless coup in the Rhineland, Hitler re-embarked upon his charm offensive to convince the West that the Third Reich was not a threat. He publicly stated that he had reoccupied the Rhineland only to reaffirm German national integrity, not as a rejection of the Locarno Treaty. Now that the Rhineland was returned to Germany, Hitler offered to help create a new, peaceful order in Europe and to rejoin the League of Nations. In other words, his actions are not meant to wreck the balance in Europe, but rather to create a new balance with Germany as a cooperative partner. In an interview with a British newspaper, Hitler stated that his foremost desire was the preservation of peace in Europe. Some British politicians, like David Lloyd George, admired Hitler's audacity, but the government as a whole did not take his peace plan seriously. On the other hand, the reoccupation of the Rhineland was immensely popular in Germany, which convinced Hitler that more successes of this kind could bolster support for his regime. Following the Rhineland crisis, Hitler's gaze turned towards Austria and Czechoslovakia. As part of his peace overtures, in July 1936 he promised to recognize Austria's full sovereignty and to refrain from interfering in its internal affairs, as long as the Austrian government accepted some Austrian Nazis into senior government posts. Kurt Schuschnigg, The new Austrian Chancellor rejected this suggestion. In August 1936, Hitler personally drafted the four-year plan, intended to accelerate the pace of rearmament in order to gain clear military superiority over the Anglo-French by 1940. Under the plan, the Wehrmacht would be increased to a strength of 102 divisions, and German industry would prepare for war by expanding its production of synthetic fuel and synthetic rubber. However, only the top leadership, such as Generalfeldmarschall Werner von Blomberg and Göring, were aware of the full details of the four-year plan, and that its intent was to prepare Germany for a war of aggression. Hitler's foreign policy objectives were briefly distracted by the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War in mid-1936, which afforded him an opportunity for unscheduled military intervention. The Austrian question was placed on the back burner for nearly a year, during which time Mussolini acquiesced to German involvement in Austria in return for a free hand in the Mediterranean. On the evening of the 5th of November 1937, Hitler held a military conference in Berlin with his top military advisers, Blomberg, Generaloberst Werner von Fritsch, Göring, Großadmiral Erich Raeder, and his foreign minister, Konstantin von Neurath, to discuss future strategic plans. Hitler was concerned that his rearmament plans were threatened by Germany's strained finances and insufficient access to raw materials, which led him to conclude Germany's problems could be solved only by the use of force. The only question in Hitler's mind was where Germany could strike to achieve the best results at the lowest cost. He decided that Austria and Czechoslovakia were the obvious targets and they should be attacked in 1938. He believed that localized aggressions, with the proper political rationalizations framed by propaganda campaigns, would be tolerated by the Anglo-French, and that annexation of these neighbours would provide much-needed economic and industrial resources to the Reich. Hitler expected Poland to remain neutral at this point, and that very morning he had assured the Polish ambassador in Berlin, Józef Lipski, that he recognized that Danzig is bound up with Poland. However, both Blomberg and Fritsch, representing the army, objected to Hitler's intentions, and stated that the Wehrmacht was not yet prepared to conduct even local wars of aggression. Instead, they recommended that war should not be risked before the existing rearmament plans were completed in 1940. Neurath also objected to Hitler's plans and argued that France would not simply stand by while Germany devoured Austria and Czechoslovakia. Hitler came away from the conference convinced that his assessments were correct, and those of his advisers were unduly pessimistic, even timid. He resolved to clean house before making his move against either Austria or Czechoslovakia. Both Blomberg and Fritsch were forced to resign in January to February 1938, while Neurath was replaced by Joachim von Ribbentrop. The Defense Ministry was replaced by the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, High Command of the Armed Forces, or OKW, headed by General der Artillerie Wilhelm Keitel, while Generaloberst Walter von Brauchitsch became Commander-in-Chief of the Heer. Both Keitel and Brauchitsch were selected because they were compliant in acceding to Hitler's plans, not because they were particularly competent officers. Satisfied that the Wehrmacht was now headed with men who would follow orders, Hitler forced a showdown with Austria first. On the 12th of February 1938, Hitler met with Schuschnigg at Berchtesgaden and demanded that Austrian Nazis now be included in the government, but he was willing to accept gradual implementation. Schuschnigg agreed to take a few Austrian Nazis, such as Arthur Seyss-Inquart, into the government, but he provoked Hitler by calling for a popular referendum on the issue of union with Germany. Infuriated that his will might be thwarted by a popular vote, Hitler demanded that Schuschnigg resign immediately and hand over the government to the Austrian Nazis, or Germany would invade. On the evening of the 10th of March, Hitler ordered the OKW to activate the Eighth Army for intervention in Austria within 48 hours. Generaloberst Fedor von Bock, commander of the Eighth Army, was forced to quickly improvise an intervention plan, dubbed Unternehmen Otto, Operation Otto. Schuschnigg resigned on the evening of the 11th of March, leaving the Austrian government in virtual freefall. Seyss-Inquart stepped into the vacuum in Vienna and was coerced by Göring into asking for German assistance in restoring order. Bock had less than 36 hours to prepare his invasion before his troops began crossing the Austrian border around 0900 hours on the 12th of March 1938. The Eighth Army consisted of 117,000 troops, 7th, 10th and 27th Infanterie-Divisionen, 3 Gebirgsjäger mountain infantry regiments, and 3 Waffen-SS regimental groups, and was spearheaded by the 2nd Panzer Division. Since the 60,000 Austrian army, Bundesheer, did not resist, Bock's troops saw no action, and Otto became a victory march to Vienna. German panzers were covered with flowers and cheered on by numerous pro-Anschluss civilians. Yet Guderian noted that the 2nd Panzer Division's advance was hindered by lack of mobile supply columns, which was only partly corrected afterwards. The Austrian Anschluss was another bloodless foreign policy success for Hitler, but it revealed that the Wehrmacht was far from ready for war, since numerous motor vehicles and tanks had broken down in what was an unopposed advance. Nor did the Luftwaffe learn anything from Otto, since there were no targets to bomb, nor enemy fighters to shoot down. In addition to gaining another cheap political victory, the Anschluss also provided Hitler with a valuable short-term windfall in material terms. The assets of the Austrian national banks were seized, yielding 782 million Reichsmarks in gold and foreign currency, which was used by Germany to ease its own strained balance of payments and purchase additional raw materials for the armaments industry. Austria also produced small amounts of iron ore and crude oil, which provided a free supplement to Germany's own resources. In 1938, the oil fields near Vienna were already annually producing about 63,000 tons of crude oil, and German engineers were able to increase this by more than tenfold over the next 4 years. In human terms, the Anschluss added 9 million citizens to the Reich. Over 50,000 trained Austrian troops were absorbed into the Wehrmacht, enabling the rapid formation of 5 new divisions. The Austrian Schnell Division was re-equipped and converted into the 4th Leichte Division, while Austrian mountain troops enabled the creation of 2 high-quality Gebirgsjäger Divisionen, 2nd and 3rd Gebirgsjäger Divisionen. After the absorption of Austria, Czechoslovakia was now nearly surrounded on 3 sides by the Third Reich, and Hitler was quick to shift gears to move against this new target. One of the lessons that he had learned from the Austrian Anschluss was the value of having a homegrown resistance movement within the country he was trying to destabilize. The Austrian Nazis had helped to bring Schuschnigg's regime down, and now Hitler sought help from the Sudeten Germans, the ethnic German minority living in the western Czech border regions of Bohemia. Altogether, there were about 3.5 million Sudeten Germans, who comprised 22% of the total Czech population. After the disintegration of Austria-Hungary in 1918, the Sudeten Germans claimed that they were discriminated against inside Czechoslovakia and were hostile towards the new republic. In an effort to head off trouble, the Czech government outlawed the Sudeten version of the Nazi Party in 1933, but it simply re-emerged as other right-wing nationalist groups. Konrad Henlein, a veteran of the First World War, became the leader of the Sudeten German Home Front, Sudeten-Deutscher Heimatfront, or SHF, which evolved into the Sudeten German Party, Sudeten-Deutsche Partei, or SDP. Germany had been providing covert funds to Henlein for several years, and now Hitler invited him to Berlin on the 28th of March 1938 to discuss strategy. It is important to note that Hitler's interest in the Sudeten Germans was purely strategic. He was not particularly sympathetic to their cause. Hitler instructed Henlein to create a permanent state of unrest in the Sudetenland and to agitate for greater autonomy for his people. However, Hitler did not want a peaceful solution, telling Henlein that we must always demand so much that we can never be satisfied. On the 24th of April 1938, Henlein publicly demanded greater autonomy for the Sudeten Germans, the so-called Karlsbad program. 3 days prior to Henlein's speech, Hitler had instructed the OKW to begin drafting plans for an attack on Czechoslovakia. Keitel and his operations chief, Oberst Alfred Jodl, wrote Fall Grün, Case Green, for the invasion of Czechoslovakia. The OKW had previously developed contingency plans in case of war with Czechoslovakia, but Fall Grün was premised on Hitler's requirement for a rapid, violent assault from multiple directions that would achieve decisive results within 4 days. Hitler's intent was to smash Czechoslovakia before France or the Soviet Union could interfere. However, Fall Grün was highly ambitious, given that the Czechs had a large, well-equipped army with 26 divisions, including about 450 tanks, many of which were superior to German tanks. Furthermore, the Czechs had heavily fortified the border region in the Sudetenland, building forts and bunkers that were similar in design to those in the French Maginot Line. In 1938, the Heer had very little heavy artillery and were not sure that their existing howitzers could penetrate the Czech defences. According to Falgrun, once Hitler gave the word, 5 German armies, 2nd, 8th, 10th, 12th and 14th, consisting of a total of 42 divisions, would attack from north, west and south in order to overrun Bohemia. The invasion force would employ 3 Panzerdivisionen and all 4 Leichter Divisionen, but the mechanized forces were spread out rather than massed to achieve decisive effect, a lesson not yet learned by the Wehrmacht. The Luftwaffe, which outnumbered the Czech Air Force by 2 to 1, would support the invasion with just over 1,000 aircraft. On paper, the Wehrmacht seemed to have enough of an advantage to win, but given that the Wehrmacht would have to mount frontal attacks against border fortifications set in the mountainous terrain of Bohemia, it was likely to be a difficult and even risky operation if the Czechs decided to fight. While Keitel and Jodl were still drafting Falgrun, General der Artillerie Ludwig Beck, chief of the Army General Staff, became convinced that any premature action against Czechoslovakia would lead to a disastrous war with the Anglo-French. In a memorandum sent to Brauchitsch and the OKW senior leadership on the 5th of May, Beck assessed the Anglo-French intervention was likely in case of a German move against Czechoslovakia, and that the Wehrmacht was not prepared to fight a long war. Beck was on solid ground in his assessment of the Wehrmacht's shortcomings, and other senior generals were fully aware that the rearmament plan was behind schedule. Most preferred to avoid taking risks that could lead to a wider war until all the mechanized divisions were fully equipped and reserve stocks of fuel and ammunition had been built up. However, Beck had little basis for assessing the likelihood of foreign intervention or their capabilities. It was simply the innate fear of a two-front war buried deep in his general staff-trained brain. At first, the OKW kept Beck's inflammatory memo out of Hitler's sight, but it did succeed in planting a seed of doubt within the upper ranks of the Heer. On the 20th of May, Keitel presented the Falgrun plan to Hitler. He approved of the plan but set no date for its implementation. As part of the effort to build a legal case for military intervention in Czechoslovakia, Josef Goebbels' propaganda ministry accused the Czechs of committing violent atrocities against the Sudeten Germans, a tactic dubbed Gräuelpropaganda, atrocity propaganda, which quickly ratcheted up tensions between Berlin and Prague. Hitler had a personal loathing from the Czechs from his early days in Vienna, and despised the multinational composition of the Czech Republic. Nazi propaganda was used to mask German preparations to dismember Czechoslovakia by focusing international attention on the crimes committed against the Sudeten Germans. Ultimately, a suitable violent incident would be used to justify German military intervention to save the population in the Sudetenland. However, in this case, German propaganda got a bit ahead of itself. Although the OKW had not yet mobilized any forces for Falgrun, the vitriolic nature of German propaganda frightened the Czech government into believing that an invasion was imminent, and it declared a partial mobilization of 180,000 troops on the 20th of May. The so-called weekend crisis alerted the British Foreign Ministry that German action against Czechoslovakia might be imminent, causing Lord Halifax to inform Ribbentrop that Britain might not remain neutral in case of war. Unfortunately, maybe is not a very effective deterrent. Ribbentrop ignored Halifax and made no effort to reduce tensions. Instead, he made blood-curdling threats that Germany would attack Czechoslovakia and that there would not be a living soul left in that state. He also made clear Germany's willingness to fight the Anglo-French over the Czech crisis. Ribbentrop's threats were clearly intended to accentuate war fears in London and Paris, thereby reducing opposition to Hitler's objectives in Czechoslovakia. Essentially, Ribbentrop's violent war rhetoric succeeded because politicians in London and Paris came to accept the notion that if Germany could not be deterred, the Czechs should be forced to make a compromise to avoid touching off another European war. Some, such as Lord Beaverbrook, were actually pro-German in attitude. As a result of the partial Czech mobilization, Hitler ordered that the Wehrmacht should be prepared to execute Falgrun no later than the 1st of October. In the revised planning document, Hitler stated that it is my unalterable decision to smash Czechoslovakia by military action in the foreseeable future. While the Sudeten crisis continued to fester, Beck made a naive and forlorn effort to try and derail the preparations for war by encouraging organized resistance from the German officer corps. He wrote several more memoranda in June and July to Brauchitsch and senior OKW leadership, criticizing the prospects for Fall Grün and even suggesting mass resignations to impede Hitler's intended aggression. However, Beck had misjudged the situation, and the bulk of the German officer corps were unwilling to get involved in political matters or sacrifice their careers. Indeed, the idea of eliminating Czechoslovakia as a potential threat was accepted as necessary by much of the officer corps. The only issue that was being debated was the timing of that action. When Hitler belatedly learned in August of Beck's behind-the-scenes machinations, Beck was forced to resign. He would later be one of the key leaders in the anti-Hitler resistance. He was replaced by General der Artillerie Franz Halder, who, as it turned out, was also covertly involved in the evolving conspiracy to remove Hitler from power. Within days of taking his new position, Halder began planning a military coup to arrest Hitler if he tried to start a war with Czechoslovakia. Halder also sent a representative, Major Ewald von Kleist-Schmenzen, to London in August 1938 to meet with Robert Vansittart, chief diplomatic advisor to the Prime Minister, and Winston Churchill. Kleist informed the British that Hitler was determined upon war over Czechoslovakia and that the Wehrmacht leadership was taking steps to stop him. Chamberlain was made aware of this visit, but made no adjustments to his position on the issue. Indeed, Chamberlain paid more heed to the views of Sir Neville Henderson, British ambassador in Berlin, who said that it was unjust that Germany had lost the Sudetenland as a result of Versailles. In early September 1938, the Sudeten crisis came to a head, with Britain pushing Czechoslovakia to grant concessions to the Sudeten Germans in order to avoid a conflict. However, Hitler ordered Henlein not to accept any deals, causing negotiations to collapse. The SS covertly provided arms to the Sudeten Germans, who formed an armed paramilitary group known as the Freiwilliger Schutzdienst, Volunteer Protective Service, which began attacking Czech policemen. The German military intelligence, Abwehr, also dispatched saboteurs from the Bataillon Ebbinghaus into the Sudetenland to create additional trouble. In response, the Czech government declared martial law in the Sudetenland, which gave German propagandists more opportunity to vent spleen against the Republic. As the situation spiraled into a de facto armed insurgency in the Czech borderlands, Neville Chamberlain, now Britain's Prime Minister, embarked upon personal diplomacy with Hitler to resolve the crisis. Early on, it was clear that Chamberlain's foremost objective was to avoid war at all costs, and he was willing to accept Hitler's demand for the Sudetenland to be handed over to Germany. Hitler deliberately used bellicose language during negotiations in order to browbeat his adversaries into submission. The Czech president, Edvard Beneš, wavered between resistance and conciliation. On the 23rd of September, Beneš ordered general mobilization, and on the next day, Prime Minister Edouard Daladier announced that France would stand by its alliance with the Czechs and ordered partial mobilization, which brought the pot to a boil. However, Chamberlain was unwilling to risk war over a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. A study by the Royal Air Force Bomber Command, Britain's trump card, informed Chamberlain that he could do nothing to prevent Czechoslovakia from being overrun, which influenced him towards sacrificing the Sudetenland. Another reason for British reticence to make a military guarantee to Czechoslovakia was the lack of a viable military commitment from the Soviet Union, which had also signed a military agreement with the Czechs. The Soviets claimed that they had 30 divisions on the Soviet-Polish border and were willing to provide military support to the Czechs, but they required permission to transit through Poland. However, Stalin knew that the Poles would refuse transit rights, and no formal request was ever made. After another week of hand-wringing by various diplomats, Hitler, with valuable aid from Mussolini, manoeuvred Britain and France into signing the Munich Agreement on the 30th of September, which gave him the Sudetenland. The Czechs did not participate in the final negotiations, but were told that they could no longer expect any help from Britain, France, or the Soviet Union. Adding insult to injury, the Czech government was obliged to give Germany 14.5 tons of gold to cover currency conversion expenses in the newly acquired Sudetenland areas. Although most narratives about the Munich Agreement focus on the pusillanimous behavior of the Anglo-French leaders, Czechoslovakia was primarily the victim of its own spineless government. After learning that Germany would get the Sudetenland, the Czech leadership folded and decided not to offer the slightest resistance. General Jan Sirovi, the defense minister, informed the Czech people that they could not resist because they had no allies and were outnumbered, even though he had nearly 1 million troops under arms. He also cravenly stated that resistance was futile because Czechoslovakia would suffer heavy casualties if it fought. In any case, Sirovi would survive the next 7 years of German occupation, but over 300,000 of his fellow Czechs would not. Had the Czechs resisted, even without allies, the Wehrmacht would have suffered significant losses and consumed a substantial part of its limited stockpile of ammunition. The destruction of Czech military hardware, particularly tanks, would have prevented the Wehrmacht from forming at least 2 additional Panzerdivisionen. At the very least, Hitler's open aggression against an independent state would have likely led to economic sanctions and an acceleration of Anglo-French rearmament programs. Instead, the Czech collapse encouraged Hitler that he was infallible and incited him to commit further acts of aggression. Likewise, the Czech collapse stifled the resistance movement within the German officer corps for the time being, since their predictions had proved entirely false. On the 1st of October, German troops under the command of Generaloberst Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb began gradually moving into the Sudetenland in stages, because Czech troops still occupied the region. There were a few small skirmishes, resulting in the death of 3 German and 11 Czech soldiers, until the Czech High Command ordered its troops to withdraw. As German troops marched across the border, they dismantled the Czech customs barriers, while international correspondents watched. One soldier spotted a Czech army mobilization order affixed to the side of a customs house and handed it to a nearby American correspondent as a souvenir. Guderian's 16th Army Corps, motorized, with the 1st Panzer Division and 2 motorized infantry divisions, was part of the advance guard marching into the Sudetenland. Although the advance was unopposed, Guderian found it to be a useful experience to maneuver all 3 of his divisions simultaneously. The Czech unwillingness to defend their national sovereignty also invited contempt from their other neighbours. Seeing that the Anglo-French would not lift a finger to save Czechoslovakia from dismemberment, both Poland and Hungary moved in to secure disputed border regions for themselves. On the same day that the Munich Agreement was signed, Josef Beck issued an ultimatum to Czechoslovakia demanding the return of the Silesian border region of Teschen, which the Czechs had seized by force in 1919. When no reply was received from the Czech government, Polish troops marched into Teschen on the 2nd of October. Hungary also annexed sections of border territory from Czechoslovakia. Hitler supported the Polish and Hungarian actions inasmuch as it made Germany not look solely guilty for the violation of Czech sovereignty. However, Britain took a dim view of Poland seizing land from Czechoslovakia, and this cooled already tepid relations considerably during the winter of 1938-39. From the Polish perspective, Czechoslovakia was an artificial state that was in the process of imploding, and the Anglo-French were acquiescing to this development. In the words of Polish-American historian Anna M. Tientziala, under these circumstances, Beck decided that Poland should follow the course of individual solutions and pull what she could from the wreckage. Thus, Beck regarded the industrialized Teschen region and its ethnic Polish majority as better off in Polish hands rather than Nazi ones. Amazingly, Hitler wasted no time in shifting from his annexation of the Sudetenland to his next project, the recovery of Danzig. This was a surprising move, since up to this point Hitler had shown very little interest in Danzig, and in November 1937 he had publicly stated that Polish rights in the Free City would not be infringed and that the legal status of the city would not be violated. As recently as the 14th of January 1938, Hitler had personally told Beck that he was not interested in making an issue out of Danzig. Now, just 3 weeks after the Munich Agreement was signed, Ribbentrop met with Józef Lipski, the Polish ambassador in Berlin, and for the first time officially proposed that Danzig should be reincorporated into the Reich. Ribbentrop also stated that Germany wanted to establish road and rail links across the Polish corridor, joining East Prussia to the fatherland. In return, he stated that the German-Polish non-aggression pact would be extended 25 years. Ribbentrop also suggested that Poland might be invited to join the anti-Comintern pact, thereby aligning Poland with Germany against the Soviet Union. At this point, Hitler appears merely to have been feeling out Poland and have had no immediate plans to undermine its national sovereignty. He was still primarily involved in the assimilation of the Sudetenland and weeding out Beck's confederates from the OKH. nor were Ribbentrop's proposals to Poland made public. Indeed, Ribbentrop was not even in a hurry to receive the Polish response, and it was not until the 19th of November that Józef Beck was able to deliver Poland's reply. Beck suggested a bilateral German-Polish agreement to guarantee Danzig's existence as a free city and to protect the rights of the German minority in the Polish corridor, but stated that any attempt by Germany to seize Danzig would lead to conflict. On the surface, the reaction in Berlin was unusually mild, and Ribbentrop simply sought to continue discussions on Polish-German issues. Meanwhile, Beck was working to smooth over differences with the Soviet Union, which had threatened military action if Poland attacked its ally Czechoslovakia. Instead, the Soviets did nothing when Teschen was occupied. Beck managed to get the Soviets to reaffirm the non-aggression pact with Poland on the 26th of November, thereby demonstrating that both countries still valued this relationship. Thus, Beck's policy of balancing between Germany and the Soviet Union appeared to be working in November 1938. However, unknown to Beck, on the 29th of November, Hitler ordered the OKW to begin planning a military coup to seize Danzig at an opportune moment. Chamberlain's Guarantee, March 1939. How lucky you are! Who would have thought 6 months ago that you would have Britain on your side as an ally? British Minister to Count Edward Raczynski, Polish Ambassador in London, 3rd of September 1939. In his 1933 novel, The Shape of Things to Come, the British science fiction writer H.G. Wells imagined a second European Great War breaking out on January 5, 1940, with Germany fighting Poland over Danzig. Early in the novel, Wells criticised the settlement that took Danzig from Germany and established the Polish corridor, which he refers to as absurd. He also wrote how the desire to recover Danzig was burnt into the German imagination and became the most significant territorial issue driving them towards war. Wells would prove remarkably prescient about where and when the next major European war would begin, although that was not appreciated until later. Winston Churchill was an avid reader of H.G. Wells's books, and like many Englishmen of the interwar period, concurred that the Polish corridor was absurd and that the loss of Danzig had been unnecessarily harsh upon Germany. Certainly the pro-appeasement British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Neville Henderson, felt that way, and regularly stated that German claims upon Danzig were just. Otherwise, British foreign policy and popular opinion essentially ignored Danzig until Hitler took an interest in it. Danzig had actually been a Nazi-dominated city since June 1933, when Albert Forster, a Bavarian Nazi and member of the SS, Schutzstaffel, was elected as Gauleiter, district leader. Forster immediately began a purge of non-Nazi political groups in the city and gained control over the local constabulary force, the Schutzpolizei. Otto Greiser, an SS official, became president of the Danzig Senate. The Danzig SA group was gradually expanded to regimental size and armed with machine guns. Although the League of Nations maintained nominal control over Danzig, the Nazi-controlled Senate and SA units actually controlled the city. Forster began to single out the Jews of Danzig for persecution, which evoked protests from the League Commissioner in Danzig, the Irish diplomat Sean Lester. Lacking any kind of support, Lester was forced to resign in June 1936. Forster followed up by delivering a speech to local Nazi Party members in which he declared that Germany was preparing for war and that both the League and Poland would soon be eliminated. However, Forster had gone too far, and he received orders to tone down his bellicose rhetoric for the moment. Germany and Poland agreed to the appointment of a new League Commissioner for Danzig, the Swiss diplomat Karl Jakob Burckhardt. In addition to Burckhardt, the League also established a committee of 3, with representatives from Britain, France, and Portugal, to monitor events in Danzig. However, Forster returned to his aggressive tactics after the Munich crisis and moved to enforce Nazi racial policies in Danzig, which humiliated Burckhardt and the League mandate. Amazingly, Burckhardt refused to see the Nazi threat to Danzig, and in mid-1938 he continued to believe that it is possible that gradually the more violent and dangerous elements and personalities in the Nazi Party might be eliminated and give way to more modest and sober ones. Meanwhile, the Polish presence in Danzig was led by Commissioner General Marian Czokdacki, a protégé of Józef Beck and a Polish reserve officer with a background in Section 2 intelligence work. The Polish customs officials worked behind the so-called Green Line in Danzig, but had to interact with Nazi officials in the city on a regular basis, a constant source of friction. Since German dockyard workers in Danzig in 1919–20 had refused to unload munitions destined for Poland, Poland had secured permission from the League of Nations in 1925 to construct a military transshipment depot on the island of Westerplatte, a former beach resort in Danzig harbour. The purpose of this facility was to enable Poland to import or export military material via a controlled storage area, not to provide a military base within Danzig. Under the conditions set by the League, Poland was only allowed a total of 88 troops on Westerplatte. After Ribbentrop's failure to gain any concessions from Poland over Danzig in November 1938, Hitler decided to get personally involved in the situation soon after the New Year. As usual, when he wanted to impress a foreign dignitary, Hitler invited Josef Beck to his retreat at the Obersalzberg in Bavaria on the 5th of January 1939. Hitler told Beck that Poland had nothing to fear from Germany, but he repeated Ribbentrop's proposals to return Danzig to the Reich and to provide unfettered access across the Polish corridor. He stated that a new type of cooperation, Körperschaft, might be created in Danzig to safeguard both German and Polish interests. Hitler also alluded to potential German-Polish military cooperation against the Soviet Union. However, Beck was not receptive to Hitler's entreaties, and in a follow-up meeting with Ribbentrop, Beck told him that for the first time that he was in a pessimistic mood, and saw no possibility of agreement. Ribbentrop visited Warsaw on the 25th to the 27th of January to continue discussions, but Beck made it clear that Poland would not agree to Danzig reverting to Germany, or to the construction of a German highway across the Polish corridor. Although Ribbentrop did not press the issue, it was clear that both sides had arrived at a diplomatic impasse. Recognizing that Hitler could easily change his mind about peacefully resolving the Danzig issue, Beck felt that Poland needed a stronger hand, particularly in light of its post-Munich diplomatic isolation. During January to February 1939, Beck worked to improve relations with France and Great Britain, but both proved indifferent to Polish interests in the Danzig question. Nevertheless, further threats of German armed aggression in Europe caused the British government to reconsider its heretofore negative attitude towards Poland. After the Munich crisis and Ribbentrop's bellicose rhetoric, rumours abounded about new German targets of aggression. In January 1939, rumours of a lightning German attack on Holland provoked a brief war scare, even though there was no ongoing Dutch-German crisis. British intelligence also had warning about German intentions to invade the Rump, Czech state. According to the Munich Agreement, all the signatories were supposed to guarantee Czechoslovakia's security, but this was put off until later. In February, Hitler directed the OKW to plan an operation against the remaining Czech state. Since the Munich Agreement, the Czech Republic, particularly its army, was in a state of disintegration, as ethnic Hungarians and Slovaks deserted the colours. Hitler took up the cause of Slovak nationalists, using this as a pretext to dismantle the remainder of Czechoslovakia. On the 14th of March 1939, Hitler summoned Emil Hacha, the Czech president, to Berlin, where he was brusquely told that Germany was about to invade. Göring told Hacha if there was any Czech resistance, the Luftwaffe would flatten Prague. After suffering a heart attack, Hacha agreed to Hitler's conditions. As it turned out, Hitler did not wait for Hacha's surrender, and German troops actually began to cross into Czech territory on the evening of the 14th of March. In only one place did the Czech army resist, a 40-minute-long skirmish at Frýdek Místek, which left up to 6 German soldiers dead, and everywhere else there was apathetic resignation. The Czech army was disbanded, and only a few thousand troops chose to escape to Poland or Romania. On the 15th of March, Hitler arrived in Prague. Bohemia and Moravia became German protectorates, while Slovakia became a quasi-independent German satellite. The Poles used the German violation of the Munich Agreement to sneak some additional reinforcements into the military depot at Westerplatte, 23 soldiers under Podporucznik Leon Pająk. Major Henryk Suchalski, the Polish commander on Westerplatte, quietly began to fortify his position with trenches and fieldworks in order to prevent a German surprise coup against the island. 7 fortified positions were created on Westerplatte during the summer of 1939 without alerting the League of Nations or the Germans. In London, Chamberlain responded to the German invasion of Czechoslovakia by making another appeasement-style speech before the House of Commons, ridiculously asserting that no aggression had taken place and that the Czech government had agreed to everything that transpired. However, this attitude no longer played well in Parliament, and there was considerable public anger against Germany's open violation of the Munich Agreement. It was clear that Hitler had lied at Munich, and was intent upon seizing more and more land in Eastern Europe. 2 days after Hitler's entry into Prague, Chamberlain was forced to modify his perceptions, admitting that normal diplomacy might not suffice with Hitler. There was also a public outcry when it was revealed that the Bank of England had helped the Nazis to loot Czech gold. Once Prague was occupied, the Germans forced the directors of the Czech Central Bank to sign a transfer request for 23 tons of gold, worth £5.6 million, held at the Bank of England, and send it to a German-controlled account. Montague Norman, head of the Bank of England, was a close friend of Hjalmar Schacht, Hitler's finance minister. He approved the transfer request, even though it was likely made under duress. The gold transfer sparked brief outrage in Parliament, with Winston Churchill demanding to know how the government could ask its citizens to enlist in the military when it was so butterfingered that £6 million worth of gold can be transferred to the Nazi government. On top of this, Ribbentrop handed an ultimatum to Lithuania's foreign minister on the 20th of March, informing him that the Memel territory, lost under the terms of the Versailles Treaty, must be returned to Germany forthwith. Again, Goering threatened to bomb Lithuania's capital, unless it complied. 3 days later, Hitler and a large entourage, including Himmler, Blomberg, and Raeder, arrived in Memel aboard the pocket battleship Deutschland, along with a strong Kriegsmarine squadron. Inside Memel, Hitler delivered a rousing speech to the crowd, stating, "You were once forsaken by a Germany which has succumbed to disgrace and shame. Now you have come home to a mighty new Germany. It upholds once more its unshakable sense of honour. It shall not entrust its destiny to foreigners. It stands ready and willing to master its own destiny, to fashion it, whether or not this suits an outside world. 80 million Germans today stand up for this one new Germany. You shall now partake in the surge of our national life, our work, our faith, our hopes, and should it become necessary, you shall partake in our sacrifices." The Poles reacted at once to the German occupation of Memel, with the Ministry of Military Affairs ordering a secret partial mobilization of black units on the 23rd of March. The ministry had 2 mobilization plans, Plan Zachud, Plan West, and Plan Schud, Plan East, both of which relied upon a colour-coded scheme for units, the red group to cover the eastern border, the blue group to cover the western border, black units to support operational units in an endangered zone, yellow units to strengthen covering forces on either border, and brown and green groups consisted of reinforcements. The colour groups were mixed inside corps areas, each known as a Dowództwo Okręgu Korpusu, or DOK, and the Ministry of Military Affairs could order selective mobilizations. In this case, the black group from 2 districts in eastern Poland was mobilized and rushed to defend the western borders. 3 infantry divisions, 9th, 20th and 30th Infantry Divisions, 9th, 20th and 30th DP, and the Novogródek Cavalry Brigade from the 9th Corps District, DOK 9, in Brzesk, Brest, plus the 26th Infantry Division, 26th DP, from the 4 Corps District, DOK 4, in Łódź were mobilized. Some additional KOP units were also mobilized. Deploying these units took time. The 20th DP and the Novogródek Cavalry Brigade had to move over 450 kilometers by rail from eastern Poland to reinforce the Siatz sector northwest of Warsaw. Furthermore, Poland did not have reserve stocks of vehicles and horses to outfit mobilized units. Instead, combat units requisitioned transport from the civilian sector, which took time. Nor was this partial mobilization inexpensive. The British Embassy in Warsaw estimated it cost the Polish government an extra 57 million zloty, $10.9 million per month. Reshaped also took this moment to organize his forces into 5 task groups that were dubbed armies: Modlin, Pomorze, Pomerania, Poznan, Łódź, and Kraków. Basic defensive responsibilities were assigned to each army for its sector, but detailed operational guidance was surprisingly lacking. Furthermore, the German occupation of the rest of Czechoslovakia invalidated much of the defensive planning made to date, and Reshaped recognized that adjustments needed to be made. There was simply too much border to properly defend. Since the Munich Agreement, a planning group of senior officers, Tadeusz Kotrzeba, Juliusz Rumal, Władysław Bortnowski, and Leon Babecki, had been working on updating the Polish operational war plan, but now the revised guidance was obsolete before it was even issued. While the Poles mobilized in secret, the British and French debated what to do next. Between the blatant display of military might deployed to bully a neutral state and Hitler's open references to sacrifices, it was now evident, even to Neville Chamberlain, that quiet diplomacy and economic incentives had failed to rein in Hitler's aggressive ambitions. It slowly dawned upon the British government that a new approach was needed before the international situation deteriorated even further. However, the international situation was slipping fast. Just before Memel was annexed, Ribbentrop met with Ambassador Lipski in Berlin to further discuss Danzig. Lipski affirmed the Polish position that any move to change the status of Danzig represented a casus belli, while Ribbentrop retorted that Germany would assert its rights in Danzig by any means necessary, including force. After the Polish rebuff, Hitler informed Keitel that at an opportune moment he would attack Poland. The next day, German newspapers began reporting Polish atrocities against German civilians in Poland, using the same formula of guerrilla propaganda that had worked so well in Austria and Czechoslovakia. It was Lord Halifax, Britain's Foreign Secretary, who first reached out to Beck through the British Embassy in Warsaw with a vague message that Britain would regard a threat to Polish independence with grave concern. In assessing Lord Halifax's message, the Poles were quick to note that there had been no history of trust or common purpose between Poland and Britain in the previous 2 decades. It was also odd that Halifax asked Beck to keep any discussions between Poland and Britain about a security agreement secret from the French, who were formally allied with Poland. Unknown to the Poles, Chamberlain's cabinet was stumbling towards the creation of a security agreement with Poland in an environment that was filled with rumours and devoid of sound military advice. Between the 27th and 29th of March, the British cabinet met to develop diplomatic courses of action that would restrain Germany from making a sudden move against Danzig. During these discussions, Britain's military intelligence, MI6, received what it regarded as credible information from a British journalist that a German coup against Danzig was imminent. On the same day, the US Embassy in Warsaw passed along similar information that a German move against Danzig was about to occur. Under these circumstances, the British cabinet moved precipitously in an effort to head off what it thought was imminent German aggression against Danzig. Amazingly, the British military leadership were not consulted on their views during the cabinet discussions. Instead, Chamberlain and Halifax drove the cabinet to announce a security guarantee to Poland premised on rumours and flimsy intelligence that a German move against Danzig, or somewhere, could occur in a matter of days. At 1500 hours on the 31st of March, Chamberlain spoke before the House of Commons and announced the bilateral security agreement with Poland. The guarantee stated that, in the event of any action which clearly threatened Polish independence, and which the Polish government accordingly consider it vital to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power. Chamberlain hoped that this overt warning would suffice to deter Hitler from aggression against Poland, although he made no policy provisions in case it did not. Chamberlain still failed to understand that Hitler could not persuade from his course by vague words, even words that carried the hint of a wider conflict. Furthermore, the lack of concrete commitment on Britain's part reinforced the idea that Chamberlain was unwilling to make sacrifices on Poland's behalf. When Hitler learned of Chamberlain's guarantee, he angrily retorted that, "I'll cook them a stew that they'll choke on." However, Hitler was not so furious as to postpone his scheduled holiday cruise aboard the cruise ship Robert Ley in the Baltic. Instead, while he enjoyed the sea air, he ordered the OKW to prepare 3 contingency plans in regard to Poland. 1. A strictly defensive plan with increased border and air security. 2. Fall Weiss, a major invasion of Poland. And 3. A coup de main to seize Danzig. Hitler told Keitel that the Wehrmacht must be ready to execute any of these plans no later than the 1st of September. At this point, Hitler was still undecided whether he should limit his aggression merely to the seizure of Danzig, or whether he should seek to eliminate Poland entirely. Ultimately, his decision was shaped by the reality that Poland was now firmly moving into the anti-German camp, and that he believed that Britain was unwilling to back up its guarantee to Poland. Consequently, it now made no sense to start a war with Poland just to gain Danzig and the Polish corridor. After returning from his holiday, Hitler informed the OKW on the 11th of April that he had selected Fall Weiss, and that its aim was to destroy the Polish armed forces. The OKW directive explicitly stated that the intent was to limit the fighting to Poland. However, Hitler adopted an increasingly anti-British tone after Chamberlain's guarantee, and on the 28th of April he announced the abrogation of the 1935 Anglo-German naval agreement. On the same day, he stated that he regarded the Anglo-Polish security agreement as a violation of the 1934 German-Polish Non-Aggression Pact, which was a public demonstration that German-Polish relations were quickly deteriorating. When Beck went to London on the 4th of April to discuss actual details of what Chamberlain's guarantee meant for Poland, it quickly became apparent that there was little common ground between the two sides. Beck wanted firm guarantees from Britain and France that they would help protect Polish sovereignty, backed up by increased military and financial aid. However, Chamberlain was thinking in airy diplomatic terms, and his stated goal was to organize a new collective security system in Eastern Europe, including not only Poland, but Romania, Yugoslavia, and Greece as well. Beck had no interest in such a frivolous scheme, and was impolitic enough to say so plainly. Thus, within days of Chamberlain's guarantee, the veneer had already worn thin on the nascent Anglo-Polish security collaboration. Nevertheless, on the 6th of April, the British and French governments signed a mutual assistance pact with Poland, promising that they would send military aid to Poland in the event of a German attack. Chamberlain persisted with his collective security plan, and both Britain and France offered security guarantees to Greece and Romania on the 13th of April. Along the way, Turkey and Egypt were added into the mix. Subsequently, British diplomats announced that any British military and financial aid offered as part of this new security arrangement would be divided among Poland, Egypt, Turkey, Romania, and Greece. Beck could see that British assistance was going to be marginal, at best. On the 12th of May, the Polish government made a formal request to Britain for financial aid to purchase defence equipment and supplies. The Polish ambassador presented a request for a total package of £60 to £65 million in assistance, including £18 million for defence materials, ammunition and spare parts. Most of the rest would go to cover Polish purchases of raw materials abroad. Although the British Foreign Office supported the notion of granting Poland at least £20 million in aid, the British Treasury Department did not. This was the same Treasury Department that only 2 months prior had agreed to loan China £5 million to help stabilise its currency and regularly provided large cash infusions to keep Chiang Kai-shek's corrupt regime afloat, which benefited British commercial interests in China. It was also the same Treasury Department that had continued to approve short-term credits to Germany, up until the Munich crisis. In the month prior to Chamberlain's guarantee to Poland, Britain also tried to sell Hurricane fighters to Portugal, and the Treasury Department provided a credit of £1 million to the Salazar regime in Lisbon. However, the Treasury Department only looked through narrow financial lenses. There was no money to be made in Poland from trade, not Britain's larger strategic interests of preventing war. The Poles also asked the French for about £12 million in financial assistance, which the French tentatively agreed, but only if it was matched by Britain. Furthermore, Hitler could follow the inconclusive financial negotiations, which were covered in the British press, which further demonstrated the lack of real support for Poland. After months of haggling, the British Treasury Office grudgingly agreed to a high-interest loan of £5.5 million, which was rejected outright by the Polish government. On the 19th of August, the French finally agreed to provide credits amounting to just £2.6 million, but the money would have to be spent on French-built equipment. Consequently, Poland failed to secure any financial assistance from Britain or France before the German invasion began. Keen to appear sympathetic, the French took the lead in military discussions with Poland. On the 16th to the 17th of May, General Maurice Gamelin held staff talks in Paris with a Polish military delegation headed by General Dwizy Tadeusz Kasprzycki, the Polish Minister of War. It was in this meeting that Gamelin promised, in the event of a German attack on Poland, to start a limited offensive in the west on the 3rd day of French mobilization. On the 16th day of French mobilization, Gamelin promised to commit the bulk of French forces against Germany. Furthermore, General Joseph Vuillemin, head of the French Armée de l'Air Air Force, promised to take vigorous action to assist Poland from the beginning of a war, including sending French bombers to operate from Polish airfields. The French even signed a military agreement with the Poles, confirming their intentions to render immediate assistance. Although the Poles knew that France had quickly abandoned its ally Czechoslovakia, they wanted to believe Gamelin and Vuillemin. Unfortunately, the French commitment was just a symbolic gesture with little substance. It was not until August that General Louis Faure was sent to Warsaw to coordinate military operations with the Poles, yet Gamelin never bothered to make any specific plans for military cooperation with the Poles. Demonstrating just how unimportant Poland was to British strategic planning, The British government sent a delegation headed by a non-entity from the War Office, Colonel Edward Clayton, to hold military talks with the Polish General Staff in Warsaw on the 23rd to the 30th of May. The Poles wanted the British to guarantee that the RAF would bomb targets in Germany in event of war, which the British were surprisingly reluctant to agree upon. Although Bomber Command had developed a plan to bomb the Ruhr, known as WA-5, there was great concern that bombing industrial targets in Germany would only provoke the Luftwaffe to bomb similar targets in Britain. Nevertheless, the British delegation simply lied to the Poles, assuring them that Bomber Command would attack targets in Germany if the Luftwaffe unleashed unrestricted bombing upon Poland. Consequently, the Polish General Staff expected both the British and the French to provide tangible military assistance in event of war, even though the Anglo-French were really only paying lip service to this notion. In reality, Poland was on its own. While the Anglo-French dithered, trying to decide what they could and could not offer Poland, Hitler moved to position Germany for an extended conflict, just in case. On the 23rd of March, Ribbentrop was able to ram an economic treaty down the throats of his Romanian counterparts, which was supposed to guarantee Germany's access to the oil produced in the Ploesti refineries. Yet, despite this treaty, Romania continued to supply oil to Great Britain as well, which was not stopped until July 1940. On the 10th of May, Hitler added an additional section to the OKW directive on Fall Weiss, which stipulated that both the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine were to make preparations for economic warfare against Britain and France, particularly merchant shipping. 6 days later, the OKH issued an alert to field commanders about the intent to attack Poland. While Hitler may have hoped to keep the conflict limited to Poland, Fall Weiss clearly included preparations for a wider war. Hitler wanted Mussolini at his side, and on the 22nd of May, Ribbentrop signed the Pact of Steel in Berlin, formalizing military-economic cooperation with Italy. Of course, the pact was primarily a propaganda coup, not a real shift in the European balance of power. Mussolini was quick to privately inform Hitler that Italy would not be ready to participate in a major war prior to 1942, and recommended a protracted war of nerves to wear the Anglo-French down. While Hitler was aware that Italian cooperation and Romanian oil were not a war-winning formula in themselves, he hoped to demonstrate to the Anglo-French that his Third Reich was not without allies and resources of its own. In other words, as Chamberlain sought to restrain Hitler by issuing guarantees to potential victims of German aggression, Hitler sought to deter Britain or France from taking a stance against him by presenting a growing German-led alliance in Central Europe. Both sides were unsuccessfully attempting to deter the other. On the 23rd of May, Hitler met with his key military leaders, Göring, Raeder, Brauchitsch, Keitel, and Halder, in his study at the new Reich Chancellery, to explain his decision to strike Poland. He stated that due to the parlous state of Germany's economy, a war of external conquest was now essential in order to gain resources. Hitler bluntly stated that further successes cannot be attained without the shedding of blood. Poland will always be on the side of our adversaries. In spite of treaties of friendship, Poland has always had the secret intention of exploiting every opportunity to do us harm. Danzig is not the subject of the dispute at all. It is a question of expanding our living space in the east and of securing our food supplies, of the settlement of the Baltic problem. We cannot expect a repetition of the Czech affair. There will be war. Our task is to isolate Poland. The success of the isolation will be decisive. There must be no simultaneous conflict with the Western powers. If it is not certain that a German-Polish conflict will not lead to war in the West, then the fight must be primarily against England and France. Fundamentally, therefore, conflict with Poland, beginning with an attack on Poland, will only be successful if the Western powers keep out of it. If this is impossible, then it will be better to attack in the West and to settle Poland at the same time. Hitler also made clear to his generals that Germany must be prepared for a long, hard war. He said, "If England intends to intervene in the Polish War, we must occupy Holland with lightning speed. We must aim at securing a new defence line on Dutch soil up to the Zuyder Zee. The war with England and France will be a life-and-death struggle. The idea that we can get off cheaply is dangerous. There is no such possibility. We must burn our boats, and it is no longer a question of justice or injustice, but of life or death for 80 million human beings. Every country's armed forces or government must aim at a short war. The government, however, must also be prepared for a war of 10 to 15 years' duration." Nor were Hitler's words about a long war intended as mere rhetoric. On the 23rd of June, Göring convened a meeting of the Reich Defense Council to coordinate the total mobilization of German manpower and resources for the coming war. Some 35 senior military and civil leaders attended the meeting, including Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler. Goering announced that Hitler had decided to draft 7 million men into the armed services. Therefore, the resulting labour shortage was to be made up by forced labour, including Czechs and inmates from concentration camps. Later, the Council met to discuss speeding up efforts to complete the West Wall fortifications in order to be ready in case of a French offensive in the West. Although Hitler had set Germany on a collision course with Poland and its Anglo-French allies, he seemed to take little notice of the impending crisis in June and July 1939. During this period, he spent weeks at his Obersalzberg retreat, entertaining visitors and essentially taking an extended summer holiday. Hitler also had plenty of time to visit art and theatre exhibits and attend music festivals. He spent his nights watching films and watching the northern lights from his mountain retreat. Albert Speer, his architect, said that he looked nervous in this period, but Hitler boasted that something enormously important would happen soon. While Hitler enjoyed his idle time at the Obersalzberg, the OKH staff laboured to perfect the Fall Weiss plan at the General Staff headquarters in Zossen, 30 kilometres south of Berlin. The overall concept was similar to Fall Grün, a massive, simultaneous pincer attack from north and south that would result in the rapid capture of Warsaw. Generaloberst Fedor von Bock was selected to lead the northern pincer with Heeresgruppe Nord, attacking from East Prussia with the Third Army and with the Fourth Army from Pomerania. Before mobilization, Bock's command was designated as Heeresgruppenkommando I. The 63-year-old Generaloberst Gerd von Rundstedt, who had retired after the Munich crisis, was selected to lead the southern pincer. Once mobilization occurred, Rundstedt would be in charge of the German main effort, Heeresgruppe Süd, which would attack from Silesia, Bohemia, and Slovakia with the 8th, 10th, and 14th Armies. However, during the summer of 1939, Rundstedt only had a small but high-quality planning staff, Arbeitsstab Rundstedt, consisting of Generalleutnant Erich von Manstein and Oberst Gunther Blumentritt. Given the tight security surrounding the preparations for Fall Weiss, the OKH did not wish to alert the Poles by creating large Army Group headquarters prior to mobilization. The Oberkommando der Luftwaffe, Air Force High Command, or OKL, was also involved in planning its role in Fall Weiss, and the Luftwaffe would support the offensive with 2 air fleets, Luftflotte 1 and Luftflotte 4. The rest of the Wehrmacht would remain on guard in the west to defend the West Wall. Brauchitsch and the OKH staff were not overly concerned about Polish defensive capabilities, but their main concern was how the Anglo-French would react in the west and the Soviets in the east. Meanwhile, Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, was busy orchestrating the campaign to make Poland look vile and guilty of crimes against ethnic Germans in the border regions. On the 17th of June, Goebbels went to Danzig and delivered a threatening speech before a crowd of thousands, stating that Danzig is a German city, and its return to the Reich was inevitable. He also warned that any power that tried to block the return of Danzig was making a mistake. Forster had already begun building up a significant military force in Danzig to supplement the Schutzpolizei. Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler helped Forster to organize a local SS unit designated as the SS Heimwehr Danzig, a supposed militia force. In order to provide a trained cadre for this unit, Himmler sent a reinforced battalion, 3rd SS Regiment 4, under SS Obersturmbannführer Hans Friedmann Goetze. These personnel arrived in civilian clothes and were ostensibly in Danzig for a sports competition. The Wehrmacht covertly supplied the SS Heimwehr Danzig with light artillery and armoured cars from stockpiles in East Prussia. The SA formed a border protection unit, Verstärker Grenzaufsichtsdienst, VGAD, which began building barbed wire and anti-tank obstacles around the city. Augmented with these additional troops, Forster and Kreisser did their best to escalate tensions with Poland in order to set the stage for a major incident. Already the Danzig SA were harassing Polish frontier guards and intimidating customs officials, but the incidents became increasingly violent. On the 20th of July, a Polish border guard, Witold Budziewicz, was shot dead by SA troops during an incident. Marian Czochdacki, the Polish Commissioner General, lodged protest after protest about the violence with both the League officials and the Danzig Senate, which were ignored. He also reported the growing SASS presence in the city to the British, who did nothing. In response, the Polish border guards were armed, and on the 25th of August, SA Rottenführer Josef Wessel was killed in another border incident. Goebbels used the Nazi-controlled media to depict the Poles as brutal thugs, and claimed that thousands of ethnic Germans had fled Polish violence for refuge in the Reich. Of course, Goebbels made no mention that the SS had been reaching out to ethnic Germans living in Poland, just as they had in Austria and the Sudetenland, in order to organize paramilitary units useful for sabotage and black propaganda activities, that is, attacks on ethnic Germans that could be blamed on the Poles. By the summer of 1939, covert Volksdeutscher Selbstschutz, self-defense units, had been formed in a number of locales and were prepared to assist the Wehrmacht once it crossed the Polish border. Selbstschutz personnel also engaged in intelligence activities, that is, espionage, reporting details of Polish border defences to the Abwehr in Berlin. Although only a small percentage of ethnic Germans in Poland were involved in these covert pro-Nazi activities, it was enough to create the impression among Poles that no Germans could be trusted. Marszałek Reshaped made it clear on the 17th of July that Poland would not give up its rights in Danzig without a fight. He stated that, if Germany persists in her plans for Anschluss, Poland will fight, even if she fights alone and without allies. The whole nation, to the last man and woman, is ready to fight for Poland's independence, for when we say we shall go to war over Danzig, we shall be fighting for our independence. Danzig is necessary for Poland. Who controls Danzig controls our economic life. The taking of Danzig by the Germans would be an act which recalls to our minds the partition of Poland. In case of war, every man and every woman of whatever age would be a soldier of Poland. Although committed to fight if necessary, Reshaped was uncertain how best to deploy his limited forces. Military logic clearly pointed to making a stand behind the Vistula River as the best option, but that would mean abandoning a large portion of the Polish population without a fight. Cities like Poznan, with a population of 269,000, could not just be abandoned to the enemy, lest it encourage salami tactics, slicing off undefended border regions, then stopping to negotiate. Consequently, Army Poznan, with 4 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry brigades, was left exposed in vulnerable positions along the German-Polish border. Likewise, Army Pomorze was awkwardly deployed in order to deter a German coup de main against Danzig or Pomerania. Reshaped was also concerned that the German move into Slovakia threatened to outflank the existing Polish border defences around Krakow, and might enable a rapid thrust through the Dukla Pass into Galicia, which could overrun the vital Central Industrial Region, COP. In order to mitigate this potential threat, on the 11th of July, Reshaped authorized the formation of the Carpathe Army to cover the nearly 200-kilometre-wide sector in the Carpathian mountain region. It was not much of an army, comprised of just 2 mountain brigades, a separate infantry regiment and a KOP regiment, altogether barely 10,000 troops, plus some additional reservists after general mobilization. In reality, the Carpathe Army was little more than a screening force, and its threadbare composition reveals the extent to which Polish military resources were stretched thin in 1939. On the other hand, one of the Polish Army's best units, the 1st Legion's Infantry Division, 1st DPL, was left stationed in distant Vilnius right up to the outbreak of war in order to deter any Lithuanian attempt to reclaim the city. As part of general preparations, Polish troops began to create field works in early July. Pułkownik Stanisław Sosabowski, commander of the 21st Infantry Regiment, 21st PP, wrote that, "We managed to scrape together enough cement to build a few pillboxes for machine guns or observation posts at intervals along the dirt trenches. Earthworks were being built all over the country, not only by the troops, but also by civilian volunteers. Every hamlet, every village prepared to defend itself. Even schoolchildren turned out to help erect air raid shelters." The Polish 20th DP built a particularly strong defensive position at Mława, 100 kilometres north of Warsaw. General Sir Edmund Ironside was sent to Warsaw for discussions with Reshaped during the 17th to the 21st of July. The fact that Ironside held no substantive position in the British Army at the moment, and that he arrived in civilian mufti, did not escape the Poles. Furthermore, Ironside's innate obtuseness, his public taunt to Hitler in early 1942, "Bring it on," is a model of military idiocy, hardly inspired confidence in the Poles, and the British cabinet did not even bother to read his trip report. While the British cabinet and its military advisers should have been focused on developing concrete plans to assist Poland, Lord Fairfax instead allowed the government to be distracted for weeks by an incident with Japan in China. Due to British financial support to the Chinese nationalists, the Japanese army decided to blockade the British concession at Tientsin on the 14th of June. Chamberlain and Fairfax redirected military planning to examine deterrent options against Japan, such as deploying a large portion of the home fleet to Singapore. After nearly 2 weeks of pointless discussion, the cabinet finally realized that weakening the Royal Navy in European waters would only encourage Hitler to commit aggression, so the idea was dropped. Instead, Britain gave in to some Japanese demands and suffered some loss of face in return for stabilizing the situation. However, weeks of valuable time had been squandered with nothing to show for it. Shortly after Ironside's visit, a group of senior British and French intelligence officers travelled to Warsaw to meet with members of the Polish Cipher Bureau. At this meeting on the 24th to the 25th of July, the Polish General Staff revealed to their incredulous allies that they had broken into the German Enigma encoding system. Furthermore, they provided a replica of the Enigma machine to both the British and French delegations. This was not an immediate win for the Allies, because new German countermeasures had rendered the Polish approach progressively obsolete, but it did provide the British codebreakers with a valuable jump start that would begin to provoke dividends within a year. Meanwhile, Polish diplomats could not even secure a decent military loan from Britain. As British diplomats listened to Hitler's increasingly strident tone about Danzig, they adopted the same attitude that they had in the lead-up to the Munich crisis, that the threatened nation, Poland, should negotiate a settlement that essentially gave the aggressor what they wanted before an incident led to conflict. In essence, the British government recognized Danzig as a de facto German city and did not believe the League mandate was worth starting a war over. From the British point of view, the loss of Danzig would not seriously compromise Polish sovereignty, and a negotiated settlement might defuse the entire crisis. Of course, the negotiated settlement approach did not appear viable to the Poles, who saw how Hitler had quickly violated the Munich Agreement to dismember the Czech state. From the Polish perspective, the loss of Danzig would inevitably lead to the loss of the Polish corridor, which would embolden Hitler to demand more border territories. Thus, as the Danzig crisis unfolded in the summer of 1939, the British and Poles did not share common ground, with one side focused on conflict resolution at no cost to itself, while the other was trying to prevent any steps that would compromise its 1921 borders. Poles regarded the Danzig crisis as the natural result of the Locarno Treaty, which conditioned Anglo-French leaders to look at Poland's borders as less sacrosanct than their own. The British and French also kept pushing the Poles to accept Soviet military guarantees, while giving short shrift to Polish fears that Stalin could not be trusted any more than Hitler. Had the Anglo-French leadership actually been serious about helping Poland deter German aggression, they did have the resources to make an impression on Hitler. It is important to remember that the crisis dragged on for nearly 8 months, unlike the short timeline witnessed in earlier international crises. First, prompt financial credits, followed by prompt delivery of at least small amounts of military equipment, such as the promised squadron of Hurricane fighters, would have demonstrated that the Anglo-French security guarantee was not mere rhetoric. Second, both the British and French could have dispatched a small but powerful joint naval squadron to Danzig, along with a couple of battalions of Marines, as a demonstration of support for the embattled League Commissioner. Why was Lord Fairfax willing to consider sending a Royal Navy squadron 15,000 kilometres to Singapore to deter the Japanese, but unwilling to send one 2,000 kilometres to Danzig to deter Hitler? Third, the Royal Air Force's Bomber Command could have publicly announced joint bombing exercises with the French Armée de l'Air, Air Force, at bases near the Franco-German border, which would put heavy bombers near the Ruhr as further deterrent. Of course, there is no guarantee that any such military steps would have deterred Hitler and prevented or delayed Fall Weiss. However, the failure to take any material steps to aid Poland clearly left that country hanging out on a limb and encouraged Hitler to seek a violent solution. The pieces fall into place. August 1939. Well, Ribbentrop, what do you want? The corridor or Danzig? Not that any more. We want war. Ribbentrop replying to Italian Foreign Minister Ciano, 11th of August 1939. Since the Munich Agreement, Stalin had been patiently watching the Danzig situation building up, waiting for the moment where he could act to gain maximum advantage for the Soviet Union. To Stalin, the Munich Agreement signaled the start of a period of lawless land-grabbing in Eastern Europe, and he wanted his share of the spoils. The Anglo-French had been hoping to entice Stalin into a military agreement to contain Germany, But reports from the Soviet spy network within Britain indicated a lack of commitment to the project. Soviet intelligence was also fairly accurate about German intentions. Stalin was informed that a German attack upon Poland could occur as soon as the 25th of August. After much foot-dragging, the Anglo-French delegation headed by Vice Admiral Reginald Drax finally arrived in Moscow on the 11th of August. Once the Soviets discovered the Anglo-French delegation did not even have the authority to negotiate a military treaty, Stalin brusquely decided to turn to the Germans for a deal. Even had Vice Admiral Drax been empowered to negotiate, Stalin could not get what he wanted from the Anglo-French, a free hand in Eastern Europe. Like Hitler, Stalin had a great hunger for other people's land, and he wanted to radically alter territorial boundaries in Europe, not protect them. He certainly had no wish to help protect Poland's borders. On the 12th of August, Stalin authorized his foreign minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, to begin negotiations with the Germans. While continuing pointless talks with the Drax mission in Moscow, the Soviets began negotiations in earnest with Ribbentrop's foreign ministry. Despite Hitler's frequent statements about limiting the upcoming conflict to Poland, there was widespread angst within the senior military Wehrmacht leadership that an Anglo-French blockade could cripple Germany's economy at the outset of a war. However, an economic treaty with the Soviet Union, in return for German recognition of Soviet spheres of influence in the Baltic states and Finland, could neutralize the threat of an Allied blockade. Despite the large and hostile ideological divide between the Nazi and communist regimes, they could find common ground when it came to carving out spheres of influence. Once German and Soviet diplomats agreed on the broad areas of mutual interest, negotiations moved rapidly towards a settlement. On the 20th of August, the German-Soviet credit agreement was signed. Under the terms of this agreement, the Soviet Union could supply Germany with critical raw materials, while Germany extended a credit of 200 million Reichsmarks, $80 million, to the USSR to purchase industrial equipment. The next day the Soviets broke off negotiations with the Drax mission and moved to expand upon the trade agreement with Germany. Hitler was of course eager to sign a treaty with the Soviet Union, and he sent a personal telegram to Stalin, asking him to receive Ribbentrop in Moscow. When Stalin agreed to accept Ribbentrop at once, Hitler was ecstatic, shouting, "I have them! I have them!" Ribbentrop arrived in Moscow on the afternoon of the 23rd of August, and in a whirlwind of diplomatic discussions, hammered out a treaty with Molotov in less than 18 hours. The key point, only mentioned in the secret protocol, was a recognition of spheres of influence. Germany would get West and Central Poland, while the Soviet Union would get Eastern Poland. In addition, Germany accepted that Finland, the 3 Baltic states, and Bessarabia fell within the Soviet sphere. Once the main points were agreed, Stalin entered to join the post-negotiation festivities, and told Ribbentrop that, in the event of military conflict between Germany and the Western democracies, the interests of the Soviet Union and Germany coincide completely. On the 24th of August, Germany announced the signing of the Non-Aggression Pact with the Soviet Union, which would last for 10 years. However, beyond the obvious improvement in German-Soviet relations, few specifics about the treaty were publicly discussed. In reality, the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact was the critical piece that now made war with Poland inevitable. As a result of the treaty, Hitler no longer had to worry about Anglo-French economic reprisals against Germany or the possibility of a two-front war. Even in the event that the Allies decided to declare war on Germany, Stalin had pointedly said to Ribbentrop that the Soviet Union shall never tolerate letting Germany fall into difficult straits. From Hitler's viewpoint, this was a heady affirmation that he had pulled off a game-changing coup, and that the Anglo-French could no longer block his territorial ambitions. From Stalin's viewpoint, for the temporary price of providing economic and morale support to Germany's war effort, he could contribute to reducing Anglo-French influence in Europe, and recover pieces of the old Tsarist-era empire in Eastern Europe. In retrospect, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was the greatest criminal conspiracy of the 20th century, which is why it is still highly controversial. Soviet historians denied the existence of the secret protocol for decades, but then, as part of Glasnost, released a copy of it in 1992. However, Glasnost did not last, and the current Putin regime has returned to denying that the Soviet Union collaborated with Nazi Germany in carving up Poland in 1939, or that the secret pact acknowledged spheres of influence. According to the 21st century Russian version of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact, Poland was to blame for its fate because it first annexed the Teschen region from Czechoslovakia, then refused to allow Soviet troops onto its soil to prevent German aggression. While the diplomats were lining up the teams for the main event, the Wehrmacht was preparing for combat. On the morning of the 15th of August, the Luftwaffe arranged a demonstration for its senior commanders, Generals Hugo Speer, Bruno Lotze, and Wolfram von Richthofen, of its latest dive-bombing tactics at the training range of Neuhammer in Silesia. Two groups of Ju-87 Stukas, 1st Stuka-Geschwader 76 and 1st Stuka-Geschwader 2, were supposed to demonstrate high-angle attacks for the waiting dignitaries. However, a dense blanket of early morning ground fog, combined with low cloud cover over the target, precipitated an aerial disaster. The Stukas dove through the clouds expecting clear sky, with at least 900 meters clearance above ground. But in fact, there was none. 13 Ju-87 Stukas plunged into the ground and exploded, killing a total of 26 aircrew. Hitler decided to keep the Neuhammer disaster secret, lest it harm morale in the Wehrmacht on the eve of Fall Weiss. As part of the build-up for Fall Weiss, the Germans began to deploy units towards the German-Polish border regions, beginning in late June and continuing through July. The deployments were done in a gradual manner, in part to avoid detection, and in part to avoid putting too much stress on peacetime Reichsbahn railroad services. The most difficult area to assemble forces was in East Prussia, since personnel and equipment could only arrive by sea. When Hitler came to power, Wehrkreis I, Military District 1, only had a single infantry division and some assorted cavalry units. In 1935, two more infantry divisions were formed in East Prussia, followed by a cavalry brigade in 1937. However, even these three divisions were barely adequate to defend East Prussia, and Hitler was concerned that Poland might launch a preemptive strike if it felt threatened. In July 1939, the 12th Infantry Division was transferred by sea to East Prussia, followed by Panzer Regiment 7 and the SS Regiment Deutschland in early August. The tanks and crewmen of Panzer Regiment 7 had been loaded at Hamburg and landed at Königsberg on the 3rd of August. The OKH decided to form an experimental mixed Heer/Waffen-SS mobile unit and put Generalmajor Werner Kempf in charge of it, so it became Panzerdivision Kempf. On the 8th of August, Kempf's unique formation conducted field exercises southwest of Königsberg, the first time that the Heer and Waffen-SS ever trained together. Since the Germans could not completely conceal the fact that they had shipped over 160 tanks into East Prussia, they falsely claimed that the units were intended to participate in 25th anniversary ceremonies for the Battle of Tannenberg. Between the 8th and 16th of August, two reserve infantry divisions began mobilizing in East Prussia. Altogether, these units were formed into the Third Army, which now had the strength to assist with the seizure of the Polish corridor and attack south towards Warsaw. Since the Danzig crisis began heating up in May, Hitler had been concerned that the Poles might make a preemptive move against Danzig to seize the city. He had serious doubts that Forster and his hodgepodge of SA, SS, and police units would be militarily effective. Thus Hitler directed the OKH to covertly send some professional officers to take charge of the paramilitary forces in Danzig and organize them into an effective combat force. Halder selected Generalmajor Georg Friedrich Eberhard, a reliable veteran regular army officer, to command the military forces in Danzig. In addition, two veteran battalion commanders, Oberst Gunther Knapp and Oberst Karl Albrecht von Grodeck, were sent to assist Eberhard. Soon they were followed by an assortment of junior officers and NCOs to assist with training and preparing the Danzig forces for combat. In order to conceal the creation of a quasi-Wehrmacht unit within Danzig, all the seconded personnel wore police uniforms until the outbreak of war. Eberhard organized the 6 available Danzig police battalions into 2 regiments, which would be commanded by Knapp and Grodeck. Additional troops were provided by the SA's VGAD. Throughout the summer months, Wehrmacht personnel arrived in Danzig by sea, at night and in civilian clothes, to fill out the ranks of Brigade Eberhard. Wehrmacht units stationed in East Prussia also covertly provided Eberhard with medium artillery and additional automatic weapons. The creation of Brigade Eberhard in Danzig was a gross violation of the terms of the League of Nations, but it went unnoticed by both the Polish and the Anglo-French intelligence services. Another group of soldiers preparing for Fall Weiss was even more secretive. The Abwehr had formed an infiltration unit known as the Kampfverband Ebbinghaus. The unit was commanded by Hauptmann Theodor von Hippel, a veteran of the campaign in German East Africa in 1914–16, who had acquired a taste for unconventional combat. For Fall Weiss, Hippel recruited Polish-speaking Germans from Silesia and formed them into small teams, intended to capture key rail junctions or bridges ahead of the Wehrmacht's advance guard units. The infiltrators, known as K-Truppen, were armed but typically either wore Polish uniforms or civilian clothes. Some, in fact, were civilian volunteers. Hippel's men would be the first to cross the Polish border. During the summer of 1939, the Abwehr had also funded the creation of a battalion-size unit of Ukrainian nationalists from the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, under the command of Colonel Roman Shushko. Members of the Ukrainian Legion wore German uniforms, but the unit was intended to operate as a diversionary force in eastern Poland. Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, head of the Abwehr and a future leader of the anti-Hitler resistance, noted in his diary that the Ukrainian Legion could help instigate an uprising which would aim at the annihilation of the Jews and the Poles. However, the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact put Ukrainian nationalist aspirations on the back burner, and the Ukrainian Legion was simply attached to the 14th Army as an auxiliary unit. On the 16th to the 17th of August, the OKH mobilized the Ready Reserves, 2nd Formation, which added 3 infantry divisions to the 26 already committed to Fall Weiss. On the 26th of August, additional reservists and Landwehr were mobilized, 3rd Formation, forming 7 more infantry divisions. Altogether, 386,000 Army and 55,000 Luftwaffe reservists were mobilized for active duty in mid-August. They were told that they would be involved in annual summer maneuvers. The 2nd and 3rd Formations divisions had no 5 cm or 8 cm mortars, no 15 cm infantry guns, and 11% fewer machine guns than a 1st Formation division. Interestingly, 9 of the 10 newly mobilized divisions were assigned to Bock's Heeresgruppe Nord. Only 1 to Rundstedt's Heeresgruppe Süd. Bock was not happy with some of these new units, noting that in the 50th Infantry Division 10% of its troops were untrained and many of its reservists were very old. Bock did have 9 First Formation divisions, but half his infantry was comprised of partly equipped reservists. In contrast, Rundstedt had the pick of the active army forces with 17 of the 35 First Formation divisions under his command. These units were the best equipped and trained in the Heer. Civilian resources were also mobilized to outfit the newly mobilized reserve divisions, including 200,000 vehicles and 400,000 horses, which was difficult to conceal. The OKW also had to assemble the logistics for a large invasion force without alerting the Poles, or their own troops, that war was imminent. Most of the units involved in Fall Weiss were provided with 4 basic loads of ammunition, although the Third Army in East Prussia was given 6 loads. For example, each 10.5 cm howitzer would be allocated 1,200 rounds of ammunition, but only 1 load, 300 rounds, would actually be held at the unit level. The remainder would be stored in forward ammunition depots. The OKH was extremely generous in its fuel planning, allotting units up to 7.5 VS, Verbrauchsschatz, of fuel instead of the normal 4 VS. 1 VS was the amount of fuel required to move each vehicle in a given division 100 kilometers, although the actual amount of fuel varied based on the type of unit. For a 1939-era Panzer division, 1 VS would equal about 100 cbm, cubic meters, or 74 tons of fuel. A division could carry a reserve of around 1 VS in its logistic columns, but the rest had to be transported from Army-level fuel lagers. Rundstedt's Army Group was also provided an additional 1,500 tons of fuel to be held as an emergency resupply on trucks assembled near Breslau. Furthermore, the Wehrmacht used multiple types of fuel which complicated logistics in the field. The Heer had 2 different types of petrol, Wehrgasse 1 and Wehrgasse 2, and diesel, while the Luftwaffe needed both petrol and diesel for its ground vehicles and aviation fuel for its aircraft. In terms of victuals, the OKH provided a 10-day ration for each soldier and each horse, although some of this was consumed in the final days of peace, as units waited in assembly areas. At noon on the 22nd of August, Hitler had called a conference at the Obersalzberg for the senior commanders involved in Fall Weiss. He set dawn on the 26th of August as Y-Day, for the invasion to begin. During the conference, Hitler stated that one of his reasons for seeking a military solution in Poland was to test the tools prior to the showdown with the Anglo-French. He needed to know that his new weapons could deliver results. Even though he referred to Chamberlain and Daladier as worms, It was also clear from the tasks he assigned the OKH that he expected some kind of counter-move by the Anglo-French. Hitler was particularly emphatic that the invasion of Poland would be conducted with great brutality and violence. He told them, "When starting and waging a war, it is not right that matters, but victory. Close your hearts to pity, act brutally. 80 million people must obtain what is their right." Many of the assembled officers warmly received Hitler's guidance, and Bock wrote in his diary that the Führer's speech was terrific. On the other hand, other officers were worried that their commands were not yet ready for a full-scale war. Oberst Wilhelm Spiegel, Chief of Staff of Luftflotte 1, recorded that, "I left the Führer's meeting in unmistakable dismay." Anticipating that Fall Weiss could lead to war with Britain, Gross-Admiral Raeder had already begun deploying his operational warships on the 19th of August. The pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee and her supply ship Altmark were the first to sail, followed by the pocket battleship Deutschland and her supply ship Westerwald on the night of the 23rd of August. Between the 19th and the 23rd of August, 34 of the Kriegsmarine's 57 U-boats went to sea, including 16 to the Atlantic. Those vessels deployed to the Atlantic, including both pocket battleships, were told to await the signal to commence operations in the event of war with Britain. The Kriegsmarine deployment was unprecedented and had not occurred during the Munich crisis of 1938, but it fell in line with his amendment to Fall Weiss to prepare for economic warfare against Britain. Furthermore, the deployment weakens the oft-repeated assertion that Hitler did not expect hostilities with the Anglo-French. At the very least, he wanted to be prepared to initiate anti-commerce attacks upon the instant of a British declaration of war. The rest of the Kriegsmarine conducted intensive training operations in the Baltic in preparation for war. Before dawn on the 27th of August, the Kriegsmarine suffered its own tragedy when the destroyer Max Schulz rammed and sank the torpedo boat Tiger during a refueling exercise. 2 sailors were killed and 6 badly injured. One of the most important actions taken by the Kriegsmarine in the lead-up to war was the dispatch of the pre-dreadnought Schleswig-Holstein to Danzig on the 21st of August. Kapitän Zursee Gustav Kleikamp, commander of the Schleswig-Holstein, was read into Fall Weiss by Gross-Admiral Raeder prior to sailing, and informed of the key role that his vessel would play on the opening day of Fall Weiss. It would reduce the Polish garrison on Westerplatte. Although the Schleswig-Holstein was an elderly vessel used primarily for cadet training, Raeder believed that the ship's 4 28-centimetre guns would prove useful for shore bombardment. Raeder may have thought that the appearance of an older warship in Danzig, unlike the Kriegsmarine's deployment of its newest warships to occupy Memel, might seem less threatening. En route to Danzig, Kleikamp conducted a night rendezvous with a German minesweeper in the Baltic on the 24th of August in order to pick up Oberleutnant Wilhelm Henningsen's 225-man naval assault detachment, Marinestoßtruppkompanie, or MSK. Henningsen was not told that his unit would participate in an assault and was not fully equipped for combat. His mortar crews had not brought ammunition, and his men had only been issued practice grenades. On the morning of the 25th of August, the Schleswig-Holstein sailed into Danzig and anchored near Westerplatte, with Henningsen's assault troops hidden below decks and out of sight. The idea of conducting a normal port visit into a city that was at the centre of a major international crisis appeared odd, but the Germans claimed that the visit was to pay homage to the sailors of the cruiser Magdeburg, lost in August 1914, and who were buried in Danzig. On the day before the battleship arrived, the Nazi-controlled Senate in Danzig declared de facto independence with Forster as head of the city. He immediately ordered his SA thugs to arrest senior Polish customs officials in hope of sparking an incident. Once in Danzig, Kleikamp allowed normal courtesy visits, including the Polish commissioner in Danzig, Marian Chodacki, probably to add to the deception that this was a normal port call. In Germany, the population was apprehensive about the possibility of war, but most felt that Hitler would somehow pull off another bloodless Munich-style coup. News of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was well received by the German populace, who saw this as a way out of the crisis, not as the spark that would ignite war. William L. Shirer, an American correspondent in Berlin, noticed that by late August the German media was putting out the most absurd claims, such as 3 German passenger planes have been fired upon by the Poles, and that in the corridor many German farms were in flames, and these claims were being accepted at face value by the average German. Many German civilians bombarded by Goebbels' media actually thought it was necessary for the Führer to respond in kind to the Poles, who were generally held in low regard. On the 24th of August, the reality of the situation was brought home to the German people when rationing of food, coal, textiles and soap was announced. In Poland, it was obvious that diplomacy had reached an end when the Germans recalled their ambassador from Warsaw on the 10th of August. The Ministry of Military Affairs decided to order an additional, quiet mobilization of the 13th and 27th Infantry Divisions, 13th and 27th DP, from the DOK to Lublin on the 13th of August. These units were sent west by rail on the 16th to the 18th of August, arriving near Bydgoszcz. Recognizing that the Germans were likely to attempt a coup against Danzig, the Polish Ministry of Military Affairs had decided to form an intervention corps, Corpus Intervencyjny, to preempt any such effort. General Brigady Stanisław Skwarczynski was put in charge of the corps and assigned the 13th and 27th DP, as well as the 1st Light Tank Battalion, 1st BCL, and a few other support units. By the 25th of August, the units of the corps were deployed within 40 kilometers south of Danzig, and Skwarczynski was ordered to be prepared to mount a hasty attack to seize the city if Forster's SA troops conducted further provocations. Of course, the Poles did not inform the Anglo-French that they were planning a preemptive strike against Danzig. According to Halder's diary, the OKH was alerted by Hungarian sources that the Poles were about to march into Danzig. Although the Ministry of Military Affairs was mobilizing combat units, it did a poor job ensuring that these units would be supplied with ammunition, food and fuel. Prior to the outbreak of war, Polish armies delegated most of their logistic support requirements to their local Corps District Commander, DOK. For example, General Brigady Alexander Narbut-Wuszyński was dual-hatted as the commander of DOK 5 and the commander of Army Krakow's Logistic Support Command. The military districts normally supplied local units with peacetime requirements for training, but did not stockpile large amounts of ammunition and other supplies unless directed by the High Command. Narbut-Wuszyński only began working on meeting Army Krakow's wartime requirements 2 weeks prior to hostilities, and lacked the personnel, mostly reservists, vehicles, often requisitioned civilian vehicles, and infrastructure to accomplish much prior to general mobilization. Nor was adequate logistic planning conducted prior to the war. Consequently, most Polish combat units would go to war with only a few days' worth of ammunition, fuel, and food. The bulk of supplies were still in a few large depots, which were vulnerable to bombing. Somehow, Polish intelligence failed to fully appreciate the scale of the German military build-up on the border. Unlike the Wehrmacht, which benefited from covert aerial reconnaissance and espionage provided by ethnic Germans in Poland, the Polish intelligence services, Oddział II, had little solid information about what was going on across the border. The intelligence officers in Oddział II knew that there was much activity across the border, but was it the assembly of an invasion force or merely intended to intimidate the Poles? On the evening of the 22nd of August, General Brigady Władysław Stachewicz, chief of the Polish General Staff, had a 6-hour meeting with Reshaped in which he pleaded for more troops to be mobilized. At this point, only 9 of the 30 Polish active infantry divisions were fully mobilized. Reshaped agreed to further mobilizations in stages in an effort not to antagonize either the Anglo-French or the Germans. On the 24th of August, Reshaped ordered a silent emergency mobilization. Instead of a public announcement, reservists were notified by color-coded cards which ordered them to report. Under this mobilization order, 4 more cavalry brigades and 20 active infantry divisions were mobilized. The mobilization process went better for some units than others, particularly the cavalry units, which were always maintained at a higher state of readiness. For example, Pułkownik Stanisław Krolicki's 7th Wielkopolska, Greater Poland Mounted Rifles Regiment, was stationed in the village of Biedrusko, 15 kilometers north of Poznan, when it received its mobilization order on 0500 hours on the 24th of August. Like most cavalry units, the regiment was part of the Yellow Contingent, intended to strengthen the covering forces on the border. It took 36 hours for the regiment to achieve full combat readiness, with about 80% of its personnel. As the rest of the reservists arrived on the second day, the regiment reached 100% of its authorized strength within 48 hours. In other, less fortunate units, reserve personnel arrived at their mobilization stations and found there were insufficient weapons, uniforms, or other material to fully equip the unit. Many reservists were surprised to see the new Model 35UR anti-tank rifle, a heretofore secret weapon which was only revealed to the troops at mobilization. Transport shortages also posed serious problems for Polish mobilization, The LW completed its mobilization during this period with nearly 16,000 aviation personnel at their duty stations. Unlike Germany, which could afford to exempt many older reservists, Poland was forced to mobilize virtually all its able-bodied males. Teachers, intellectuals, lawyers, doctors, members of the Warsaw Symphony Orchestra, and bankers were among those mobilized. One of the thousands of Poles mobilized was Władysław Sabiła, a 37-year-old poet who worked for Radio Warsaw. Sabiła was commissioned in 1928 and after completing his military service returned to civilian life. He kept up with his reserve training during the 1930s and was mobilized as a platoon leader in the 13th PP, 8th DP in 1939. Sabiła would be captured by the Soviets and executed by the NKVD at Katyn Forest in 1940. In Polish cities, schools were closed and citizens began to tape up their windows in case of air raids. The Polish government began issuing gas masks and requisitioned many civilian motor vehicles and horses to support the army's mobilization. Despite the threat of war, the mood was fairly upbeat in Warsaw, with many expecting the crisis to be averted at the last minute. Temporarily, at least, this attitude proved correct, because Hitler got cold feet as Y Day approached. A last-minute attempt was made by Hitler, through the pro-appeasement British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Neville Henderson, to split the British and Poles by offering negotiations, but the signing of the Anglo-Polish military alliance negated this attempt. The French ambassador also indicated that his country was willing to fight with Poland. Consequently, Hitler realized that Poland would have allies, whereas it was not clear if he would. Shortly thereafter, Hitler received a response from Mussolini indicating that Italy would not be able to participate in a war against the Anglo-French unless it received massive material assistance from Germany. Although Italian participation was essentially irrelevant to Fall Weiss, Hitler seized upon this disappointment as an excuse to postpone the operation at 1930 hours. In reality, Hitler was shocked by the realization that he was going to have to fight the Anglo-French as soon as Poland was crushed. Most German units were already in their attack positions on the border, and it took some quick communications by the OKW staff to ensure that all aborted their attacks. General der Artillerie Walter von Reichenau, commander of the 10th Army, had gone forwards to the border and was out of communication for several hours that evening. His army only received the abort order near midnight. However, in any complex military operation, there is always someone who does not get the word. Hippel's infiltrators from Kampfverband Ebbinghaus had already begun crossing the Polish border, and they were not in radio contact. One 30-man detachment of K-Truppen under Lieutenant Hans Albrecht Herzner was assigned to capture the Jablonkovo Pass tunnel and the train station in the nearby town of Mosti. Before dawn on the 26th of August, the infiltrators were detected near the tunnel by troops from the Polish 21st Mountain Division, 21st DPG, and fired upon. With no German troops crossing the border and the Poles alerted, the Abwehr troops retreated back across the border. At least 2 Polish soldiers were killed, and probably some of the K-Truppen as well. The Polish division commander, General Józef Kustron, demanded an explanation for the incident. After some delay, General-Major Eugen Ott, commander of the 7th Infantry Division, apologized to the Polish general for the regrettable incident caused by an insane individual. This bizarre incident only further demonstrated to the Poles that a German attack was imminent. In East Prussia, a mounted patrol from the Reiter Regiment II crossed the Polish border near Ostroleka and was fired upon. A German non-commissioned officer in the patrol was killed, the first German soldier killed in the Second World War. Another group of German Landespolizei stormed the Polish consulate in Marienwerder in East Prussia and arrested the consul and his staff, a clear act of war. But the Germans succeeded in concealing this fact by severing telephone links. Interestingly, had the Germans actually attacked on the morning of the 26th of August, they would have enjoyed a much larger numerical superiority, of the order of 3-1. Furthermore, the Polish Air Force, LW, had not yet dispersed from its peacetime airfields, so it would have been much easier for the Luftwaffe to find and destroy. However, Polish mobilization eventually reduced the German numerical advantage to 2-1 overall by the 1st of September. On the other hand, Heeresgruppe Süd used the delay to modify its order of battle. Under the original plan, the 1st and 4th Panzer Divisions were split between the 14th Army Corps and the 16th Army Corps. Essentially, the original plan envisioned each Panzer Division working with 2 leg infantry divisions, which diluted German mechanized strike power. Under the updated attack plan, both panzer divisions were concentrated in the 16th Army Corps, providing the 10th Army with a much more concentrated spearhead formation. The next 4 days, the 27th to the 30th of August, consisted of various diplomatic manoeuvres between Germany, Britain and France, which amounted to nothing. However, Hitler seemed distracted from Fall Weiss by these antics and even briefly discussed limiting any action to just a coup against Danzig. It was clear that the Anglo-French would honour their guarantees to Poland, although he still insisted they would only conduct a sham war. The Poles were invited to conduct further negotiations in Berlin, which they refused, remembering how Hitler had used last-minute negotiations against Austria and Czechoslovakia. Finally, he informed the OKW that Y-Day would occur at 0430 hours on the 1st of September. During the final days, the Abwehr, military intelligence, began moving more personnel across the border. Major Hermann Baum was sent into Poland to coordinate their intelligence-gathering activities. Meanwhile, after the border provocations and incidents in Danzig, the Poles recognized that an invasion was imminent and tried to accelerate their mobilization efforts. On the 27th of August, the LW began to disperse all its operational aircraft from their peacetime bases to alternate airfields to avoid being caught by surprise by an enemy air offensive. The process took several days and cost the LW a total of 3 fighters and 4 bombers lost in operational accidents. However, by the end of August, the Luftwaffe had lost track of where most LW units were located. The Polish Navy also took steps to preserve its best forces from enemy action with a contingency plan known as Operation Peking. Counter-Admiral Josef Unrug, the fleet commander, ordered the bulk of the destroyer division to prepare to depart Polish waters for Great Britain. At 12:55 hours on the 29th of August, the destroyers Grom, Błyskawica, and Borsza sailed from Gdynia for Britain. 2 medium-sized freighters, the Kościuszko and the Pulaski, accompanied the destroyers. The Kriegsmarine detected the Polish warships sailing but did not interfere. By the 31st of August, the 3 destroyers had passed Denmark and reached the Skagerrak, well on their way to Scotland. However, Unrug did not disperse the rest of his fleet. His 5 submarines were put on alert to conduct Operation Forczyk to defend the Hel Peninsula and Gdynia area against enemy naval forces, but these vessels remained in port until the German attack began. Likewise, Unrug could have begun naval mine-laying prior to the onset of hostilities, but he did not. Indeed, many of the Polish warships that remained in the Baltic apparently did not load their wartime munitions until after hostilities had commenced. When the Polish army tried to shift to general mobilization, the government encountered vocal resistance from the British and French, who warned that a nationwide mobilization could spark a war. In order to ensure that the Anglo-French did not abandon their security guarantees, Poland delayed general mobilization for 4 critical days after the Jabłonkowa Pass incident. It was not until the 31st of August that Poland began general mobilization, openly calling up all its reservists. Furthermore, the Ministry of Military Affairs decided at the last moment to disband Generalbrigady Szwarczyński's Intervention Corps and transfer its units elsewhere. There would be no effort to preempt the Germans at Danzig. At 0630 hours, on the 31st of August, Hitler ordered the OKW to begin deploying all forward units into their attack positions. 6 hours later, Führer Directive 1 stated that Hitler had decided on a solution by force, and that Fall Weiss would begin at 0445 hours the next morning. Halder noted that Hitler accepted the notion that armed intervention by the Western powers was now unavoidable, although this had been obvious for some time. This time the wheels were turning, and there would be no further postponements. As part of an effort to create useful incidents to justify the upcoming German aggression, both the SS and the Abwehr attempted to stage border incidents to make the Poles look guilty. The most notable incident occurred around 21:30 hours at the German Gleiwitz radio station in Silesia, where SS Sturmbannführer Alfred Naujoks staged a mock attack on the facility and left several dead concentration camp inmates dressed in Polish uniforms. Another 6 murdered concentration camp inmates dressed in Polish uniforms were left at the nearby Hochlinden customs station. These incidents were intended purely for internal German consumption, in order to justify the war to the German population. German K-Truppen and 5th columnists were also active along the Polish-German border during the night of the 31st of August to the 1st of September. In one incident, a group of Germans attacked the Polish customs outpost at Jeziorki, 76 kilometres west of Bydgoszcz, around 0130 hours on the 1st of September. There was a brief firefight, and in it, Kapral Piotr Konieczka from the Border Guards, Straż Graniczna, or SG, was shot in the neck and then finished off by having his face smashed in with rifle butts. The mysterious attackers disappeared into the night. Chapter 5. Opening Moves. The Luftwaffe strikes, 1st to the 6th of September. I had to drop bombs onto a train station in Poznan. On the second day of the war in Poland, 8 of the 16 bombs fell in the city, right in the middle of houses. I didn't like it. On the third day, I didn't care. And on the fourth day, I took pleasure in it. We enjoyed heading out before breakfast, chasing individual soldiers through the fields with machine guns, and then leaving them there with a few bullets in their backs. Lieutenant Paul, bombardier on an HE-111, 2nd KG-26. During the planning for Fall Weiss, the Oberkommando der Luftwaffe, OKL, operational staff under General-Major Hans Jeschonek, hoped to deliver an aerial knockout blow against Poland on the first day of hostilities. Jeschonek realized that this would be the first time in military history that an independent air force would play more than just a supporting role to any army, and he intended that the Luftwaffe would achieve decisive results from the outset. The overall air campaign, designated Operation Ostmarkflug, would be conducted by General der Flieger Albert Kesselring's Luftflotte 1 from its bases in Pomerania, East Prussia, and by General der Flieger Alexander Luhr's Luftflotte 4 from its bases in Silesia. The massed attack on Warsaw was designated as Operation Wasserkante. However, in Operation Ostmarkflug, the Luftwaffe was trying to accomplish too much, too quickly, with insufficient resources. Although Jeschonek rightly regarded the destruction of the LW as the top priority, he also tasked the 2 Luftflotten to simultaneously conduct 4 other missions: destroy the Polish armaments industry, conduct battlefield interdiction strikes against communication/transportation hubs, provide close air support to the army, attack Polish naval targets and bases. The Luftwaffe had never conducted a coordinated operational-level air campaign on this scale before. Nobody had. But the leadership made assumptions that its units could multitask, conducting both their primary and secondary tasks. This inability to prioritize would remain a consistent operational-level planning deficiency for the Luftwaffe throughout later campaigns, particularly the Battle of Britain in August to September 1940. Instead, the Luftwaffe planners would spread their forces across too many missions and too many targets to achieve the kind of results it desired. Furthermore, Jeschonek's staff had not anticipated the normal frictions of war, such as marginal weather conditions, aircraft misidentification and communication issues, and the range limitations of their Bf-109s. At the start of Ostmarkflug, only a single Bf-109 group, Hauptmann Martin Mettig's 1st Jagdgruppe Fighter Group 21, based in East Prussia, was within range of the Polish capital. Given that Goering wanted to conduct mass attacks against Warsaw on the first day, the failure to deploy adequate numbers of the Luftwaffe's best fighter within range suggests a failure to fully think through the requirements for establishing air superiority. The Luftwaffe's inability to appreciate the range limitations of the Bf-109 would also be replicated again over Britain. The OKL staff also had to struggle with trying to determine how much fuel, ammunition, and spare parts it would require to support a campaign involving over 1,800 aircraft. Prior to the start of Ostmarkflug, the Luftwaffe quartermasters were able to assemble 400,000 tons of aviation fuel, plus about 20,000 tons of bombs for the operation. In both categories, this was a large portion of the total available reserves. Air operations in Spain had been tiny in comparison, and this would be the first time that the Luftwaffe would have to support an operation on this scale. Due to Hitler's concern that the Anglo-French might attempt to interfere with Fall Weiss, Goering was obliged to leave substantial forces in the west to protect the Ruhr. Altogether, Luftflotten 2 and 3 possessed over 1,100 operational aircraft, including 444 fighters and 450 bombers. Over half the available Bf-109E fighters were deployed to the west, and some of the Luftwaffe's best pilots, including Hauptmann Werner Mulders. Furthermore, many of the units deployed in eastern Germany were only loaned to Ostmarkflug for a few days, and the OKL began transferring air units to the western theatre well before the end of the campaign. Thus, the threat of Allied action in the west hung like a dark cloud over Ostmarkflug for the first 10 days of the campaign. The Polish Air Force, LW, succeeded in dispersing most of its operational aircraft prior to Ostmarkflug, thanks to the warning provided by the border incidents on the 25th to 26th of August. For the most part, only trainers and non-operational aircraft remained at peacetime air bases by the morning of the 1st of September. However, the LW was not logistically prepared to fight a protracted campaign from its dispersal fields. General Brigady Yusuf L. Zayank, commander of the LW, also made the cardinal mistake of dispersing his limited fighter assets in a vain effort to provide at least token air support to the army. 2/3 of the available Polish fighters were deployed in support of the army. Consequently, the LW's only aerial combat unit with real effectiveness was the Pursuit Brigade, with 53 fighters, assigned to defend the airspace over the capital. In contrast, the Polish High Command was uncertain how to use its Bomber Brigade, equipped with the modern P-37B Whoosh bombers, and this formation would be an underutilized asset. While the Army support squadrons were located close to the border areas and under command of the local area commanders, the fighter and bomber brigades were kept on a tight leash close to Warsaw. The Pursuit Brigade under Pułkownik Stefan Pawlikowski moved to the Poniatów and Zielonka airfields northeast of Warsaw with a total of 15 P-11A, 28 P-11C and 10 P-7A fighters. The Bomber Brigade under Pułkownik Władysław Heller moved to the Podlodów and Ułęż airfields southeast of Warsaw with its 36 bombers. As a force whose principal mission was defense, the LW established a warning network throughout Poland with over 800 observation posts. Pułkownik Pawlikowski had developed a grid system for Warsaw which would enable observation posts to alert him by telephone to locations where enemy aircraft were spotted. Warsaw itself had a modest level of air defence based upon 72 75mm guns, only a few of which were the new 75mm Model 36, 24 40mm Bofors guns, and 7 batteries of anti-aircraft machine guns. However, the LW still had very little situational awareness beyond the capital area and had great difficulty bringing its limited strength to bear against intruding enemy aircraft. Perhaps the only real asset that the LW possessed was its pilots. They were available in quantity, about 1.4 pilots per aircraft, well-trained and highly motivated to engage the enemy. As dawn approached on the morning of the 1st of September, Y-Day, with Fall Weiss set to begin at 04:45 hours, it quickly became apparent that the weather would be unfavourable for air operations. A low cloud system hung over northern and central Poland, combined with thick ground fog. The visibility was particularly poor over Luftflotte 1's air bases, which meant that only 4 of its 11 Bombergruppen were able to take off prior to 0600 hours. One of Luftflotte 1's earliest raids was conducted by 20 HE-111 bombers from 1st Kampfgeschwader Bomber Group 1, which attacked the Polish Naval Air Base at Puck around 0600 hours. The Naval Air Division, Morskie Division Lotnicki, under Commander Porucznik Edward Rzestowski, consisted of 13 seaplanes, only one of which was of modern design. The German bombers demolished the naval barracks, killing Rzestowski and 3 of his men, but failed to scratch any of the nearby seaplanes. After the raid, the seaplanes evacuated across Danzig Bay to Jurata, where they were able to operate for a week without any losses. Around the same time, the Do-17s of 2nd Kampfgeschwader 3 and 3rd Kampfgeschwader 3 were used to strike transportation targets around Grudziądz to disrupt the defence of the Polish 16th Infantry Division, 16th DP, in this area. It was quickly apparent that the weather was affecting air operations, so at 05:50 hours, Göring personally cancelled Wasserkante. Despite the cancellation of Wasserkante, Luftflotte 1 mounted a series of attacks on Warsaw with whatever forces it could launch and coordinate. The first major strike against the Polish capital was conducted by 34 HE-111s from 2nd Legerschwader Demonstration Group 1, flying from East Prussia. The bombers were escorted by 24 Bf-110Cs from Major Walter Grabmann's 1st Z Legerschwader 1. The Bf-110C had just entered service in February 1939, and the Luftwaffe had high hopes for its new heavy fighter. Grabmann was also a very experienced pilot, having scored 6 victories in Spain with the Legion Condor. However, the German formation was spotted soon after it crossed the border, and P-11C fighters from the 152 Escadra squadron intercepted the bombers well north of Warsaw. Pułkownik Pawlikowski was also able to get the pursuit brigade into the air and joined the fight around 07:25 hours, which became the first major aerial battle of the Second World War. The Polish fighters had difficulty catching the German bombers, but managed to destroy 6 HE-111s. However, the faster and cannon-armed Bf-110Cs inflicted considerable damage on the Polish fighters, each of which only had 2 machine guns. It was a long action by aerial standards, lasting approximately 50 minutes. The Poles lost at least 4 P-11C fighters shot down, plus many more damaged. The only consolation was that the German bombers dropped their bombs prematurely and then retreated back to their base in East Prussia. The very first bomb landed near Fort Mokotów, which had been the home of Radio Warsaw for a time. Grabman himself was wounded, but it was clear that the P-11C was no match for the Bf-110C. Luftflotte 1 decided to send a Do-17 reconnaissance aircraft over Warsaw before the next strike, but it was shot down by a Polish fighter. It was not until 1600 hours that Luftflotte 1 was able to mount another major attack against Warsaw, and it was not well coordinated. At this point, the Luftwaffe was still uncertain whether it was better to lead with dive bombers or level bombers, so it varied its tactics to try and assess what worked best. On this occasion, the second raid began at 16:15 hours when 30 Ju-87 Stukas from 1st Stuka-Geschwader Dive Bomber Group 1 attacked Warsaw. Polish fighters managed to knock down 1 Stuka. Given the persistent poor visibility over Luftflotte 1's airfields, the OKL ordered Kampfgeschwader 27 to launch a strike against Warsaw from its bases in northern Germany, a distance of about 700 kilometers. En route to Warsaw, the 3 Gruppen of Kampfgeschwader 27 joined up with an escort force provided by the Bf-110Cs of Hauptmann Schlieff's 1st Z Lehrgeschwader 1. The 22 Bf-109Ds of Hauptmann Martin Mettig's 1st Jagdgeschwader 21, based in East Prussia, were also ordered to escort Kampfgeschwader 77, but when they approached, the bombers fired upon the Bf-109s and continued to fire for some time. Although the Polish observer system failed to detect this raiding force, which was flying at about 4,000 meters, cloud cover was as low as 600 meters, the pursuit brigade was patrolling over the Warsaw sector with 22 fighters when the enemy arrived around 16:48 hours. The Polish fighters rolled in and knocked down 2 HE-111s, but were then bounced by Schlieff's Bf-110s, who shot down 4 P-7A fighters from the 123 Escadra and damaged another P-7A. Mettig's Bf-109Ds also joined the fight and claimed to have shot down 4 more Polish fighters, although Mettig was wounded in the action. With the Polish fighters engaged, Kampfgeschwader 27 was able to split up and strike several targets in Warsaw. The 1st Kampfgeschwader 27 dropped 52 tons of bombs on the Warsaw-Okęcie military airfield, which destroyed a number of aircraft under repair in the depot, while the 2nd Kampfgeschwader 27 bombed the civilian Warsaw-Gotzow airport. The bombers of 3rd Kampfgeschwader 27 attacked an ammunition plant. It was already getting dark by the time that the German strike group started its return flight, and a number of the fighter planes were disoriented after their dogfights. Mettig's Bf-109s were also running low on fuel. 5 were forced to land behind Polish lines, and their pilots were captured. Another Bf-109 pilot landed in Lithuania and was interned. A number of Bf-110s were also misoriented, but their longer range enabled them to eventually reach friendly territory. Although the limited combat endurance of the Bf-109 was revealed over Warsaw on the first day of combat, the Luftwaffe leadership did not recognize the significance of this lesson. On the Polish side, Pawlikowski's pursuit brigade had shot down 10 enemy aircraft, but lost 12 fighters and 7 pilots. Furthermore, over 20 Polish fighters were damaged, leaving Pawlikowski with only 21 operational aircraft for the next day. It was clear that the LW could not sustain this kind of attritional combat for very long. It is also worth noting that the Poles did not win a single fighter versus fighter combat during the day, although they did damage some German fighters. Luftflotte 1 also attacked other Polish cities. An LW air base and the main train station in Torun were bombed without losses. Polish fighters and 40mm anti-aircraft batteries proved ineffective. Around noon, 31 HE-111s from 2nd Kampfgeschwader 26 bombed Poznan, and this raid was followed up by an even larger raid around 1800 hours. Most of the bombs fell around the main train station, killing about 200 people, including 45 soldiers, and injuring many more. Despite the fact that Poznan was defended by an anti-aircraft unit with 18 40mm Bofors guns and a squadron of P-11C fighters, the Poles only managed to down a single German bomber. These Luftwaffe raids had limited impact upon disrupting Polish mobilization efforts, but they were a shock to civilian morale. During the late afternoon of the 1st of September, Luftflotte 1 continued its attacks against Polish naval targets around Gdynia and the Hel Peninsula. The Bf-109s from 5th and 6th Trägerjagdgruppe 186, which had intended to be part of a naval air group for the incomplete aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin, were supposed to provide air cover for the battleship Schleswig-Holstein at Westerplatte, but were prevented by fog. Instead, around 1400 hours, they escorted Stukas from the 4th Stuka Legerschwede 1 to attack the naval batteries at the Hel Peninsula, but lost 2 Bf-109s to intense anti-aircraft fire. The Poles had upgraded the air defence batteries on the Hel Peninsula in July, and they now had 6 75mm and 8 40mm anti-aircraft guns, making it some of the best defended airspace in Poland. Another group of Stukas peeled off to attack Polish naval shipping near Gdynia, and sank the gunnery training ship Mazur and the tender Nurek, both alongside piers. About 40 Polish sailors died in the attack. After this attack, the Poles were desperate to move their few major surface warships left in Polish waters, the destroyer Wicha, minelayer Graf, and 2 gunboats, towards the anti-aircraft defences on the Hel Peninsula. However, Graf was tasked with laying several hundred mines across Danzig Bay first, a task better conducted under cover of darkness. When the Stukas of 4th Stuka Legerschwede 1 returned at 1800 hours, they caught the Polish warships out in the bay and furiously bombed the Graf. The mine layer was only moderately damaged, but suffered 5 dead, including its commander, and 17 wounded. The Polish ships abandoned the mining mission and retreated to the Hel Peninsula. Lohr's Luftflotte 4 in Silesia was less affected by poor weather conditions on the first day of Ostmarkflug. The main missions conducted by Luftflotte 4 were battlefield interdiction strikes in the Krakow-Katowice areas and close support to the army, with the main effort provided to the 10th Army. The heaviest blows fell upon Krakow, which was attacked by 2 Gruppen of Do-17 bombers from Kampfgeschwader 77 at 0520 hours. The first group, 1st Kampfgeschwader 77, attacked Krakow-Rakowice airfield at medium altitude, but 3rd Kampfgeschwader 77 executed a low-level attack on the airfield at just 50 meters off the ground, dropping SC-50 and SC-10 bombs. The German bombers showered the airfield with 45 tons of bombs, but many of the bombers from 3rd Kampfgeschwader 77 were damaged by the blasts from their own bombs. There was negligible resistance, and 8 Polish aircraft were destroyed on the ground. During the afternoon, Krakow-Rakowice airfield was attacked again by HE-111s from Kampfgeschwader 4. This time, some of the Krakow Army fighters were able to intercept, and they downed 2 HE-111s. Several other airfields in the area were also attacked. Generalmajor Wolfram Freiherr von Richthofen was eager to support the army with his ground attack aircraft, and he committed most of them to that mission. At first light, the HS-123s of Major Werner Spielvogel's 2nd Schlacht Legerschwader 2 were sent to support the 10th Army's opening attack by bombing the village of Prestein. This area was held by troops from the Polish 7th Infantry Division, 7th DP. Soon afterwards, beginning at 0540 hours, 29 Ju-87 Stukas from Hauptmann Walter Siegel's 1st Stuka Geschwader 77 bombed the town of Wieluń, dropping 29 SC-500 and 112 SC-50 bombs. At least 32 Polish civilians were killed when the hospital was hit. Although the Germans would claim that Wieluń was heavily defended, there were no Polish units in the town or nearby. During the course of the day, Richthofen launched 3 more Stuka strikes against the town, totaling roughly 150 sorties, which dropped 46 tons of bombs and destroyed 3/4 of Wieluń's buildings. At least 127 Polish civilians were killed in the bombing of Wieluń, perhaps more. The multiple attacks on Wieluń did nothing to support the German ground offensive, since the main action was occurring well to the south. While it is possible that Richthofen misdirected his Stukas based on false intelligence about Polish dispositions, during the day German reconnaissance aircraft confirmed that there were no Polish troops inside the town. Instead, it appears that Richthofen was attempting to use terror bombing to shake Polish morale in this sector, and the bombing of Wieluń was later classified as a war crime, because it deliberately targeted civilians. At any rate, Richthofen wasted over 150 close air support sorties against an objective that did not fulfill Ostmarkflug's objectives. While the bombing of Wallonia was occurring, Richthofen did begin receiving requests for support from Reichenau's 10th Army. At this point, the 16th Army Corps, motorized, was fighting its way through the Polish border defences, and this action subsequently evolved into the Battle of Mokra. Richthofen decided to take a closer look at the ground battle for himself and flew forwards in his Wieseler Storch around 1100 hours, but ended up overflying Polish positions and coming under heavy ground fire. The Polish Wołyńska Cavalry Brigade was operating as a covering force in this region and was spotted moving north towards Wallonia, causing Richthofen to redirect his Stukas against this target of opportunity. Between 1250 and 1420 hours, two Stuka-Gruppen, 1st Stuka Geschwader 2 and 1st Stuka Geschwader 77, attacked the Polish cavalry unit, and German sources claimed that the brigade was destroyed. While the Wołyńska Cavalry Brigade did suffer about 20% casualties from all causes during the day, it was far from destroyed. The first day of Ostmarkflug was far from the decisive success that Göring or Jeschonnek had been hoping to achieve. Altogether, the Luftwaffe flew 2,700 sorties during the day and bombed about 30 targets at a cost of 37 aircraft lost, including 14 lost to Polish anti-aircraft fire. In contrast, the LW only flew 280 sorties and lost 29 aircraft. While it is clear that dispersal saved the LW from immediate destruction, it does not seem that the Luftwaffe made a serious effort to destroy the LW on the first day of the invasion. Too many sorties were wasted on secondary or even tertiary targets like Gdynia and Wieluń, as well as civilian airfields. Nor was the effort put into close air support and battlefield interdiction very impressive, in large part due to inadequate reconnaissance and targeting. The Luftwaffe leadership found that the time lag between ground commanders asking for air support and the air unit receiving the request was significantly greater than had occurred in pre-war training exercises. Essentially, the Luftwaffe kicked off the campaign by attacking mostly known targets, which were often based on outdated information. Consequently, the 2,700 Luftwaffe sorties made on the first day of the campaign did not accomplish a great deal. This difficulty in establishing target priorities and gaining reliable intelligence would plague the Luftwaffe in subsequent campaigns as well. On the other hand, the Luftwaffe demonstrated that it was flexible enough to act quickly against targets of opportunity or shift forces around. As for the LW, its failure to mass its fighters to defend the obvious target, Warsaw, deprived it of its one chance to inflict a significant defeat upon the Luftwaffe. If the raids on Warsaw had been opposed by 100 Polish fighters instead of 20 to 30, the German bombers would likely have suffered a real drubbing. Furthermore, had the Poles received even a single squadron of Hurricanes in spring 1939, the Bf-110Cs would have faced a more serious challenge in the initial aerial battles over Warsaw. On the second day of the German invasion, the weather was markedly improved. Amazingly, Luftwaffe reconnaissance had still failed to detect the location of the LW's operational units. Oberstleutnant Josef Beppo Schmidt, head of the Luftwaffe's intelligence branch, erroneously concluded that the LW was all but destroyed, which was quickly adopted as truth by Joseph Goebbels' propaganda ministry. Based upon this ridiculously optimistic assessment, the Luftwaffe decided to shift its priorities to close air support and battlefield interdiction. Having smashed defenceless Wieluń into burning rubble, Richthofen committed all three of his Stuka-Gruppen to support Reichenau's 10th Army, with the main effort provided to its spearhead formation, the 16th Army Corps motorized, which was advancing towards the Warta River. The Stukas bombed the rail stations at Radomsko and Piotrków, thereby preventing Polish reinforcements from reinforcing a thin defensive line attempting to form on the Warta. Major Werner Spielvogel's HS-123 biplanes from the 2nd Schlacht Legerschwader II were assigned to support the 11th Army Corps, which also advanced rapidly to the Warta. A French officer, General Paul-François Armengaud, happened to witness the German battlefield interdiction attacks, and he wrote a detailed report about their effectiveness. The German system consists essentially of making a breach in the front with armour and aircraft, then to throw mechanized and motorized columns into the breach, to beat down its shoulders to right and left in order to keep on enlarging it. It would be madness not to draw an exact lesson from this pattern, and not to pay heed to this warning. In most cases there was little Polish resistance to these Luftwaffe attacks, except at Łódź. When German bombers attacked the city around 1710 hours, fighters from the 161 and 162 Escadra scrambled to intercept. 12 escorting Bf-110s from 1st Geschwader 1 engaged the Polish fighters and destroyed 2, but a P-11C shot down the Bf-110C flown by Hauptmann von Freihardt-Mullenheim, the Staffelkapitän of the 3rd Geschwader 1. In a follow-up raid, a P-7A fighter from the 162nd Escadra shot down a Bf-110C from 1st Geschwader 76 near Łódź. Even though the P-7A fighter was badly obsolescent, in the hands of a good pilot it could still occasionally score against the enemy. The Luftwaffe also continued to attack naval facilities on the northern coast and industrial facilities behind the lines. The HE-111s of Kampfgeschwader 4 conducted 2 large-scale raids against the aviation training center at Demblin and created great havoc, dropping a total of 180 tons of bombs. Both the PWS and PZL aircraft plants were bombed, although few aircraft were actually being produced at the moment. The only sector where the LW mounted serious resistance on the second day of the war was in the northwest, where the fighters belonging to Army Pomorze and Army Poznan attempted to repel German air raids on their lines of communications. The 141 and 142 Escadra were able to intercept a series of raids near Bydgoszcz and shoot down 5 Do-17 bombers and a Bf-110 fighter. Podporucznik Stanisław Skalski of 142 Escadra shot down 2 of the Dorniers, and by the end of the campaign he would claim 2 more victories. The fighters from the 131 and 132 Escadra claimed 4 enemy bombers. During the action, Marian Pisaryk from 141 Escadra, a future ace, accidentally shot down a Polish P-23 reconnaissance plane that blundered into the dogfight. As is common at the start of a war, misidentifications on both sides led to fratricide. When intercepting unescorted bombers, the Polish fighters did well. However, Polish ground commanders tried to use their scarce aviation assets in a manner that was often unsound. General Bortnowski, commander of Army Pomorze, ordered Capitan Florian Laskowski's fighter wing 141 and 142 Escadra to attack one of Guderian's motorized infantry columns north of Bydgoszcz. Laskowski protested against the misuse of his fighters, but then led the 141 Escadra in low-level strafing attack. The Poles discovered that the German mobile flak, particularly 2-centimeter guns, was particularly lethal. Of the 9 Polish fighters, 3 were shot down and another was badly damaged. Laskowski was killed in the action. The strafing attack proved only a minor nuisance to Guderian's advance. Meanwhile, the Polish bomber brigade was held in reserve southeast of Warsaw. There was discussion about using these aircraft to bomb Königsberg in East Prussia, but this came to naught. The only commitment that was approved was to send the 2 squadrons from the 4th, 6th Group to attack General de Cavalerie Erich Hübner's motorized columns of 16th Army Corps motorized west of Czestochowa. A total of 18 P-23B Karash conducted the attack, coming in at 600 to 700 meters, with each aircraft dropping 6 100-kilogram bombs. According to some sources, the German column suffered heavy losses and was disrupted. Yet 3 Polish bombers were shot down, 1 by a Bf-109 and 2 by flak, and 5 more were badly shot up. Another group of 6 Karash attacked the column again later in the day. On his own initiative, Wacław Puciłko, a P-23B fighter from the Bomber Brigade's 21 Escadra, flew across the German border south of Breslau before dawn on the 2nd of September and dropped 8 50-kilogram bombs on a factory near Orlau. Puciłko's single-sortie raid was just a stunt with no military value, although it was the first Allied air raid on German soil of the Second World War. Overall, the Luftwaffe flew over 2,000 sorties on the 2nd of September and lost 14 aircraft. In contrast, the Poles flew about 200 sorties and lost at least 20 aircraft. The Luftwaffe's battlefield interdiction strikes and close air support provided valuable support to the army in the sectors chosen. Secondary sectors often received little or no air support. By this point, it was clear that the LW was operating as a guerrilla air force, striking where and when it could muster a useful combat force. However, the Luftwaffe had demonstrated that it could mount raids wherever it pleased, and the best the LW could do was to pick off individual bombers. On the other hand, due to the range limitations of the Bf-109, the 3 Bf-110 Gruppen were carrying virtually the entire burden of escorting bombers over central Poland. The Polish fighter pilots had fared poorly on the first day of the war against the Bf-110, but they were learning, and by the second day of the war they managed to destroy 2 of them. On the 3rd of September, the Luftwaffe found its stride and mounted powerful strikes against Warsaw and other aviation-related targets, while increasing its support for the Army's advance. Recognizing the need for more bombers in the east, Luftflotte 3 transferred 77 HE-111s from Kampfgeschwader 54 and Kampfgeschwader 55 to Luftflotte 4. Around 08:45 hours, Luftflotte 1 resumed attacks on Warsaw. Escorted by Bf-110s from 1st Z Lehrgeschwader 1, the HE-111s of Kampfgeschwader 27 bombed multiple targets around Warsaw. Having repaired a number of its damaged aircraft, the pursuit brigade attempted to intercept the raids, but was unable to get through to the German bombers. Instead, the Poles shot down 2 Bf-110s, but lost 4 of their own fighters. Altogether, Polish fighters conducted 120 sorties during the day, knocking down 15 enemy aircraft, including 3 fighters and 6 bombers, at a loss of 13 of their own. The LW was more aggressive with its bombers, committing a total of 90 sorties, mostly in the critical Częstochowa-Radomsko sector against German motorized spearheads. 9 P-23 Karash were lost, a crippling 10% loss rate. 2 Gruppen of Bf-109 fighters, 1st Geschwader 2 and 1st Jagdgeschwader 76, were committed to this sector as well on free hunt missions which bagged 5 of the Karash. However, the German pilots found the Karash difficult to target due to their low speed and ability to hop just above the trees. On the other hand, the Karash, employed by Army-level aviation units, were split between reconnaissance and bombing missions, which greatly reduced their ability to inflict worthwhile damage on the enemy. In the north, Luftflotte 1 unleashed Küstenfliegergruppe 506, Coastal Group 506, to eliminate the remaining Polish naval units sheltering south of the Hel Peninsula. This formation consisted of several dozen seaplanes, supported by the Bf-109s and Ju-87s from the carrier Graf Zeppelin's intended air group. The German aircraft launched a series of attacks beginning at 0900 hours and continuing until 1800 hours, which gradually smashed the destroyer Wicha, minelayer Greif, and minesweeper Mewa into sinking wrecks. Polish naval casualties were low on these doomed vessels, but anti-aircraft fire only succeeded in knocking down a single German aircraft. The OKL also decided to conduct a field test in Poland of its latest technical innovation, precision night bombing, on the night of the 3rd-4th of September. A specialist Pathfinder unit known as Luftnachrichtenabteilung 100 had been created with 2 Staffeln squadrons, one equipped with 12 Ju-52 3mm transport bombers and the other with 6 HE-111 bombers. The aircraft carried radio gear dubbed X-Verfahren, or X-Gerät, which enabled precision navigation at night. On this occasion, a small number of bombers were sent to attack the Palmieri ammunition depot northwest of Warsaw. The raid failed to destroy the target, but the Germans did not know that. Nevertheless, early experiments with X-Gerät proved quite promising, with aircraft able to deliver bombs within several hundred meters of a target at night. In subsequent nights, Luftnachrichtenabteilung 100 would conduct several more missions over Poland. No other air force in 1939 had anything like this technical capability. By the 4th of September, it was clear to the Poles that the situation at the front was becoming desperate, and the LW made an all-out effort to oppose the Luftwaffe wherever it could. When Luftflotte 1 mounted more punishing raids on Warsaw, the Pursuit Brigade launched 74 sorties, but could not prevent the raiders from smashing Okęcie airfield and its facilities to bits. There were a large number of partly completed aircraft at Okęcie, including at least 20 PZL-23B Karash and 20 BZL-37B Whoosh bombers. Most were wrecked. The damage inflicted on Okęcie also severely reduced the operational capability and logistical sustainability of the LW, which had few fuel trucks or maintenance units. Most of the fixed fuel pumps were destroyed. Without special bomb lifts, the PZL-37B Whoosh bombers could only carry 1/3 of their normal bomb load. Altogether, Polish fighters flew 165 sorties and destroyed 11 enemy aircraft, but lost 8 of their own in air-to-air combat. Luftwaffe reconnaissance finally found one of the LW's dispersal fields, Wiedźów, east of Łódź, which was then strafed by the Bf-109Ds of 1st Rzesztorgeschwader 2. 5 Polish fighters from the 161 Escadra were destroyed on the ground. For the first time, the Bomber Brigade committed its PZL-37B Whoosh bombers to combat, sending a total of 50 sorties throughout the day in a vain attempt to blunt the advance of the German 16th Army Corps motorized in the Radomsko-Pietrkov sector. 9 of the Whoosh bombers were lost, the equivalent of an entire squadron. For example, 3 Whoosh bombers from the 212 Escadre were intercepted by 8 Bf-109D fighters from 1st Gjerstore 2 near Veilun, and all 3 bombers were shot down. 7 of 12 crewmen were killed. Luftwaffe reconnaissance also discovered that the 211 and 212 Escadre were based at Zirzhanov airport west of Łódź, and He-111 bombers attacked the airfield during the afternoon, destroying 2 more PZL-37B and stocks of fuel and bombs. The 2 Polish bomber squadrons were forced to evacuate post-haste. Altogether, the LW conducted about 300 sorties on the 4th of September and lost 30 aircraft. In contrast, the Luftwaffe was still mounting about 2,000 daily sorties and suffering only about 1% losses. After 5 days of continuous combat, the LW was beginning to show signs of reduced operational effectiveness after heavy losses and insufficient logistical support. A total of only 180 sorties were flown on the 5th of September, including 91 fighter and 22 bomber sorties, resulting in the loss of 15 aircraft. Due to the retreat of Polish ground forces, a number of air units were beginning to displace eastwards, which also affected their readiness levels. By this point, the Luftwaffe had a clear dominance in the skies over Poland and could afford to rotate units, which allowed some rest and time to repair damaged aircraft, a luxury the LW did not have. On this day, the Luftwaffe lost 7 aircraft over Poland and 10 more damaged. The Luftwaffe continued to concentrate large numbers of sorties against rail centres, which proved easier to identify and attack than enemy tactical units in the field. On the 6th of September, the LW tried to make a maximum effort with its fighters, flying a total of 164 sorties, which claimed 13 victories at a cost of 9 losses. Altogether, the LW flew 240 sorties on the 6th of September and lost 23 aircraft. By evening, General Zając made a decision that should have been made much sooner, which was to pull back all remaining operational fighters to Lublin and use them to rebuild the pursuit brigade. Of course, this measure stripped the armies of their little remaining air support, but it allowed Zając to amass about 88 fighters. He also ordered all bombers to assemble at airfields near Lublin in order to strengthen the bomber brigade. During the course of 6 days' combat, the LW had flown 1,610 sorties and lost 155 aircraft, or 40% of their starting strength. Personnel losses were significantly lighter. Only 17 fighter pilots were killed and 19 wounded out of a total of over 220. However, the Luftwaffe had only wounded the LW, not defeated it. Despite this shortfall, the Luftwaffe had done quite well with its battlefield interdiction and close air support, enabling Heeresgruppe Süd's forces to smash their way past any serious resistance. In the first 6 days of the campaign, the Luftwaffe lost 126 aircraft and 315 personnel casualties, or roughly 7% of their starting force. Clearly, the Luftwaffe won the aerial battle of attrition. Nevertheless, the Luftwaffe had learned that operating over Warsaw was expensive, costing them 42 aircraft in the first 6 days. Polish anti-aircraft batteries accounted for 11 of these losses. The Battle for the Northern Coast, 1st of September to the 2nd of October. We will fight shoulder to shoulder until complete victory. President Ignacy Mościcki, 1st of September 1939. Although Poland's leadership was willing to go to war to hold the Polish corridor, it was not willing to commit large forces to defend this extremely vulnerable region. Instead, naval troops, border guards and ON, national defense troops, were ordered to defend the corridor and the northern coast, including the port of Gdynia and the Hel Peninsula. Badly outnumbered from the start and with no hope of reinforcement or retreat, the Polish troops on the northern coast were assigned a classic die-in-place mission for the sake of honour. Nevertheless, the Polish troops who fought on the northern coast demonstrated a tenacity that frequently astounded the Germans. Prior to mobilization, the Polish Navy had 2 active naval rifle battalions, primarily to defend the port of Gdynia. When the Danzig crisis began to unfold in May, both battalions were directed to begin constructing fieldworks around Gdynia. Furthermore, Major Jan Wiśniewski's 4th Battalion KOP was assigned to defend the Hel Peninsula. which included the construction of a fortified position at the narrow neck near Jestarnia. The coastal artillerymen in the Hel-fortified region, Region Umocniony Hel, were under the command of Kontradmiral Włodzimierz Steyr. The forces assigned to defend Gdynia were designated as the Land Coastal Command, Lądowna Obrona Wybrzeża, or LOW, and Pułkownik Stanisław Dąbek, an experienced infantryman, was assigned to command this formation. In addition to organizing the defense of Gdynia, Dąbek was also responsible for Major Henryk Suchalski's small detachment at the military depot on Westerplatte in Danzig. Dąbek reported to the fleet commander, Kontradmiral Józef Onruk, who relocated to the Hel Peninsula once war appeared imminent. On the 24th of August, the Land Coastal Command mobilized 5 ON battalions assigned to the Naval Brigade of National Defense, Morska Brigada Obrony Narodowej. Most of these battalions were used to expand the 2 regular naval infantry battalions into the 1st and 2nd Naval Rifle Regiments, 1st and 2nd MPS. Several incomplete battalions were also mobilized but kept as reserves. Altogether, the Land Coastal Command was able to increase its assigned strength from fewer than 5,000 to more than 14,000 troops in a week, primarily because the ON volunteers came from the immediate area and thus mobilization could progress rapidly. However, the units in the Land Coastal Command were significantly less well equipped than most Polish army units, particularly in terms of artillery support. Dąbek had already decided to deploy the bulk of his troops in 2 areas. He created a covering force based on Podpułkownik Kazimierz Pruskowski's 1st Naval Rifle Regiment, 1st MPS, at Wejherowo, 21 kilometers northwest of Gdynia. Pruskowski's mission was to delay any German advance upon Gdynia from the west for as long as possible. The second group, based upon Podpułkownik Ignacy Szpuna's 2nd MPS, was deployed south of Gdynia to delay any German approach from Danzig. The nearest friendly forces belonged to Army Pomorze, 50 kilometers to the south, but due to the disbandment of the Intervention Corps on the 30th of August, there was no intent to send any reinforcements into the corridor. The Polish High Command was not under any illusions about the ability of the Land Coastal Command to fend off a full-scale German attack for more than a few days, but believed that it was strong enough to deny the enemy an easy victory. From the OKH perspective, the Germans were eager to seize full control over Danzig and establish a land link to East Prussia, but were less concerned with the seizure of the rest of the northern Polish coast. Since the primary mission of General der Artillerie Gunther von Kluge's 4th Army was to destroy Army Pomorze, only secondary forces from Generalleutnant Leonhard Kaupisch's Grundschutzabschnittkommando 1, Border Sector Command 1, would move against Gdynia. The Kriegsmarine, the Brigade Eberhardt, and Forster's local troops would deal with Westerplatte and the minor Polish presence in Danzig. While the Kriegsmarine would provide naval gunfire support and the Luftwaffe some air support, the German ground forces in the northern coastal sector had substantially less artillery and organic firepower than most of the other invading formations. According to information provided by Forster's paramilitary units in Danzig, the local Polish defences were negligible. In fact, the Poles had been fortifying both the depot on Westerplatte and the main post office in Danzig for weeks, in anticipation that Forster would attempt some kind of coup de main. Reinforced in late August, Major Suchalski had a total of 209 troops on Westerplatte, mostly drawn from the elite 2nd Legion's Infantry Division, 2nd DPL. Only 27 men were reservists. This garrison was small, but the terrain heavily favoured the defence, since the Westerplatte depot was located on the end of a peninsula whose narrowest point was only 250 metres wide. Although the Germans could overlook Westerplatte from many points, the depot was surrounded by a wall and was heavily wooded. Over the course of the summer, Suchalski's troops dug trenches and laid barbed wire, creating both an outer defensive line across the narrow neck of the peninsula, as well as establishing an inner defensive stronghold centred on the concrete barracks block. In terms of defensive armament, Suchalski's company-sized detachment was armed with as much firepower as a Polish infantry battalion, including one elderly 76mm field gun, two 37mm anti-tank guns, 4 81mm mortars, and 41 machine guns. Due to the dense tree cover on Westerplatte and the clever construction of bunkers beneath buildings, the Germans could not observe most of Suchalski's defences, even though they had outposts right outside the perimeter wall. The Germans did conduct aerial reconnaissance flights over Westerplatte, but were still uncertain about the strength of its defences. Around noon on the 31st of August, Podpułkownik Wincenty Sobocinski, a general staff officer assigned to Danzig, arrived and privately told Major Sucharski that the Intervention Corps had been disbanded and that there would be no reinforcements in event of war. In that case, Sucharski was ordered to hold Westerplatte for 12 hours. In Danzig, the Poles did the best they could to strengthen key positions, such as the post office. During the summer, the Polish army had sent a trained engineer, podporucznik Konrad Guderski, to fortify the post office. Guderski organized the postal workers, most of whom were